If you would keep me waiting, I would wait a lifetime. In tricky situations, I will be a lifeline. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Keep coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. In between us, still I feel your heartbeat. There's something about you, baby, that makes me feel complete. Nobody's meant to be fighting alone. That's why I'm taking you home. I never felt something like this before, no. Coming back for your time after time. Maybe I'm losing my mind, but I know I'll never leave you behind, no. Baby, I got you. When you feel like falling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby, I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the moves, yeah, baby, I got you. calling, I'll be there to prove, yeah, that baby I got you. No matter the distance, no matter the hoops, yeah, baby I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, baby I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you, I got you. The world is going wild when they come for you. And the river's running dry when it all falls through. Don't you worry about a thing, baby, I got you, you. Yeah, baby, I got you.
Yep, I'm here. Are you one?
Welcome to day 2 of the 2023 USA Club Sevens Championships. I'm Wendy Young with Jim Latham. We'll be bringing you all the action on Field 2 today. Yesterday was a stunning day. We saw several matches that were probably the most fun call I've ever had, and we cannot wait to bring you some of these matches today. First up, in just a bit, we're going to take a look at the women's bracket with Oregon versus Nova as we take a look at these bowl quarterfinals. You can see some of the layout of these upcoming matches on the pitch today. Jim, which of the matches are you looking forward to and most excited about?
Well, I think the Oregon-Nova game, although they're 1-2 each coming out of pool play yesterday, both teams played with great style yesterday, a lot of determination. Also, Austin-Nova, again, two really good teams. Nova played really well yesterday. Unfortunately, finished 1-2. But their style of play is really aggressive, and I like the way they push the ball through. So yeah, that's what I'm looking at today.
Yeah, I think we've got some really exciting rugby for you at this Wisconsin Sports Complex. We were giving rave reviews of the complex yesterday, and I think it's time to give some rave reviews to the teams. Absolutely stunning matches yesterday, Champaign Rugby, and we've got these quarterfinals lining up for you today. This morning we'll have the bowl quarterfinals in the 9 o'clock hour. Field 1 is in action with Atlanta and Little Rock. And then the Cup quarterfinals coming up a little bit later this afternoon. So really excited about that. You can see these laid out here, especially on the men's bracket, that Nav and Old Blue, and then of course the Belmont Shore and Dallas. Both teams have been in that top bracket before, and they're all looking to get back there. And that doesn't slight any of the other teams that are coming. Of course, we've got the Barbos and Schuylkill and Tennessee Elite. Kind of a surprise, I would say, Tennessee Elite, but St. Louis Bombers back in the mix as well. And of course, we have the Women's Cup quarterfinals coming as well. Boston versus WAC, Chicago Lions versus HEB. HEB with that amazing upset yesterday, winning in the last dying moments of the game. So exciting to watch. And then Chicago North Shore and Cincinnati, as well as Camp Pendleton Warriors versus Phoenix. So we will be bringing you first those bowl quarterfinals, though. We've got Oregon and Nova, and then we move into the men's bracket. So there we'll see Huns versus Nova, and then the Chicago Lions versus Mystic River on this field. And we've got our referees today, too. Want to give them a bit of love as we get ready for this match to begin. We've got Dan on our pitch today, with WPL referee and a really experienced referee. So congratulations to him for getting this appointment, because, again, they are working towards appointments as well. Jim, in particular for this match, we had some standouts from both of these sides. Who are you looking for in this match to make an immediate impact?
Well, from yesterday, I remember, again, Nova was strong. Nova's always strong. Nova's women's side's always strong. And so I'm looking for their scrum half and fly half pair to really push the ball, and we'll look for them to be a little more dominant perhaps than others. On the second day of a tournament like this, we always see how the injuries played out and which teams are.
Nova getting us underway, and one of those key players, that is number 8, Samantha Aguilar, with the kick. She definitely will have an impact on this match. And the ball now moving with the Oregon Sharks. And moving up the pitch, crossing that 50-meter line. We saw this woman. She is so dangerous. Erin Walsh.
What's going on?
scored several tries yesterday, and Nova in there trying to muck this one up. But this is Hunkin Clark. She's going to take this one even closer, getting farther in to the line, getting close to about 7 meters out. They've got space on the outside. They're going to use it. Beautiful ball there to TK. She scored a bunch yesterday, super dangerous as well. Now within that couple of meters, the defense there, bringing it across. Having some technical difficulties, I apologize. Hoping Oregon touched that one down, but we'll bring that back to you in just a moment. It does look like Oregon scored, or maybe a knock on there. Those gremlins are up in the wires and causing some problems with our camera crew, but looking like there was just a knock on there. But a really good start to this match, Jim.
Yes, Wendy, so far we've seen that good play we expected out of both these teams. And we'll see if that continues after our technical difficulties resolve.
Yeah, a very strong start. We saw this from Oregon yesterday. They've got several key players that they depend on to distribute the ball. TK Marquez as well. She's from Hawaii. And thinking, of course, of her homeland with all of the destruction we've seen there. And now we're back in the action. Looks like a big kick over the top. And now Nova hands in this Junkyard, as what we've learned her nickname is. Big ball carrier. She loves that direct play. And now Nova getting to work. And this woman, very, very dangerous yesterday, scoring several times for her team. And just the linchpin that holds them together, Gabrielle Yabilla, going to go the distance here and absolutely just getting Nova on the front foot for this. And you can see the emotion to what that means to her.
Wendy, great try. Those are tough on that first game, second day. Inside your own 22 breakaway. She executed really well, finished it out.
Yeah, found that she just needs a little seam. We saw that all day yesterday. She can just take the smallest little gap and exploit it. She's got the speed to burst through that hole, and not many people can catch her. So what a good start for Nova, going up quickly. But we have seen that this Oregon team, they can absolutely rally as well. So expecting this one just to keep the action going. And Aguilar going to get us going here. Nice tall kick. KB Broughton added to this Oregon Sharks team. Never bad to bring a former Eagle to the side. She won a critical match for them yesterday with a last-second try. And a big carry there by the Sharks. Stolen, though, by Usha Meng, who also is a track star out there, burning the grass and the turf. And what a good fend there. Nova going to go up quickly here with 2 tries. They are ready to bring the action today.
Here's the replay. Classic Sevens. Breakdown, great turnover. And then a breakaway, and the Oregon defense just wasn't there and didn't slide quick enough to cover that wing. It's a great try.
Yeah, really difficult on that transition ball, you know, the turnover by Usha Meng. So she made it happen herself, and then that defense, they're ready for the attack. So it is, you're right, absolutely so difficult to get back and cover that.
Yeah, that's key. You've got to slide on defense to cover, because if you don't, at this level, you're going to get caught, and the opposition is going to score.
So Nova taking a quick 10-0 lead. Just a few minutes left in this first half. Oregon haven't had much possession beyond the first opening, but here comes Hunkin Clark. Absolutely so powerful. Did this all day yesterday, just bumping players. So difficult to take down. That's 2 now. And finally meeting someone that maybe can take her down. No, that's 3. And then she gets the offload into the space. And Oregon Sharks are going to touch down in that corner. Hunkin Clark, the star there, but Aaron Walsh gets the tack on for the try.
Well, I think we saw a repeat of the opening kickoff where Clark, here we go. Well, that's where Clark hands off. But Clark kind of rumbling, bumbling, stumbling down the pitch, and I don't mean that in a negative way. That's a prop second row type player rolling down the pitch. Nova's got to make those tackles, and it's not normal to stick your face and head into somebody when you're running at full speed. But we've got to get these. You've got to get these people to the ground to stop that. She's on a 40-meter run 2 times in a row, and they score. So.
Yeah, and I love her story. She played with Manasua Samoa, the women's international team, and then she found rugby in high school because she got called to the office a lot for fighting, and so the vice principal said, "I've got something for you." And let's say maybe those energies were channeled in a different way. And there she goes again. Just seeing in the notes here, she also goes by the nickname KFC because of her initials. So just having a huge impact in the waning moments of this first half, just barreling players. But glad she was able to channel that energy in a better direction.
I thought the same thing. And great for a leader at a school to realize, hey, let's channel that energy somewhere else. And what a perfect place to land with that type of energy, the rugby pitch.
Absolutely. So closing that score, 12-5. We are into the red here, so we'll be on the referee's watch. But a penalty, though. Oregon driving up in that scrum.
Yeah, Wendy, you got to stay level. Props can't pop up.
Nova wanting to play. They'll keep the action going. Could get some more points on before halftime. So critical. There's Junkyard with a big carry. And then now Nova going to work, looking for a bit of space on the outside, but here comes the shooter. Loose ball, knocked on. That'll take us into halftime. A thrilling first game of day 2 of the USA Club Sevens Championships. Nova in the driver's seat, though, 12-5 over Oregon. We'll step back for just a moment and bring you the second half.
What's going on is bubble. There you go.
point lead. Oregon getting that kickoff though, and a slight knock on though. There was just a little bit of a commotion at the line where everybody was trying to get that ball. Perfect start for Oregon, getting a knock on here. Jim, what can they do with this?
Well, I expect them to win this put in and utilize Hunkin Clark. I mean, she was the star of the first half, best player on the pitch. She was rambling down the sideline. She had that shooter on that last kickoff. So let's see how Clark plays this half.
And that beautiful drone shot showing this Wisconsin Sports Complex. It looks like came to Nova first, but then stripped by the Sharks. So another knock on. But talking about this Wisconsin Sports Complex, they've got several rugby fields, soccer fields, and we saw some of the drone shots yesterday. There's a skate park, a water park. And so it's a collaboration with the city that they've got here, but it seems like just a beautiful facility. And of course, they've got youth rugby and club rugby and all kinds of rugby happening up there in Madison, Wisconsin. So we're just so excited to be at their complex for these championships.
Yeah, Wendy, great facilities, obviously, as you pointed out. Weather's cooperating really well, considering all the heat we've had in the country. I think it's about 70, 72 degrees today, and it was pretty nice yesterday, but perfect rugby weather.
It is that perfect rugby weather, and that green grass just looking gorgeous as Nova taking this one out of the back. It's into Junkyard's hands, and then now switch with Usa Mang. Good leg drive from her, and they cover. Pushing this one out to the right side, just looking for a bit of space. Uvilla just being very involved in this second half already. Just critical for her side. Oregon, that blue shirt stealing this one. TK out to Hunkin Clark. Out to the wing now, but a good tackle by Nova. May have been a high tackle, so we're seeing some advantage. And there it comes now. Yep, dangerous tackle. There's definitely been an emphasis on that this tournament. Just making sure that safety for the players is there. And Hunkin Clark's gonna take this tap, looking to run across and have some players running off of her, but TK wants to go wide. It's a miss pass to KB Broughton and into the hands of Erin Walsh, the danger woman. He is well taken by her opponent though. Junkyard with 2 tackles there. KB Broughton just so difficult to take down that center of gravity and those strong legs. Usa Mang trying to drive her into touch. It's a loose ball. Jumped on by Nova, and they will get the scrum here. That was just critical defense to stop that attack.
Yeah, great play. Great pressure by Oregon, and I really liked Nova's defense recovering. A lot of times when you see those breaks, the defense doesn't get back, and that's when you see those scores. This time, Nova got back, prevented that score, created a turnover.
And just really important with the game, the points, just 7 points to separate these two sides. That defense so important, but stolen by the Sharks there. Some craftiness happening. You can't go backwards in the scrum and try to keep the ball in is what Hunkin Clark was trying to do there. Craftiness by her. So Dan, the referee, just checking with his assistant referee. And they're gonna re-scrum this. So now Oregon, big chance here. 7 points, they're on the 5-meter line. This is for all the marbles right here to tie this one up. And they're already starting with the ball in the scrum. Yes, so Dan, referee just gonna kind of reset those expectations. Always looking for an edge, these players. Beautiful feed there. PK out to the center. Big drive by her, gets them back to that 5-meter line. Nova's in there trying to disrupt this, but now it's to the outside. They do have some space on the outside. TK keeps it though. He just has to beat Usa Mang. She does it so far, but now touches it down. Wonderful job by TK there. Just reading that defense. She had the outlet on the outside, but knowing that she could take the gap herself.
Right, we'll see the replay. Great effort. Whoop, no replay. Great effort by Oregon. That was really a perfect play down inside the 5, executing for a score. They control possession out through the hands, and kind of classic where you get the ball out to that center, draw that defensive wing in, and then pass out at the right time, or cut in her case.
Yeah, it was really good, and that kick, just what was needed. That brings it level. So we are in for another crazy few minutes as both sides trying to get the edge here. Nova has led the entire match, so Oregon's playing from behind, but they have a chance here again on this restart. Gonna put this one a bit deeper. Usa Meng picking it up, beats her first. She also is so difficult to take down, so strong in her base. And now Nova gonna bring this out to the right side of your screen. They are flooding the lanes, is Oregon trying to put the pressure on. But now with that ruck, the defensive line is set. It's into Junkyard's hands. We did see her get an unfortunate yellow card yesterday, causing Nova some havoc, but back on the pitch is she today in that first receiver position. But look at these Sharks, they are all over them. They smell the blood in the water. Trying to go to that weak side is Uvilla, and nothing there. The defense shutting that down, so now they'll come across to the other way. It's Michelle Reyes on a carry. Now they're going to go to that weak side again with Junkyard. Big carry from her. We do have a poacher in, the ball coming out eventually. Uvilla on that weak side again, using that footwork. We saw this all day yesterday from the 50-meter line. She is so quick. She does have one in pursuit, but looking like she will make the distance. What a gorgeous try that is by the number 9, Gabriela Uvilla out of Guam. My goodness, that was just so beautiful. We talked about her yesterday, First Lieutenant Engineer Officer in the Virginia Army National Guard, played rugby for 7 years, and making the difference there for Nova. Jim, we've got some technical difficulties again, but use your imagination and help us walk through that replay, please.
Well, what we saw was Nova being very patient with the ball. Oregon had staunch defense, and there were really close to 6 rucks right there in the same place. Nova wasn't gaining any ground, moving more laterally. And
Nova taking this one. Sorry, Jim. Nova taking this one, and they are so excited to have this win under their belt.
Yeah, way to close out Nova. Great effort. What I was saying was they were patient. They waited for the right time. They got it to their speedster, and sure enough, she put it down. And then end of the game, last minute win. Great effort by Nova.
Yeah, just critical, depending on those players that you can look to all the time. And Gabriela Uvilla is absolutely that player. So what a win by Nova. Congratulations to them. They will move on in the bowl bracket. Up next, in just a few moments, we will have a men's game, Huns versus Nova. Jim and I are going to step away for just a moment, but we will come back for kickoff.
Are we clear?
Look at the ball, Case. Get it, Case!
And we're back.
Yeah, we
We've
are.
got the-
Huns versus Nova just kicking off. You can see the Huns in that white jersey and Nova in the red. Nova on the attack. These teams working their way through the brackets yesterday and getting to this bowl quarterfinal. And a penalty there against Nova. Ball carrier not releasing. So the Huns with their first possession of this match. The Huns out of Austin and Nova, of course, out of Northern Virginia. And a good reaching run on the outside of that. Now looking to just take a little dummy and see if there's any space in the middle. From Ricky Chestnutwood. Now it's into the hands of Aiden Ridgway. Looking for some support. And we apologize if you're just tuning in. We're having a few technical issues this morning.
Go,
Someone's
Clay!
in the cable room unplugging things possibly.
Stand finish. Feet, and his feet.
Now we're back. Looking like the Huns were able to drive that one into the corner and
Go
touch this down
Huns!
for the first points of the match. So they went across from the left all the way to the right, and we'll have to use our imaginations of how they got there, but I'm sure it was a flying try across the line, the best that we've ever seen. So the Huns will go up 5-0, and we'll bring this action back to you in just a moment. Jim, talk us through how these teams got to this bowl quarterfinal, if you will.
Yes, both teams finished 1 and 2 in pool play yesterday. We saw both teams play, and each team is scrappy, fighting hard. I don't remember the exact scores, but each team played really well to the end. So I remember Nova. Excuse me. Yeah, I remember Nova, just that never give up attitude.
Yeah, they definitely are a tough-nosed side and no stranger to Club Sevens. They've been here a lot, as have the Huns. The Huns have, had years where they didn't focus on sevens and years that they did focus on it. And I would say that this is a year that they absolutely did focus on it. They were able to win the Texas social competition, as we call it, TOLA, and did very well there and cleared the bracket there. And then I know Nova worked through their regional championships as well to get here. And so those matches yesterday for both of these teams just looking really strong. The Huns beat Oregon 26-0, and then Belmont Shore, the Huns lost to them. Great side, Belmont Shore. We're going to see them a little bit later. And then just barely losing to Old Blue as well, the Huns. And then let's take a look at Nova men's scores as well. Like you mentioned, they played Nav yesterday and had a tough score line, 29-5 losing, and then lost to Dallas 29-0, and then winning against Life West. So their one win on the day was that 21-17 as well. So again, we apologize for the technical difficulties. We are working, it sounds like there is an internet issue at the facility, and they are working on it as quickly as they can. So we will be back when the action is with us as well.
Let's go, Huns!
walking away from another try. Hearing lots of supporters on that sideline, knowing that Austin has traveled with quite the contingent. And that conversion just flying over the crossbar. We apologize again for the technical issues. There's some bandwidth issues or internet issues at the facility, and they are doing their best to work through those. So we apologize, but welcome you back, and we will have the score update for you in a moment when we can. But again, this is the Huns versus Nova, and knowing that the Huns have scored a couple of tries already, now getting that restart, little bounce ball and picking it up. And now Nova stealing it back, not willing to give up an inch in this match. Going all the way to the outside, the big man with the big shove, Eric Populus. And now through the hands, all the way out to that left side. So side-to-side action here. Michael Medulla on the run. And now again, just probing, seeing what they can find. Now there's a ton of space on the outside. The pass really flat. Was it good? Doesn't look like that. The referee is going to let that one fly. It did look quite flat. And again, we apologize. They're just working through these issues as much as they can, but always a struggle. But we do see the Huns are up 19-0. Nova had a promising chance there. Just a little bit of a flat pass. Sometimes that pressure, Jim, just getting to you, and you know you've got to get it to the outside.
Well, yes, they pushed it through 4 or 5 phases, kept possession, and it was just that really long pass. I'm sure it just inched forward a tad bit as the ref kept up with the ball. And here we are ready for the scrum.
An early push by the Huns, so Nova with another chance here. They're going to go quickly out to the right, and a little rubber through the line, seeing what they've got. But they've got one sweeper back. He's driven into the in goal almost, but a high tackle there, says the referee. So that pressure coming again from Nova, but not a bad idea to just pinch that through.
It was actually a great kick. Too bad the defender chose a high tackle, but here we are.
Yeah, and John Lefebvre picking that one up, the kick not making it to touch, so Nova back in the attack, and they are deep in the Huns territory, crossing that 22-meter line now. Just so difficult to take him down. Can't quite see his number. I'd love to give him some love, but a little bit far away, and these numbers, that black on red always seems like a good idea, but it's tough. Shooter in the line, smashing that attack. Now the counter upcoming, but not legally through the side, says the referee. Nova gonna go quick here. They've got to score if they want to have a chance. A little bit of a dummy at the line, beats one defender. Half gap there. Now they've got a little bit of space on the outside. Can they pin those defenders and use it? The little dummy at the line, very nice, gets them to the 5-meter line. Now going out to the right side is Northern Virginia. Gonna go weak again, looking for a short ball, but picking it up, no problem there. And around the top, there's tons of space on the outside, but 2 tackles. This one's gonna be held up. You can see the frustration from his teammates, just knowing that they had the outlet on the side, didn't need to take that into contact.
When you were already seeing hands on knees, this is a tough game, very physical. Each team is pressing hard. We saw Nova go through several phases, several broken tackles, almost score, but like you said, held up. And that is so frustrating for a team, especially after working so hard to go from around that 50-meter line all the way in and not come away with a score.
But Nova will have the scrum here, the put in, so they've got an opportunity to get on the board. We talked about it yesterday. I mean, these games in 7s, you can score 3 tries in 2 minutes and get your own kickoff. So crazy things have happened, but a big shove from the Huns. Nova's able to get it out. They're going to get this one wide quickly. It's into the hands of this man. He is so dangerous. Jake Patterson's going to touch this down for Nova. And they've got time on their mind. They will sometimes forego the kick here. Here comes the the replay.
Let's
Those
go,
technical
Hunt!
issues just continue to plague us. So they will go for the kick, and I apologize. It's John Lefebvre with the try there. Again, those numbers. Anyone that makes jerseys, please stop putting black and white and red together. They just don't, it doesn't work for commentary and broadcast. But the conversion is wide, so that score, 19-5. Nova has the kickoff, though. They've got chances still.
Let's go, George!
Nice high restart, and there goes Nova up with the tap. Beautiful work there. Getting that height, looking like Michael Jordan. And now picking and going left is Jake Patterson. Into the hands of William Jacobs. And then looking for that short ball. What a gap that was. That was so small, and he squeezed through like butter. Now they're inside the 22-meter line. That one a little bit difficult to handle, though, so a knock-on kills that attack. But Nova coming hard. Just about 30 to a minute left in this match, though, so Huns may be able to slow walk this one a bit.
Well, you see that Hun player smack himself in the head. I'm sure he was frustrated from something, but it's interesting where Nova has had possession probably the last 3 of the last 4 minutes of the game. They just haven't been able to push in, and that's because of the Huns' defense has been really stellar. They've set that wall. They've slid to cover the overlaps. Done really well.
And looking like we're going to scrum again. We're into the red, so we're on the referee's watch. Nova's got one more chance. They can just, at this point, get some more points on the board. They can't win the match unless there's just way more time than we think. But this one looking like it's going to be in the Huns' hands. But Nova with the show here. A beautiful insert from the outside. And now touching this one down. Danius Tamaluionis touching that down. And they're going to just try to rush here. It looks like we may have a restart. I see the referee saying 1. So maybe 1 minute left. So there could still be time alive for Nova. The kick is wide. And no, that is going to do it. The Huns will take this one 19-10. And a spectacular showing for them. We're going to hand it over for a minute. I'm going to hand it over for a minute. Ty Braga is going to come on. He is going to cover this Chicago Lions match versus Mystic River, the last game in this bowl quarterfinal bracket. And I will be back with you in a moment with those cup quarterfinals.
But keep it warm, like put it in something to keep it warm.
All right, rugby fans, Ty Braga stepping into the mic chair here for the first time this weekend at the Club 7's National Championships alongside Jim, my cohort here as the color roll. And on the field, taking up this next match, game 56, we have the Lions and Mystic River about to kick off.
Yeah, Ty, great matches yesterday. Chicago finished 2-1 on the day. Mystic River unfortunately went 0-3, but they only had a 3-try, 0.4 point against differential. So they played hard all day.
Right, and the Lions and Mystic River here have kicked off, and we see the Mystic River taking the ball first up here. Looking to be able to assert themselves early in this match. And And a little bit of play outside will draw them further for the first time into the Lions half. Of course, Lions wearing white on this occasion. And a physical tackle takes him to the ground over there. And we see a long arm penalty in favor of Mystic River. This will be the first one of the match. What will they choose to be able to do? A tap and go keeps the play moving forward. Very common in sevens that you want to be able to keep the ball going, and the opportunity comes available to Mystic River with a straight run at the corner. First try scored, Mystic River. Wow, that came out of nowhere there, absolutely, Jim. What do you think?
Well, you know, second day of the tournament, we never know how each team, how fit each team is. And coming into this tournament, we don't know their injury levels coming into the second day. Really, that was classic. Roll through a few phases, get the ball out quick to a speed man, excuse me. The Lions just didn't cover the wings.
Right, absolutely, and that conversion is unsuccessful from Mystic River. That'll put them 5 points up over the Lions, and a great start for them as they assert themselves early in this matchup. Now, the thing about sevens, as you pointed out, Jim, you got to get the ball to the right man at the right time, and that's certainly what happened for them, and that space opened up, and it was a straight shot at the try line. And as they prepare to be able to return to the match with a kickoff, we draw attention back to the center field. That kick going a little bit farther than you might see on further occasions, pushing the Lions farther back. They'll look to be able to build some continuity with a few phases, but that passes right through the hands and out of bounds for the line-out opportunity. This ball will go towards Mystic River. So with the line-out opportunities, we see, of course, ball being retained in this occasion by Mystic River. They find themselves in an attacking position. We do have a bit of a stall here, as you may have heard from my cohort, Wendy Young, previously, that we do have some technical difficulties, and we'll stay on the action as much as we can. That ball being recognized as a knock-on that'll reset with a scrum opportunity. Mystic River to have the ball.
Ty, let's see if Mystic can get that possession. Usually do. You expect to get your own possession off a scrum. Let's see if they can get that possession and work the ball and position for a score.
Right, this is certainly considered favorable position as they are on the front foot here, and they'll be looking to be able to move this ball out wide as they find themselves with another great opportunity. Let's see what happens. Ball out the back, it just swings to the back line. A step on the outside shoulder and a pass in the inside cut inside again goes into contact. This will set it up for the next phase. Not clean on that approach, and there will be a penalty against Mystic River for going off the ball at the breakdown area. Lions will want to be able to get some continuity, but the quick intercept turns it around in favor of Mystic River one more time. This is certainly wonderful from them to be able to bring it together, and a solid hit. Take it to ground. Lions penalty against them. Mystic River quick tap and go. You want to be able to do this. As you can see, you keep the defense on the back foot, but on this occasion they lose it going into contact. Lions will have to be able to work from deep inside their territory, and working hard they are. Back and forth, testing the defense. They find themselves deep inside their territory, under pressure. Mystic River just waiting for that first opportunity to snatch it, but it's actually the Lions who take the next opportunity as they cut to the center. Not sure if he's going to have the legs to be able to do it as he weaves left and right, taken down near the 22 mark. His supporting line is there to be able to bring the action back to the left-hand side as it goes into contact one more time. Quick ball is important here, as it always is in sevens rugby.
Come on, Jacks!
Looking at options right, shut down there, goes to the left. Setting up the next phase over here. Options, of course, lining up to the right-hand side, a little bit deep. Just assessing those options, and a sneaky little kick past that defensive line, regathered by the same player. Lions finally on the front foot and deep inside the territory of Mystic River. They'll hope to be able to come away with something, but it's spilled forward, and Mystic River has the ball. Wait, again, another turnover opportunity. Exciting stuff at the breakdown. All the actions happening here on the field, and a quick wraparound. Number 9 to score for the Lions. That is Jovan Vasquez.
Yeah, Ty, great play through the center of the pitch where we saw 2, 3, maybe even 4 poached turnovers by each team. And that's just great rugby, making those tackles, poaching that ball for a turnover possession. And Chicago Lions ended up with the last one and the score.
And with the conversion to come, we'll return to the action in just a moment as we reset. It looks like that one was in fact missed, as it still stands as 5-5 on the scoreline over there as we get prepared to be able to restart the match with the Lions kickoff to Mystic River. The Lions, of course, have a rich history and great rugby heritage in and around the Chicago area. They have boasted many wonderful players over the years, some of the notable players out there on the field with a pro card edition. You will see Jacob Hidalgo, Peyton Wall, Will Chevalier, and Lachlan McDonald. So, the action we return to here, Mystic River with the ball. Competing at those breakdown areas, looked like there was going to be an advantage called. And Lions have a cut back inside. Strong run puts them about, I'd say about 10 meters out with an opportunity on the outside. It goes to the corner. And referee calls his whistle. We'll take a closer look at what was the final result of that play out far wide as the camera refines its position. And it looks like we have the Lions lining up for the conversion, which of course would suggest that it was try time. And the conversion to come will not be successful on this occasion. That'll leave it as the 5 points added to their tally, putting us, I believe, at 10-5. Stand corrected. 12-5 is the scoreline in the 9th minute here in this match 56 of the Club 7's National Championship in Madison, Wisconsin. So, Jim, so far, what are your thoughts on this matchup between these two?
And Lions on the attack here. We're just having some audio issues, so Wendy Young stepping in as Ty Braga and Jim Latham work out their audio issues. Apologize. Sometimes this just happens. But the Lions on the attack here. They do have a commanding lead, 12-5 over Mystic River, and looking like they are working their way up the pitch again, trying to work towards another score. This is Lockie with a big break through the middle. Lange, and he gets it onto the outside into number 7's hands. It brought down, but Lockie is there in support. Pushing this one, big pass over the top, looking for any space they can. Seeing that maybe it's on the outside there. The Lions looking like they are in command of this attack. 12-5 points. And they've got just a few minutes left in this match. And again, those technical issues, I apologize for those. We are trying to work through those this morning. We'll try to get back to the action as quickly as we can here. Sounding like there was a try there, and the conversion, heard the thump of the foot and the whistle. So a good conversion there by the Lions should bring us to 19-5. Math is not my strong suit. The Lions in the driver's seat.
Audio check. Anybody hear me? Audio check.
And a penalty against Mystic River. For Mystic River, excuse me, pushing this ball into the left, looking for that space in the opening, having only scored 5 points in this match so far.
Just test.
I apologize again for the issues. We'll be back once we've got a good video for you. Just having some internet issues at the facility. Not what you want to see, but sometimes what we have to deal with. And we're back. It looks like Mystic River took that one from their own 22, driving it all the way in, getting some more points for them on the board. And we await the conversion.
Get there, Peyton! Get there! Get up, Will!
and apologize for those issues. Looking like Mystic River was able to get another try on the board. 19-10 as our score stands. Just a few minutes left in this match. And those technical issues are persisting. We'll be back once we've got some action. I will have Ty Braga with me. Hopefully we'll get back to you with this minute left in the match. We'll come back when we can. Every time I say that, we're back. And we're back. The Lions on the attack here. Big pickup by Alex Dorier. We saw him have so much action yesterday. Excuse me, it's Will Chevalier touching this one down and solidifying that win for the Lions. The conversion is really all that waits. There may be a restart, but a beautiful worked try there by the Lions. Such a traditional team in this Club 7 tournament. Love to see their action coming together.
Absolutely, and we only managed to capture the last moments of that try scored, but of course it had an open run for the captain, as you mentioned there a moment ago. Wendy, final points to be able to come, perhaps here.
Yeah, and that does look like that will do it. So the Lions are moving on in this bowl bracket, taking this one 24-10 over Mystic River. Stay with us. We're going to take a small break here. We'll be back in just a bit with more women's action in our Cup quarterfinals, Chicago North Shore and Cincinnati. I'm Wendy Young and Ty Braga. We will be back in a moment.
Good friends there.
All those little moments, the bus you didn't catch me looking over your shoulder, just at the right time. Those little moments, all let me you, only got you about. All those little moments. All those little moments. Took a chance on a good thing. Yeah. Now I got you on my right wing. Making love like it's casual. Then you text me in the morning, you're available. Am I dreaming? Can't believe I forgot this feeling. Finally found the one in my life that I wanna be with. No more seeking. I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. An angel in disguise. I wanna make you mine. One time, that's you. In flight, that view, us two en route. First class straight to Honolulu. We just vibing, relaxing in the sun till we gazing at the stars that we're counting and counting. 내가 항상 옆에 있을 테니 걱정 따위 필요 없어. Ain't going nowhere 약속. It's no joke. 너 만나고 매일 기도해 our future. Only with you I see the bigger picture. 솔직히 우리보다 더 많은 사이 없어. You know you.
Want to run real quick to concessions?
I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. An angel in disguise. I wanna make you mine. Wanna make you mine. I wanna make you mine. I wanna make you mine. We like bread and butter, AC in the summer always make me wonder how you never get me feeling under flawless from head to toe. You never hit a single wrong, no. 확신 필요해, girl I got you. 미래 그릴 때 always gonna include you. You deserve the best, I'ma be true. Put my hand on my chest like you're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. An angel in disguise. I wanna make you mine. You're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine.
And welcome back. We're looking down the barrel of these Cup quarterfinals. I'm Wendy Young with Ty Braga at the 2023 Club Sevens National Championships in Madison, Wisconsin, and really looking forward to this one. We've got Chicago North Shore 3-0 in pool matches yesterday, and Cincinnati Wolfhounds 2-0 as they were in that Pool A with Scion dropping out. But really excited for this one. Both of them undefeated as they get into the action. North Shore in that green strip, carrying that ball forward, looking to make an early statement, and a penalty there, not rolling away, is the declaration from the referee. This is Liz. I apologize for the match officials. We only have first names, so Liz, our match official today, as Dombrowski picking this one up for North Shore. And then pushing this out to the left, just looking for a little bit of room on the outside. They've moved it up to that 40-meter line now. And yesterday we saw this danger woman, Sienna Jordan, scoring a plethora of tries, a former track star athlete breaking through that tackle there, finally brought down by the Wolfhounds. And looking to the right side now is North Shore, one of our WPL teams, and there's a bit of space there looking for the gap. It's found, and the beautiful offload going inside the 22-meter, looking like North Shore is going to score first, and that is Nicole Fish out of Lockport, Illinois, touching this one down. Beautiful work there. Ty, take us through that.
Yes, and that is a classic example of when a team manages to be able to stretch the defense from the left-hand side all the way back to the other side and hoping for that gap to be able to emerge. And that's exactly what happened once they pulled in the defense and left that corridor open on the outside channel to be able to bring in those points.
And that conversion going through the posts. So Chicago North Shore going up 7-0 in this match against the Wolfhounds. Just really dominating possession, as you said, Ty, from the beginning, able to move that ball back and forth. Very strong showing from them. And they will get the restart into the Wolfhounds' hands. We've seen that they are extremely dangerous yesterday. They have several key players that they will rely on today, and that is one of them. Raven Jones putting the kick in deep. But maybe North Shore watched some film as Dombrowski was back in the sweeper position. Now the switch on the inside. And the Wolfhounds are in defense. You can see that powder blue kit flying up, trying to take North Shore space. They're finding a small gap, coming across the grain. And again, the footwork stepping off the foot. She's already scored one. Looking for another is Nicole Fish. Able to bounce this one off and into the hands of her winger, who will take this one in a bit closer, so the kick is easier. Mackenzie Wood getting the second score for North Shore. They've got the pedal on the metal, Ty.
Right, Wendy, this is a phenomenal display of physicality at its best as Fish bumps the tacklers off, making it all the way nearly herself. But of course, the supporting line is there at the right time to be able to convert it into a try time, and that was points on the board by Mackenzie Wood. We'll hand it back to you, Wendy, as they get prepared for the conversion.
And I love, yesterday we talked a little bit about the athletes filled out some descriptions for us, and Mackenzie Woods, she wanted to find a sport where she could hit people, and I think she's found her sport, and we are so glad that she has. You know, she's played a couple of years herself. She's only played with North Shore for 1 year, but has a total of 9 years under her belt. So wonderful when you hear those stories. And North Shore will have this restart again. They've got all the chips in their court right now. Let's see what the Wolfhounds can do. Taking a clean kickoff and just losing that one forward a bit now. So North Shore, the green, will take over. They've got a bit of space on the outside they're going to try to exploit. And she has been so dangerous today. Mackenzie Wood again with a carry. And the organization we're seeing from North Shore, they're looking absolutely confident today as they put on a show for us. And there's more space on the outside there. A beautiful 2-on-1 with that shooter. And they've got to try to contain this woman, and they're not going to be able to do it. Sienna Jordan striding in, touching this one down out of Carmel, Indiana, and looking like Wolfhounds just not having any possession this half.
And that's exactly what's happening, Wendy. They are struggled for possession, certainly showing their dominance is North Shore. And again, points are delivered by way of the try, right under the post, almost securing that additional 2. But this is a phenomenal display of attacking because they're moving it left, they're moving it right, they're cutting inside, they're changing angles, and they're showing their physicality and supporting lines all the way through. And
that conversion straight up through the posts. And Love Dan AR there holding up that flag so we can see in the broadcast team that flew right through. And Sienna Jordan, talked about her a lot yesterday, but want to give her some more love today out of WashU St. Louis. College track athlete, crossover, only played rugby for 1 year and making the impact here for North Shore. Kickoff this time into the Wolfhounds' hands. And they're going to work out of there, just outside of their own 22. Nice little step there off the left foot. And out to the edge, just kind of seeing what they've got out there. Wolfhounds do play a bit more of a patient game. They will be direct at moments like this. Raven Jones finding a small seam, but another mishandle. Not something we saw yesterday. I wonder if the defense, the pressure that we're seeing, and here's Sienna Jordan again going in for her second. That pressure just seeming to be all the difference for this Wolfhound side.
Absolutely, again, spot on because of this physicality. That defensive line is just holding strong, holding true, and then they capitalize on the error from the Wolfhounds here and really just running right through to be able to score that almost uncontested in the last part. Phenomenal effort here, pounce on the opportunity and deliver the points.
And that they are delivering the points here. We know that the Wolfhounds can be dangerous. We've got Izzy Gibbon and Raven Jones, and Kaylin Poe scored several matches for them yesterday. They've just got to get some ball time, some possession, get that gel together. Do have just a bit. Go ahead, sorry, Ty.
No, I just wanted to be able to concur. Right now, as you see the score 26-0, Cincinnati have to be able to get the ball, hold on to it, get some continuity, and get back in this game.
And it can start with that woman, Raven Jones, now to Gibbon. Out to the edge there. What can they do as the clock moves into the red? Stolen, though, by North Shore. It's in Jordan's hands. That's not the woman you wanted in her hands. She pushes it out to the outside now. A one-on-one contact, beautiful defense there. Now stepping two defenders, and the support from North Shore. Beautiful work there. This is going to be Jess Dombrowski, who relocating there, but held up by Wolfhounds. Dombrowski recently relocated to Chicago, longtime USA Rugby employee, now working with the Chicago Hounds. Chicago North Shore commanding 26-0 lead.
Right, and this was an interesting moment right at the end.
That critical holding that up by the Wolfhounds, just keeping those points out. And we will be back for this second half to see what those halftime chats can do. Will North Shore pour it on, or is Cincinnati going to be able to respond? We'll be back.
Are we out now?
And welcome back to the second half of this match. North Shore commanding lead 26-0, but we know we've got weapons on the Wolfhounds side. Ty, what can they do here to get back in this game?
I think it's all going to be about consistency, making sure they hold on to that ball, and at the pivotal moments, making sure they reduce the errors, because there's been a few turnovers that have delivered points and try-scoring opportunities that obviously North Shore has been able to capitalize on. They'll want to reduce those opportunities and be more assertive and build some continuity through structured play to get them back in this game, Wendy.
Yeah, I think you've hit it the nail on the head there. They've had some opportunities and some breaks, but just not being able to quite hold on to that ball and turn it into anything they can work from. But it's those small moments, right? So doing the 2 or 3 things right, they can build on it. And North Shore will get us going here, but they've got to be able to stop this North Shore side also. So we'll see how they handle it now. The kickoff, lots of pressure coming, but able to bring it down are the Wolfhounds. Pushing this one into the left side. The carry there by their strong forwards and getting the penalty. So tackler's not rolling, so Raven Jones will step up and get this started again. Gibbon, such a playmaker. Beautiful switch there into the hands of Caitlin Poe. Trying to break that line. Poe out of Middleton, Ohio, played for Cincinnati State, played with the Midwest Thunderbirds this spring. Very new to the game of rugby, has played for 8 years, but still considers themselves a new player to the game. And we apologize, we've been having a few technical issues this morning, and it looks like they are plaguing us again. Appreciate your patience as we work through this. Looking positive so far for the Wolfhounds in this first match as we bring you back to the action. Now North Shore, ball in hand, driving inside the 22. They do have penalty advantage. Dangerous tackle there. Gonna take it around the outside. Dombrowski gonna score again. Or excuse me, first time she was held up earlier in the match, but getting this one down with defiance.
Yes, and it's great to be able to see the supporting lines are just spot on, giving her the opportunity right in center field, takes it to the outside line and backs herself with a pace, and of course scores the try as a result. That was the first for Dombrowski today, as you so rightly pointed out, being held up at the end of the last half. So good to be able to see her convert those points, as she certainly deserves it today.
Well, we have to give a shout out because Charlie Jacoby stumbled. You know, she was at a school festival for Jess Dombrowski, and Charlie Jacoby, a current USA Eagle, convinced her to play rugby. So we appreciate that convincing. And she has been an impact on the rugby world for sure, working for USA Rugby for many years, and now the director of operations for the Chicago Hounds MLR team. And then also in 2022, a World Rugby Woman in Rugby Scholarship winner. She's a proud dog mom to Bucky as well. Love all those details from these players as we get back to the game. Wolfhounds again receiving that kickoff. This one, the pass just a bit high. Able to keep it in though are the Wolfhounds. Immense pressure coming in. Now finally going into touch. North Shore thinking about that quick line out, but 31-0. No reason to push this game in the pace at this point.
Right, and it has been North Shore that have been controlling the pace of this game, as you pointed out. They're in the pound seat, 31 up over Cincinnati, and they'll be looking to be able to continue to stretch that. I stand corrected, 33 to zip on against Cincinnati right now is where the scoreline stands, and the 9th minute in the second half.
And these games, of course, just leading us into these Cup semifinals. Winners will move on, and looking like North Shore will do that unless we can have a miracle from the Wolfhounds here. We've seen miracles in sevens before, but again, the mishandles just plaguing the Wolfhounds as the North Shore take over. We saw her super dangerous yesterday. Elizabeth Geary taking over on the attack and dumping this one off into the hands of her supporter. Touching down again is North Shore. They are definitely in command of this match.
And with that commanding lead continuing to stretch, it really just shows how many options they have. And North Shore is brilliant in being able to assess those options in real time. They move at quick pace. They make sure that they get the opportunities while they come available on this occasion from a turnover, and exploiting that opportunity as they find themselves with the additional 5 and, in fact, 7 as the lead continues to stretch with that successful conversion.
Yeah, and I'm just peeking over on field 1, looking like WAC is in control of that one. They're inside the first half still. They've had some delays over on that field for injuries. So WAC up 12-0 over Boston. So if that holds, we're seeing our first teams moving through to the Cup semifinals. This one bouncing behind Shania Ross, and she's able to gather it in. She was very powerful yesterday coming in the last few minutes of the game. Perfect player that you want to come in and just smash and grab, but penalized for not releasing.
Once again, these type of penalties, Wendy, as we all know, is about discipline. In those important moments, you want to try and reduce them because it breaks your flow and your opportunity. And again, we see the opportunity here.
And this one is Katie Lamont, just on the pitch, some fresh legs, stepping in and scoring for North Shore. And you're absolutely right. When you're down, when you're getting penalized, you're not playing, you're not gelling well. It's just all the compounding factors that just make it so hard to come back. Sarah Anderson will attempt this conversion, and that one flying right over the bar as well. 47-0, a very high score. Still a few minutes to play in this game. The Wolfhounds gutting this one out, but North Shore just absolutely gelling. And this one into the hands of Sarah Lacombe, and then she bounces this off to Ross. Now looking a little bit more organized is the Wolfhounds. Gibbon giving it away to Meredith Hinger. Big tackle coming in from North Shore. Back out to Lacombe. She's going to get bundled into touch though. North Shore will have a great line out here.
Right, and that's another display of the physicality. Only a couple of meters out from the out of bounds line, and driven through with muscle. And that, again, just shows you how hungry they are. North Shore is certainly dominant in all important areas here.
That line out, beautiful work there. Straight down off the top and out to the waiting hands of the wings. Little switch, well read by the defense. Now looking to go on that same direction. Dombrowski pulling it out, looking for something in front of her. Does find a seam, one to beat. She just has to beat Gibbon. Gibbon attempting the tackle, but Dombrowski now getting her second.
And an excellent cut inside, right through that center there, just carving a path like a hot knife through butter, and drives it in with a great run at the try line, and maybe a little bit high on that final tackle, but we'll go ahead and, of course, give the honors to Bobrovsky for the try.
And again, I'm just peeking in on that field 1 game. WAC totally in the command there, 24-0. They've just gone to halftime. They are leading over Boston. So as we watch these Cup semifinals come together, and that looks like that is the final whistle. So North Shore still undefeated on the weekend as they move on to a Cup semifinal. They will wait for their opponent. Stay with us. We do have another women's match coming up next. Camp Pendleton versus Phoenix. We will be back with that kickoff in a moment.
Hey, I need one of you guys to come with me. We're going to come in, Wi-Fi's back on. One of you to come with me, and we're going to start recording. There you go, that's the rotation, right? Does this ball come out?
I'd be all right with that.
Attention to center field as the action begins.
And Phoenix in the black kicking off to Pendleton in the green. Pendleton normally wearing a red jersey, but have worked with the Rhinos Rugby Club this season to get their sevens team together. It's about a half and half mix, and so they're wearing that green Rhinos kit. As we see right from the start, a big push through the paces there for Megan Mombe. She was absolutely critical for them on day one, helping them get to that 3-0 lead. Dangerous tackle there, the call from the referee. And they're going to go quick. It's Mombe again. You'll hear me say her name quite a bit. She is a linchpin in this attack and also on defense. Oh, and that ball squirting free. That was Crow on the strip there. Croatian rugby player living in Texas, but playing for this Phoenix select side. They bring players in from all over the country. Now it's into the hands of Mahoney. He gets it out to the edge. We've seen some crazy speed from Fierce T, and looks like she's caught from behind and into touch. But when she gets in the open, she is absolutely electric.
Right, a wonderful display of pace and intent as those outside channels are going to be continued to be tested throughout this matchup.
And we've got Chris as our match official here. Another WPL referee stepping into summer sevens. And that one not straight. Go over to Phoenix.
Somewhat of an unforced error, so to speak, when you lose possession of the ball with a throw going awry like that, giving possession up in what was quite a favorable position for them. So we'll see opportunity to go back to the other side now with Phoenix with the ball.
And Phoenix again out of Florida. It's a little bit confusing. It's not the location, it's not Phoenix, but getting it into the hands of this danger woman. Big tackle coming in, no, but that one again gonna be high. Well spotted by the referee. Phoenix not wanting to wait around. They do love to play tempo. They will get this going and going straight to the line again. This time, good poach by Mombe. Absolutely stealing that attack from Phoenix's hands. And this ball not going to make it to touch. Fierce T will have a chance at this. She'll just pick it up and move it to the side, but possibly, yes, a forward pass there. Good spot for Camp Pendleton Warriors.
Unfortunate to be able to see that again coming to be the unforced errors, so to speak. It really does break your continuity. They want to be able to make sure they clean up these areas of the game because it really does give away possession unnecessarily, and it could hurt them if the game continues this way, as of course give them an opportunity to capitalize on any one of these moments, which could be the deciding score.
You're right, as we still sit 0-0, 4 minutes left in this first half. Cup quarterfinal, winner goes on to the Cup semis. Loser into the third, fourth brackets. Or excuse me, seventh, fifth, sixth. So penalty here, gonna go quick. It's Mombe with the Warriors driving towards that line. Looks like she's just short. We may have a check with the AR here to see if this was touchdown. It was just maybe gracing that white line. And of course, those technical issues just plaguing us at the best moment of the match.
Absolutely. Couldn't even try and add more drama if you planned it this way. But you so rightly pointed out that it might very well have been just a couple of inches shy. As we return to the action, we hope to be able to hear more about what happened there.
Yes, wondering if Mombe was able to get that over. Doesn't look like it. Maybe a double movement here as we've got a Phoenix line out now, just outside the 22. We have seen them. They've got several training ground moves that they will use here. to try to get the attack going for this Phoenix side. Still 0-0. And these teams, again, Camp Pendleton, very dominant yesterday, beating the Slaughterhouse 33-0. Warriors 26-5 over HEB, and then 38-5 over Oregon. But again, Phoenix 2-1, winning their first match 29-5, and then over Dallas 37-5. Chicago Lions, their only loss on the day. As we get back to it, now it is a Warrior scrum inside the 22. Penalty there, just pulling away, not driving straight in that scrum. And typically we will see Pendleton going quickly. They'll want to try to get on the board first.
Right, and that's another thing about sevens is when you want to be able to control the game, you control the pace of it. If you feel like you've got the forward momentum, you want to keep that ball moving forward as quickly as possible. So it's not uncommon to be able to see the quick tap employed very often, unlike, of course, other versions of the game where they'll look to slow it down. And as we return to the action, we hear some excitement. We hope to be able to return to the visuals.
And Phoenix working their way out of their own 40-meter. Mombay trying to get that poach and pressure coming, but offsides just a little bit early on that attack. And we've been trying to bring you updates from Field 1 when we can, and it looks like that first match of the Cup quarterfinals still underway, but WAC 31-0. A few minutes left there. WAC just scoring again, so 36-0. So they look to be in the driver's seat. They will join Chicago North Shore in the Cup semifinals. And as we await the return to the action here, who will join them from Phoenix and Camp Pendleton?
And what a difference from one game to the next. And when it comes to matchups like this, you can see defense being so important. We still stand at 0-0 going into the 7th minute, the final minute of the first half. We return to the action now.
And not driving straight. So Phoenix with the penalty, they're going to go quick. It's Cynthia Campbell driving her team forward. Now looking for space on the outside. Do they have it? Bounce pass is a good pass in 7th, but beautiful tackle there. Caitlin King just being smashed to the deck. Phoenix still in control, finding a bit of space maybe in front of them. Backwards, says the referee, will play on. Now a 2-on-1 with the edge. It's back to Caitlin King. This time not able to bring her down immediately, but into the hands of the Warriors. Forward pass. The Warriors defense holding tight.
That day of, and you can't help but feel that there was just a little bit of a missed opportunity on that outside channel. Had that ball gone inside and to the hands of the next player in support, it would have created a wonderful opportunity for forward momentum, and that's what this game is about, is just staying on the front foot, moving forward inch by inch. But with sevens, the little piece of magic can happen at any time, so you want to make sure that you got the ball in hand, you strike while the opportunities exist, and you make the points count when they matter most.
And the Warriors stepping up to this scrum for the feed. Bronwyn Dormar out of Millet, Alberta, Canada. She will put this in for the Warriors as they look for potentially the first points of this match. And again, these sides, the Warriors side, lots of California players, couple from Missouri and Michigan, and then Hawaii as well. Lots of experience there. And then on this Phoenix side, like we've been talking about, Phoenix, Florida, but they accept players from all over the place. They've got Memphis, Tennessee, Florida, London. It's Morgan Freeman, perhaps the best rugby name in the world. And out of Georgia, some Washington, some Texas players. So that Phoenix side, a select side that accepts everybody. But look, coming back, looking like the Warriors have clinched the first points of the match. And now looking down to see if they can make this conversion to make it a 7-0 game. It is low, and that will bring us to the conclusion of the first half. Camp Pendleton in the seat with a slim 5-0 lead. We will come back with that second half in just a moment. Very evenly matched.
Absolutely, and that's what we like to be able to see from this type of competition as it pits some of the best teams from across the nation and brings them together in this wonderful platform here at Club 7's Rugby, national platform for these players to be able to exert their skills, show their talents, and of course, see them as many of these players as the next generation of superstars to be able to take us on to even greater heights at national levels with the USA Eagles in mind.
And we know those USA Eagle coaches are watching. Yesterday, Ben Pinkelman was in the YouTube chat helping us identify players when we didn't have a roster for the men's side. So I'm sure Emily Bidwell is doing the same, as well as those junior national team coaches. This is where they'll find their talent. You know, couple this with PR7s and the circuit, like you mentioned, Ty. And this is just a ripe ground to find these new players. And I think in these Cup quarterfinals and going on to the semifinals, we have already identified some of those players. You know, looking at Camp Pendleton, of course, the players that we've identified, of course, maybe not always eligible for the Eagles, but Meg Mombay has been critical for Camp Pendleton. And then as well as Sam Brackett has been a good step for them. And on that Phoenix side, again, identifying beautiful players that can maybe go to the next level. That's what this is about. Fierce T could be one of those, you know, young 28-year-old out of Hollywood, Florida, could be the type of individuals and athletes that the next level are looking for.
Absolutely so. And there's more opportunity for players than ever before with the addition of professional domestic leagues like the PR7s. You know, one of the great boasts that they have is, of course, that it's an equal opportunity for men's and women's game, giving them both the necessary attention and opportunity to grow on the same stage. So again, a kudos to being able to highlight some of these standouts, but also in addition, those organizations that are continuing to provide great platforms for players like these to do what they do and for us to continue to watching them do it.
And again, just looking at that Field 1 game, checking in, Wax still in lead. That game going on forever, it seems. They've had some injuries over on Field 1 as we bring you back to our game on Field 2. Camp Pendleton in the lead 5-0, and they've got possession here, stretching the field, looking to see what they've got on the outside. A nice looping play. Just finding a bit of space on the outside. Beautiful work to keep this ball in bounds. It does roll away. Good recognition by Phoenix, but brought into touch is Cynthia Campbell. And Mombay thinking about going quick, but some substitutions on the way.
All right, so make sure that we're recording on these. Okay.
And as they sort those substitutions, Bronwyn Dormar will throw this in. Again, Canadian player. She was the 2023 LAI, so the international, the outside tournament, Sevens MVP. Has played 1 year with this club, played many years before that with her other sides in Canada. This one not straight, so Phoenix with the scrum. Good opportunity for them.
Right, and Phoenix will want to be able to come back with the points here as they assert themselves in this game. Bringing that continuity, attacking line, all important as we see some great energy from all of these players out there.
And that one, a knock on, but backwards, says the referee. They will play on. Phoenix getting closer to that 50-meter line. We haven't seen a lot of possession from them that has gotten them across that line, but good to see them working towards it. Beautiful leg drive there. They're going to pull this one. They're going to look weak, now going weak. Went right, look left, and then now going to that outside edge, finding a bit of space out there, and the offload keeps the attack going. This is much better by Phoenix. Inside, deep in Pendleton territory. Going to go out to the right now. That defense flying up, though, causing pressure. Able to absorb it, though. They'll just take this down and reset this ruck and hopefully keep the attack going. And we can't apologize enough for these technical issues. They're having some issues at the facility. We thought we had them resolved, but the team working behind the scenes trying to get this going for you. And looking forward in the schedule, we will be able to hopefully bring you 2 men's matches. And coming up next, Belmont Shores versus Dallas, and then Tennessee Elite versus the St. Louis Bombers on field 2. On field 1, another women's match is coming, Chicago Lions versus HEB. And then in the men's bracket, Nav versus Old Blue and Denver Barbos versus Schuylkill River. So lots of Cup quarterfinal action coming for you. And then, of course, after that, we will have our Shield semifinals, Bowl semifinals, Plate semifinals, a full day of rugby ahead of us. And those ever-important finals beginning at that 3:40 CST with the women's plate final and then the men's plate final to follow. And then, of course, the trophy rounds going for the Cup. Who will repeat? Women's side, of course, Scion not able to participate this year due to a discrepancy of the number of professional players. So we will have a new women's champion, and the men, Nav, still in it, having won last year.
Right, and this is what makes this format of the game so exciting, is that you cannot really find any one team with total dominance, but it's great to be able to see the continued regulars making their way to the top honors, and will, of course, be a showcase of some of the greatest talents from across the nation, and it's good to be able to see a few familiar favorites in the mix.
It is, as we get back to the action, Warriors right there on that line, touching down again. See that disappointment on Phoenix's face as the Warriors starting to look like they're going to take charge in this match, 10-0 with the conversion to come.
Right, and typically this would be considered quite a low-scoring game, but with this much competition out there on the field, it might be a small score, but it is definitive because they have certainly done what it takes to be able to be in the lead.
And that conversion sails over, so that will put them at 12-0. Just a few minutes left in this game. Of course, we've seen Phoenix put it together all weekend yesterday, winning 2 of their matches of 3. They've done very well, but most of their matches were wide score lines, so we know Phoenix can score, just needing to be able to put the pieces together. As Catherine Lohaus gets us going again. This one just a mishandle again by Phoenix, and then a penalty offsides on the knock-on, and then a yellow card there. They've been very tight on this weekend. The player must just leave the ball alone. They can't obstruct it or try to slow it down. That one maybe a little over the line.
Yeah, and unfortunately, these type of discipline issues and these moments in the match can really change the rhythm, especially when you find yourselves up with your back against the wall and you're looking for a little bit of inspiration. It can really take the wind out of your sails to see a player leave the field for, a yellow card of this nature.
At Can and Warriors, as we move the clock into the red, looking like they've got this one in hand. Big shooter, though, leaving a large gap for Catherine Lohaus to sneak through, showing her pace as she'll put down and score additional points for Pendleton. They are going to the semifinal rounds with that score as we await the conversion.
And this came as a result of a strong change in line attack and, of course, the run itself. Wonderful opportunity to be able to see those points come in underneath there. Strong run, good hands, good points.
And that conversion will go wide, but nonetheless, Camp Pendleton moving on to those Cup semifinal rounds, winning over Phoenix 17-0. Stick with us. We've moved to the men's bracket next with Belmont Shore versus
Right chair up! Right ball on!
She's one of my favorites. I'm a good member. She's always up for everything. She's the equivalent of whoever's in the car with her. You always count on her to. Right,
And we're back with this men's cup quarterfinal. Belmont Shore versus Dallas. This one, seeing these matches yesterday, Belmont Shore, Pool F, 3-0. And then on the Dallas side, the Dallas Reds, won the championship a few years ago, won 15s and 7s. Did go 1-2 in Pool E yesterday, but able to eke through, just depending on all the other standings out there. This one looking like it is going to be just champagne rugby all over again as we turn to our men's bracket. What are you looking for in this match, Ty?
Well, it's going to be more of the same from both these sides that they've excelled and done well to be where they are. Both come with great pedigree, wonderful talents, but a few of the key standouts will be those professional players. Names like Griffin, you've got Inosa, you've got Teppo, you've got a long list of great talents here who have the platform to shine, and they're going to do what they do best, which is put points on the board.
So Dallas in that white strip, Belmont Shore in their trademark yellow, and Belmont just a little contention at the restart or the kickoff there, and they're going to pull this one wide and try to test this outer edge. Not finding much, but now some room in the middle. Gonna push it all the way out to the edge and see if it's a foot race. Calling for support is the defense of Dallas, and this one pushed into touch, so the defense is strong there. Thinking about going quick is Dallas. They do. Keeping that tempo going. Penalty advantage for the Reds. Double tackle there. As Belmont tries to get into poach. And the Reds just going backwards a bit here. This is a team that will do that just to recompose themselves. Now the kick through the middle. This one finding touch, not a bad option.
Not a bad option at all, considering that the pressure was on. They don't want any unforced error in dangerous territory. So perhaps giving themselves a little bit more breathing room and composure that comes with just a moment to gather yourselves.
And Belmont having a good spot for that line out. And the referee just getting that situation correct. This is Juan, referee. And then just taking the gap. A free kick to Dallas. Take that from that 15-meter mark. And pushing up, driving off that left foot, but a big contact there. Picking it up from the base. Looking for some space. It's an attack there. And a loose ball. So you can jump on it first. Referee's just going to put the whistle to the mouth, but letting it play on. Now comes the penalty. Belmont deemed to have not moved away from that tackle. And then now pushing it to the right. Absolute brutes out there just smashing into this. This one, he got the poach though. And now Belmont Shore's gonna take over. They're gonna go quickly, chip over the top. There's nobody at home. It's a foot race though. Little bit of jostling there. It's picked up by the Shores first, and they will score in this match. That was electrifying.
Absolutely wonderful sevens rugby at its best. The chip over the top puts it into no man's land, and it is a foot race, as you pointed out, swiftly going into the hands of Belmont and under the post for the 5 with the conversion to come. An exciting run of play.
Yeah, Belmont there just taking advantage of that opportunity, getting 5 points out of it. And now the conversion, pretty straightforward at the front of the post. So Belmont Shore, the Sharks up 7-0. Dallas has had a lot of possession though.
And I think it's Belmont who deserve a credit on their defense so far that has pushed and kept Dallas back in their half. They are certainly asserting themselves on that gain line and making sure that they, of course, are meeting their assigned targets. No gaps. This is excellent rugby.
You're right, and Munez gets us going again. Belmont up for the tackle there, but in the air. Not able to hit a player going for the ball, so Belmont getting the penalty. Getting restructured. Nice space on the outside. Not seeing too much, so looking to pull this back. Now being more direct with it. Just dancing along that touch line. Distribution coming from Scanlon. Now all the way through the hands. Defense of Dallas looking strong so far. Belmont are inching forward, getting the advantage there for a dangerous tackle. Into Lowe's hands. Now to this danger man, ball in one hand, beating his one-on-one, and will touch this down for more Belmont Shore points. Individual brilliance right there.
Absolutely, and again, indicative of Sevens rugby. Little pieces of magic at any moment, and that is exactly what happened here. A little turn on the inside, turns the defensive player on the inside, steps to the right, moves on the outside channel, and scores the try.
And I believe the jersey's just a little bit difficult with the yellow and the white, but I believe that's Pelosi Topo scoring that for Belmont Shore. We can see him there as we await the conversion attempt. And that one will sail wide. Again, Cup quarterfinals, winners move on to the semis. Losers move through the rest of the bracket. So Belmont Shore in command, 12-0. Little over a minute and a half left in this match. And a beautiful high restart, and who's there but Belmont Shore trying to pick this up, but just a mishandle. Now Dallas with their first real chance in the last few minutes here.
Yes, and what we want to be able to see from them is a little bit of continuity, keeping the ball in hand, making sure they go through a few phases and build some consistency and cohesion.
And with the feed for Dallas, Dylan Carrion, longtime Arkansas State University player, also played at Plano Rugby, very experienced player for Dallas. Trademark braids for the last couple of years. You can always tell who it is. Pushing this one out to the outside. A little goose step there, finding some space. No knock on there. It was brought by, but a big tackle there. We're going to have a double whistle and a decision here from the referee. Reaching to that pocket. It is a yellow card.
Yes, absolutely the right decision there. Of course, player welfare, paramount importance, and there'll be one down for the next 2 minutes, yeah.
And this could be the break that Dallas needs. Not that, but the yellow card, the knock-on, unfortunate. But that could be what Dallas needs to get back in here and get some momentum.
Absolutely, the one-man advantage is certainly there as to be able to take the opportunities, because this game is certainly about mismatches. With an additional player, it could certainly provide some interesting opportunities, either out wide, down the center. Let's see which one they choose to exploit.
Belmont Shore with the put-in. Got those 12 points. We are into the red, so the clock is on the referee now. This one, penalty against Belmont. Not quite sure what that one was for, but Dallas will take it nonetheless. They're going to move this to the left. Excuse me, to the right. Now coming to the left side. Dylan on the carry on. Switching it inside to Melto. And then now seeing some confidence from Dallas. They've got some ball in hand time. But again, that Belmont Shore defense is so strong. Just a wall of gold jerseys. Trying to break through is Tatum. And now again, looking for the space on the outside. Another little step through the middle. Big shove down with the hand, and that is hand. Now looking on the outside for McMurray. He can fly, but he's well defended. keeps it in bounds. Up for the poach. But a knock on in the attempt. We'll go to halftime. Belmont Shore 12-0, but Dallas looking threatening in these last few minutes of the first half. We'll be back in a few moments.
And is it going to impact the was that a penalty? I think and it's the team getting it this. Oh, next year, right? Oh, same. Oh, blue. Oh, yeah. Matt versus blue.
The game is close, let's go.
I'm gonna wait.
And who are these two?
This is Dallas Reds and Belmont Shore.
That's what I like to see.
And here we go. Belmont Shore did receive a yellow card just a few moments ago. We'll see if that time is up or if they still will start with 6 men. They are leading 12-0 in this Cup quarterfinal over Dallas. But Dallas really threatening in those last few moments of the half tie.
Yeah, absolutely, and we would like to be able to see more from them in that way, because at 12-0, we want to be able to see them come back with the next score, assert themselves in this game, build a little continuity, and take those opportunities while they exist to make it a more competitive matchup.
And Munez, and we're just seeing the referee count here, so we will count as well once we can to see. It looks like they may be back to full strength. I don't see anybody sitting at the tent, so Munez will get us going again. They have been contesting this kickoff every single time, so expecting that again. They do attempt it. It comes into their hands again. Just absolutely devastating being able to maintain that possession. So good for them. Dallas trying to poach this. Doesn't come their direction though. Beautiful step off the left foot. And now gonna push to that right side, finding a small half gap are the Sharks. And now big tackle coming in from the Reds and causing that knock on. So now Dallas, good defense, gives them a scrum.
Absolutely, and that's what you want to be able to see, is being physical on that defensive line, forcing the errors and getting the turnover. Let's hope that they can put this ball to hand and continue to be able to see some forward momentum from Dallas.
And Belmont definitely back to full strength now, seeing some fresh legs in for both sides. But Dallas needs something here. They need to swing this momentum, but that Belmont Shore defense has been so strong, just stifling any attack. Carry on, gonna put this in, get the attack going for Dallas. And the show for the kick and the goose and the dummy. Gets him a half gap. And the penalty goes to Belmont Shore though. That is beautiful work by Jared Lowe. We're gonna see the ball's been thrown away, so that's a yellow. That's not what Dallas wanted.
Yeah, discipline certainly being an issue right now for Dallas, is what little momentum they've managed to accrue is taken away with that yellow card. They'll certainly need to be able to sharpen up and get things right here.
And this one into the danger man's hands. Already scoring once for Belmont. Now touching down again. I believe that's Tayavui Unusu putting some more points on for the Sharks.
Right, and this is one of those standouts here today, and taking the opportunity with a run at the line, one man down in defense, and they exploit those opportunities. And that is really Sevens rugby at its best, is to be able to move the ball quickly, spot the gap, and run right through it. Uncontested, that try was scored.
What was the score of that now? It's like they're already up like 3-5.
We just await the conversion here. And just giving you an update on field one, the conversion going through. They are a bit behind on field one. And HEB losing their cup quarterfinal, their first ever tournament. Chicago Lions taking that one with a strong 40-plus win. So seeing some lopsided results in these women's brackets where other games are very close. And this one looking to be where Belmont Shore, unless something magical happens, they will be moving on. They attempt the short drop kick, but it's not taken correctly, or excuse me, they're offsides. But Dallas will get it, and now we're having some issues off camera, but someone is getting a yellow card, assuming it's a Belmont Shore player slowing it down.
And the continuing issues of discipline, they would certainly gotta make sure that they get control of their emotions. Unfortunately, this time it's getting the better of them there, and we gotta make sure that they hold on to that.
Yes, and now Dallas taking over. Looking to go to that, see if there's any space on the right. There isn't, so they'll go left now. Big break there, carry on, looking to release to the outside. It's his hand, he's got such a handoff himself. It's very fitting, the name. And then now, just a little bit of a forward pass there. Dallas can't believe it.
Let's go, Walter. Dig deeper.
And just getting some corrections on the jerseys. I apologize that we've been calling a couple of the Dallas Red players the wrong names here. We are relying on the RX roster, so if they're not correct, then we don't have the best info, so we appreciate the input from the YouTube chat there. So again, that's the hand, Michael Hand, I've been calling him the wrong name. That's Jalen Tatum, so I apologize for that. We'll try to get that right the rest of the match here. But Belmont Shore taking over in command with that 19 points. And now gonna have a free kick. Dallas just pushing early. And a kick over the top, seeing nobody's at home. Dallas having to track back here. And this one into touch, looking like Dallas touched it first. Belmont wants to go quickly, but may have been outside the playing enclosure. And now some more fresh legs coming on, but Dallas just can't quite get it going here.
No, there's certainly parts of their game that have a little bit of shine to it, but there's those moments in between that are just breaking their rhythm, their continuity, handling errors. They really need to be able to just put back to basics here and keep the ball in hand if they want to be able to have a shot of getting those points.
And they get a shot here, closing the gap, so a free kick. They went quickly. And dancing all over the place now, Dallas. Picking this one up, Emo Gungu carrying them across that 50-meter line. Dallas playing with a bit of spunk now. Getting it out to Tatum. He's back into Hand, but intercepted by Belmont. That was looking very promising for Dallas. Lots of space on the outside now. Gonna go right through the middle, but a big tackle by Carry On. Picked up by the Reds. Going to the right side. Referee having to do a lot of work on that offsides line. Themo on the carry. What a step that was off the right foot. Dallas will get their first points, and they are hurrying.
Absolutely wonderful to be able to see them put the points on the board. They certainly deserve it, not for a lack of effort, but this opportunity came by way of that solid instep, almost dropping down to zero pace and picking it back up, cutting back inside for that try-scoring opportunity. As we take a closer look at this replay, of course, that hard step, cut inside, turning his man off his balance and running it under the post for the first 5 for Dallas.
And I believe they made the conversion as well, so there is still too many possessions, I think, with the time left. But good to see Dallas coming together. They'll have to work their way through the rest of the bracket unless something crazy happens here. They do get the restart. Pressure coming from the men in gold. Now picked up by Hand. And then coming to the outside, looking for some help. He's all wrapped up. Now it comes. Simo gonna pick this up and 1-2 with Hand. Giving it back again, just a bit loose. Looking like it was backwards, so we play on. Just better from Dallas, but we're well into the red now. Simo wanting to kick that and just being blocked by Belmont Shore. We're of course on referee time now, but a penalty to Dallas. They go quick. Into Simo's hands, intercepted by Belmont, but another penalty, intentional knock. Thinking about the yellow card, here it comes. And a red, it's 2 yellows in the same match. That will be devastating for Belmont Shore should they move through. And going again, I think that's gonna be not on the mark. The referee, yes, they need to move back 10. So Dallas with a chance here to get some more points. Gonna try to muscle this one over is Aaron Davis. He's just short, a few meters, penalty advantage again. Into Hands. Love that. Now it's Tatum, out to the outside. Dallas with more points. We'll see if there is time. They can forgo the kick. Not many players know this law.
Well, it's excellent to be able to see them rewarded with the try, though, because they certainly put in a lot of effort through the phases and continued the pace moving forward, and they'll need to be able to keep this moving here if they wanted to have a shot at getting even more points. But it's great to be able to see the tenacity and the will and the spirit for Dallas to be able to come back as strong as they have in these final moments.
And the dream is alive, but just crushed as Belmont gets the ball here. This has got to be last play as Belmont sends this one into the trees. What a match. Belmont up 19-0 and Dallas clawing back but not able to get there. Belmont Shore will move on. Ty, that one was a good one to call.
That's exactly what you like to be able to see from a rugby game. That is wonderful entertainment, and of course fans would love it for the same reason.
And coming up, we have your last Cup quarterfinal on Field 2, Tennessee Elite versus the St. Louis Bombers. We'll be back in a moment with that match.
Let's go, David! Let's go, Tennessee! Let's go, David! Let's go, Tennessee!
Up Sevens Championships at Madison, Wisconsin. Our last men's quarterfinal, Tennessee Elite versus St. Louis Bombers. Tennessee Elite with the kickoff in that white with red and blue trimming, and the Bombers in the black. Bombers yesterday 1-2 in their pool, 2-1 in their pool, and then Tennessee Elite 2-1 as well. So this one shaping up to be absolutely stunning. Bombers with the ball, pushing this one out to the right. Elite in their face on defense. And now finding just a little bit of room in the middle of the pitch are the Bombers. And the pass over the top, trying to keep this going. Still with the Bombers. Some brilliant hands there by this Missouri team. Beautiful outlet to the outside into the hands of Jeremiah Munez. Big tackle coming in from the Elite though, and now killing that ball. But no, says Jared. Referee. penalty
Right, that call
to
was
the
for not
Bombers.
rolling away.
And the crowd disagreeing with that. And the ball is away for just a moment, but as we were saying, this match, big outcome expected for both of these sides. As
Right, and
Albatori,
the Bombers themselves have done well so far to be able to keep this momentum going over here.
that they have, and then another penalty going the other way. This time the support not there. Elite, their first real possession of this match, and it's a mishandle, giving the Bombers a really good spot for the scrum. Just peeking in on field one, Nav in command over there. Just a few minutes left in that match. They are behind a bit on that field, but Nav leading over Old Blue. As Jeremiah Munez, 24 years old, 5'10", 185 pounds, out of Long Beach, California, putting this one into the tricky hands of Feeks, beating 1, 2, he gets the offload, it's into the hands of Kobe Miller, touching this one down for the first points of the match for the Bombers.
Right, and it's the Bombers who assert themselves first on this matchup, but by way of Nick Feeks, former NOLA Gold player, handing it off on the outside channel, and an easy run-in, so to speak, and scoring the additional points there. The 5 comes their way first.
And you mentioned Feeks, you know, out of Australia, Lindenwood University. He's played a lot in the United States, NOLA Gold, 4 seasons with New York with the MLR for 1 season as well. A great pickup for this St. Louis Bombers side. As just a few minutes, we're about halfway through this first half. 5 points on the board. And Feeks will get us going again. High hanging kick, ends up into the hand, now it's Feeks on it. He's gonna touch down for his second try of the match, getting that one out to Kobe Miller, eventually touching it down.
Well, the Bombers are certainly making their their presence known here on the field. That opportunity coming out against the odds, and it's traveling right through off the kickoff into the hands of the Bombers, who certainly take advantage of that ball and scoring the additional 5. The interesting thing about the Bombers, as you mentioned, many of these players playing across the nation in different areas of the game, or most of them, 6 out of the 7 are LU products out of St. Louis area.
Doesn't hurt to have that continuity.
Absolutely, that's exactly the point. Of course, LU is a familiar name to many rugby fans for numerous reasons, but some of which is as the national champions most recently.
Is correct. This one, another high hanging and getting that Bomber hand in there first. They will just maintain possession, just starving Tennessee of any ball time. Playing defense like this over and over is exhausting work. Now it's into the hands of Emmanuel Albert. Brought down very close to that touch line, going for the poach, but off the feet is the call. Now dancing along that sideline again is Feeks, but maybe not from the mark. They'll try again now. Showman getting them going, and 2 in a row not from the mark will become a free kick for Tennessee Elite. One of those crazy law quizzes for you.
You can certainly tell that the Bombers are willing to be able to toss the ball around and keep that energy going. The tempo in their mind is to keep the ball moving forward as quickly as possible. Fitness certainly a key always in sevens, but I see right now that the Bombers certainly just look better with the ball in hand, quicker on their feet, lighter on their feet, and they are taking those opportunities no matter how small they may be and are converting them to points.
And Elite, as you've been saying, now another free kick. Early push by the Elite, not what they wanted there. I was just about to talk about their first possession in this game. Now out to the outside, some fancy footwork by the Bombers, and Tyreen Aljabori touching down, just waiting to see the confirmation from the referee there, just having a conversation with the elite. But it does look like the Bombers have added more.
Yes, and this is another great example of pushing the ball out wide, making sure that it goes through the hands cleanly and neatly, not panicking when the moment stands in front of you, as of course this player didn't. A cut inside, outside, and over the try line.
Basca will send this one through, just adding to the tally for the Bombers, 17-0. 30 seconds left in this first half. What can Tennessee Elite do? They've got to get this kickoff and they've got to have some ball time.
Right, they'll definitely want to be able to make their way back into this game. They need to be able to have the ball in hand, reduce the amount of errors, not panic with the ball in possession. Let's see how they do.
They've done better. It's into the hands of the elite. Now looking for some space out here on this gorgeous Madison, Wisconsin pitch. Big bump there by the David Abert, wearing the number 8. And now Elite building their attack. They haven't crossed that 50-meter line in a bit, but enjoying some ball time now. Content to just see what is happening in front of them. Finding a seam there, a nice little offload. Was it tipped by the Bombers? No, not deemed so by the referee, and advantage. Now the penalty coming for not releasing. Bombers can put this one into the stands if they like. No, they're gonna keep going. Gonna pressure more, adding to that scoreboard potentially. Lots of space on the outside here. It's a big carry by Al-Jabori. Feeks on the distribution. Now into the double try scorer himself. Miller finally brought down, looking for that poach. That gate entry was definitely questionable. There's the call. Bombers again, Feeks looking for some space. He finds it on the outside. It's Al-Jabori. Big 6-foot frame touching that one down.
And this is just another great example of controlling the pace of the game, moving it through their hands swiftly, quickly, and with precision. They managed to be able to deliver even more points, but it's that long pass out to the outside channel that cuts out two of the defenders and opens out that outside channel for the try to be scored.
And the conversion attempt will come from Michael Vasquez. 6'1", 185, Overland Park, Kansas, another Lindenwood product. So played at St. Thomas Aquila's and is an Eagle, of course. And that will take us to halftime. St. Louis Bombers well in the driver's seat on this one. Ty and I will step away for a moment, but we will bring you the second half of this match in just a bit.
Let's go, round! All right, quick, let's go, Bombers! Come on now! Here we go, Lee! Here we go! Come on,
Go Elite! Pick it up! Get this ball!
Bombers, a big lead, 22-0. We have seen glimmers of the Elite, though. Hoping to see more of that in this second half. We've seen several almost comebacks today. We'll see if Elite can maybe break the curse of the comeback. And this here, rolling forward, but no knock-on, says the referee. Still with the Elite. It's a big carry. But the ball carrier not releasing. And the Bombers back on the attack. And this one touching it down for an early score in this second half will be Munez.
And another great example of taking the opportunity while it exists. That opportunity from the penalty was a quick tap and go. You make sure that your team is out of position, and defensively there's going to be holes, and you're going to take those opportunities, and that's exactly what the Bombers did here to score additional 5 points.
It's so difficult too when you're down by this many points to just stay switched on, and that's really where we start to see the caliber of teams. Sometimes when they are switched on, that's when we'll see the comeback. But I'm not saying Tennessee Elite is switched off by any means, but it is so difficult at this stage of the game when you're just counting the minutes until this game is over.
Absolutely, it is physically and mentally exhausting, and that's of course where you got to dig deep and make sure that you got something left in the tank, and let's see if they do.
And the Bombers take this restart again. Just dominated that. We just watched Belmont Shore do the same thing. You can get your own restart, you can win matches. We've seen that on the circuit, we've seen it at PR7s. Such a skill to have for a team. As a big rumbling run by Albert gets them closer to that 22-meter line. And here's Feeks changing directions, then reversing himself again, almost a pirouette. And Elite are in there trying to poach this ball. Doesn't come, penalized for not releasing. Want to keep it going, do the Bombers. The tempo important to them. As Albert again dishing off to Terrell Johnson, checking into the game. All the way out, he just scored a few moments again. Jeremiah Munez scoring one more time for the Bombers.
Right, and this is rinse and repeat for the Bombers right now as they suck in those defenders. You got two bodies on the ground. You can see them spread across the field. Physically, mentally exhausting, and as a result, those gaps continue to be able to emerge, and on this occasion, out wide, where these points are scored again.
This one looks like it'll be short and wide. The Bombers not able to add that conversion to their tally. Have been trying to keep you updated on Field 1 action as well. We've got Denver and Schuylkill River over there battling it out. Looking like you may have just had a score on that pitch. We'll try to bring you an update in just a moment. As Tennessee Elite getting this restart. Now they've got some room out here. Let's see if they can exploit it. It's just a pass over the head. Now we've got that great picture-in-picture as the Bombers race towards that line again. Did he touch that down? Look at that skill. He did.
That is excellent to be able to see. Not a small feat for any rugby player at full pace to be able to time it well, to make contact at the right time and put that down. It is certainly a skill, and the skill is on display here with the Bombers in full force, and an additional try as a result to continue their tally upward.
They take that to 34-0, and we are checking in on, now finally checking in on Field 1. Denver Barbos up 7-0 over Schuylkill River. Seen several yellow cards happening in the last few minutes on that match. Big hit in the air. Justin Hale, the referee over there, looks to be adjudicating it very well. Plenty to go in that match as they are just about to go into halftime. Few minutes left in our game here. And referee just wanting to see that through the mark. They'll just switch out who takes this and maybe the play itself. So it's a restart instead of a tap. There's a big conflict in the air. We're going to have an adjudication by Jared Ford here, pulling out that yellow card, that hit in the air. Can't have that.
What I do appreciate seeing is the player walking over, shaking the hand. Of course, no harm, no foul. That player safety is important.
And the Elite, just about to say they had an advantage with the player down, but Michael Baska reading that one like a book, touching that down for the Bombers, just adding insult to injury, scoring with a man down.
Right, against the run of play, the exciting nature of sevens is that anything can happen at any time, and even for us in the commentators' booths, we managed to be surprised, and that was certainly one of those moments. Watched it all the way through, telegraphed, jumped in, that's experience showing that ability there, and of course the try is scored.
And the Bombers just adding to their total.
Here we go, Bombers!
Looking to convert his own try. And that one not going to quite have the distance or the accuracy, but still in the lead are the Bombers. Looking down at a Cup semifinal. Tennessee Elite will, of course, move through the rest of the bracket. They're still in this. There's opportunities for them to get that 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th games. And again, the Bombers dominating this restart. It does eventually fall into the hands of the Elite. Pressure coming from the Bombers as they try to counter Ruck, though. Maintain. And a nice step in the middle of the pitch there, just barely brought down with his jersey. Picked up at the back by David Elliott. And now, but look at that defense flying up from the Bombers, giving Tennessee Elite very little room to play with here. And they've got one player slow to get up. And the counter ruck trying to come, but doesn't. Heads up play by Tennessee Elite, looking to find some space. That's Josh Shetler. He does offload it. But Duan, and another big contact coming in. And now finally the Elite getting them the 5 points that they deserve. That's Freddie Henry Ajadu touching down in the last moments of this match.
I love to be able to see that, Wendy. These players here will give everything they got until the final moments, and they have delivered in style here with a run in for the try to be able to give them their first points of this matchup. A little late, but of course great to be able to see them on the scoreboard.
Absolutely. And just waiting for this conversion attempt. Josh Shetler, Nashville. Also went to the University of Tennessee. He slots that one through, but that is the final whistle as the Bombers move on to the Cup semifinals, 44-7 over the Tennessee Elite. What a fantastic quarterfinals this has been. I'm going to step aside. I'm going to have Liz Entwistle and Ty taking over for some Shield semifinal action. We'll be back with you in a moment.
You know us kids just kicking the balls around.
I know we need to work on high balls. Defense one. Sean, maybe? Hey.
Awesome.
score. Yeah. That one I'm not going to keep the score on.
Close. I thought it could be a lot closer. No?
I thought it was going to go there.
Took a chance on a good thing, yeah. Now I got you on my right wing. Making love like it's casual. You text me in the morning, you're available. Am I dreaming? Can't believe I forgot this feeling. Finally found the one in my life that I wanna be with. No more seeking. I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth it. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. An angel in disguise. I wanna make you mine. One time, that's you. In flight, that view, us two, en route. First class straight to Honolulu, we just vibing, relaxing in the sun till we gazing at the stars and we're counting and counting. 내가 항상 옆에 있을 테니 걱정 따윈 필요 없어. Ain't going nowhere 약속. It's no joke. 너 만나고 매일 기도해 our future. Only with you I see the bigger picture. 솔직히 우리보다 더 많은 사이 없어. You know it, girl. I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth it. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. Angel in disguise. Wanna make you mine. Wanna make you mine. Wanna make you mine.
First half, second half. So I started off really well. And then instead of roll away, I just went down. Supposed to be really have to. But then, there was a ball carrier or a pass carrier that was just perspective thing. In the second half, though, the line out offside, I don't know if you even call it because it was called so quickly before the play happened. You called ball over here, but then collapsing the ball. Like, I think it was more like a turtle tackle. There might have been a knock-on offside. So it was like right in front of you. So we can look at it. But it wasn't terrible.
Don't talk.
Yeah. Well, you already know that.
Mike, I don't hear Ty.
Test, test. And we're back, rugby fans, with Atlanta and Dallas competing here in this matchup. Myself, Ty Brogger, and Jim will take you through the action on field here today. Dallas will be wearing the red and white on the right-hand side of the pitch. Of course, Atlanta, their opponents, on the opposite. In the first minute here in the Shield semi-final, interesting to be able to see how these matchups shake up as we continue into the latter part of this contest. Some teams, of course, coming in hot with a lot of great victories, a lot of great experience. We're going to hopefully see some more wonderful action here as we turn our attention to the field. We have ball with Dallas. They'll share it, going on the outside channel, shut down pretty quickly. They'll be looking for options out back, and a little bit of a wild pass will lose a little bit of territory for them. Referee blows his whistle for penalty, and what may also be the yellow going against Atlanta. There'll be one more player down. That'll put them at 6. Disadvantage in the defense there. This could be an opportunity for Dallas to find some mismatches in the field and present opportunities to score.
Ty, that could be a dangerous tackle situation, and why that player was put in the sin bin. Yes, and you know, at this point in the tournament, especially a championship tournament like this, 5th game for each team, regardless of the win-loss records, all these teams here are champions in their own right. And when they come to a tournament like this, it's just so competitive. And second day, 5th game, really starts to tell the fitness of each team and the injuries, potential injuries from the day before. So we see it at this point in the tournament, it is really challenging to mount these efforts to score, and especially on defense, maintain your shape, spread, provide that defense, and we'll see how these teams play out.
Absolutely right, Jim. Sevens is certainly a test of your fitness level, physicality, and mental ability, because as you say, when you're tired, those mistakes and your focus can be lost very quickly. And that will certainly become more of a factor as we go farther and farther into more games as the weekend progresses here in Madison, Wisconsin, home of this year's championship. We return to the action with a restart as the scrum. Dallas has the ball. Quickly out the back into the back line. They'll want to be able to keep this ball in hand as they run it out wide. A cut inside, pass back inside, cutting out the defensive player. Strong shove and out of bounds, carried out by Dallas. Atlanta have the ball. Always looking for an opportunity to restart quickly and keep the pace moving more quickly. Can give you a great advantage in your defense if your defensive players are out of position, can present some of those mismatches, which is classic for Sevens, continuing to look for those opportunities. Oh, and that's straight through the hands of Atlanta and into Dallas. Dallas with a breakaway opportunity and will run it in across the try line for the first try to be scored by way of Dallas. Excellent, and that came from an error off the line out there, Jim. Uncharacteristic from Atlanta, and of course we hope to be able to see them bounce back, but it's really Dallas who took the opportunity here.
Yeah, you're right, Ty. And a classic case of a mistake turning into a score, and at this level, we see that often where there's a mistake, a quick capture of possession, and then on to score because that defense is out of position.
Absolutely, and that conversion was unsuccessful, leaving the scoreline with Dallas in favor of them with a 5-0 scoreline against Atlanta. Here as we head into the 5th minute of play in the first half. Dallas to restart the match. Penalty against Atlanta for going off their feet at the breakdown area. They want to be careful to be able to give away too many of these type of penalties because it really can break your flow and your continuity, and that's what they'll be looking for to get back in this game. Dallas restarting to pass out wide on the right side. And rugby fans, as we return to the action here, we're going to be having a change. All right.
We're good.
9, back up.
All right, and we restart the match here with a scrum. Atlanta have the ball, quick put in, and a soft. Dallas against the head, but a small drop there at the feet of the first receiver will be a knock-on. That could have been an opportunity there against the run of play to turn it around at that scrum. Not often do we get to be able to see that in this format of the game where a scrum against the head is lost like that.
Ty, great example of how finite fundamental skills come into play at all levels. Just a small drop there by that fly half, and it turns into a turnover.
Absolutely, and now Atlanta on the front foot as they manage to be able to make their way deep into their territory, and it is another error over here in discipline that gives the ball away, and that's a penalty for Dallas. They tap and go. Continuing on the outside channel, a break on the outside, gives a little bit of space, cut down, not held in the tackle, will get back up to her feet. The tenacity of these players, wonderful to be able to see, but it's carried over out of bounds, and the lineup will come for Atlanta.
No harm, no foul over there. They're bumping fists. It's good hard play, good hard tackle. The player that got tackled went over and bumped fists. She's smiling. Great sportsmanship here. We love to see that.
Absolutely, and that's what personifies rugby, is that camaraderie, the strength in character. Great to be able to see it on full display here on this wonderful platform, the stage of the Club Sevens National Championships. And we return to the action with Atlanta with a bit of a breakaway opportunity, cut down by the covering defense. They want to be able to have this ball in hand as quickly as they can. Strong handoff keeps her upright in time for the offload. They'll want to be able to keep this ball moving forward. Legs will be tired deep into this half over here as we move into the final moments. Could this be a deciding factor as it cuts through the defense and runs it in under the post? Try scored for Atlanta. They're on the board.
Yeah, great try there, Ty. Yeah, Atlanta moved it through the hands, hit that center. Here's the replay and the final portion of that try. But as I was saying, moved it through the hands. The outside center saw that channel, made the cut, and just had too much pace for the defender to catch her. And it results in a try. Looked like the conversion was good, and it looks like Atlanta's up 7-5 over Dallas. So far, we got a great start here, pretty even match. We'll see how it evolves.
Absolutely, and that'll take us into the halftime mark with Atlanta leading over Dallas 7-5. Welcome back, rugby fans, for the second half of this matchup here between Atlanta and Dallas. The scoreline now is at 7-5. Atlanta will be with possession on the kickoff, and they certainly managed to be able to take their opportunity in the final moments of that first half, scoring that try, and they'll hope to be able to continue that momentum into the second half. Let's draw our attention to the center field for the kickoff. Dallas receive and a strong bump up and a wonderful run by the number 9. Close supporting line gets to her feet and lines up the next phase. Dallas will look to be able to continue this out wide, stretching that defense of Atlanta, testing it at every opportunity. That ball not traveling to the hands of the final player on the outside channel and will go right into out of touch, out of bounds, and will result in a lineout for Atlanta.
Ty, they continue this back and forth battle of skills and fitness where they're just moving the ball through hands, see who makes a mistake and see if there's a turnover.
Absolutely, and the pressure from either side will determine it. As you see another opportunity here, that pressure is relentless right now from Dallas as they continue to apply that, pushing Atlanta back, but they regather a little bit of momentum. That ball, very flat pass, may even have been forward, and the referee does call it as such. Again, these moments here, just when you think that you're getting the right rhythm, really changes things up, Jim. And I think that for both these sides, they'll want to make sure that they do the small things right. Wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, and we mentioned it earlier where it's these finite fundamentals. Your hands can't be too good, your passes can't be too good. You've got to be very accurate, and fitness and fatigue comes into that, where we see the technique level dropping and mistakes being made because of fitness. It's so important in this game to be fit in physically and both mentally. And here comes the ball.
Yeah, and that on that note is why I didn't play much sevens myself, because it was all about fitness. We've been a fitness 15s guy. I tell you what, I appreciate everything that these athletes do, because they are on the opportunity. Breakaway over here from number 9 in Dallas. Does she have the legs to be able to carry it all the way? Wonderful chase by Atlanta. She'll need to be able to get to her feet. Does so. Manages to stay around for that supporting line to be able to come in. Excellent play, wonderful strength by them. Short pass, keep it in hand. Composure is important here as they go through the phases. Cuts inside, opens the channel on the outside, and try time. Dallas Rugby.
Great play. That was all number 9 to get him down there. And here's the replay on the final. But yeah, number 9 is so tough. And her skill level is so high. You could see when she got tackled in the middle of the field, she got back on. She released the ball, got back on her feet, got possession again, and continued on. And if it weren't for her, they would not have gotten that score. She so far has been one of the best players on the pitch.
Absolutely, couldn't agree more. Certainly one of the standouts and a wonderful talent so far. Certainly one of those players that is pushing their team forward. And of course, great supporting lines, and you deliver the result. Sevens is so important to make sure that you have the continuity and support of your team there at the right time. And it's now time to be able to turn our attention again back for the kickoff. Dallas 12-7 is the score here. And a run on the outside channel could present an opportunity here. Again, it is going to be a foot race right to the end. This is energy sapping stuff, but certainly exciting. Right under the post for the additional 5 points. Try time, Atlanta.
You know, Ty, it's the dichotomy where you break away like that, and you're like, oh my gosh, now I have to run that far. But you're excited because you've broken away. You want to put the points in for your team, and that's what we saw. And we've got a good conversion kick.
And we have a correction on the score. Was waiting for that to be able to take effect. 17-7 is the scoreline as shown on your television screens. And as we continue to be able to see Atlanta exert themselves on this game, both sides physical, both sides taking their opportunities. We continue the action here with a kickoff from Atlanta. Dallas Rugby with an interesting switch, going on the outside channel, pulling in those defensive players. Sets up the next phase over here. Patiently putting it out wide, a little flat. Strong run there in the center, passes it back, moving it to the opposite side of the field. Taking it into strong contact, very confident, and the turnover presents itself, but called back by the referee for what appears to be a knock-on.
Clearly tough play in the center of the pitch. Again, number 9 takes it up. Hard hit. She's hitting hard all day. It's great to see that effort out of a player that's not quite as big as others. It just proves it doesn't matter how big you are in this sport, it's what you put on the pitch.
Absolutely, and it is all on display here as we are moving into the final moments of the second half, into the 14th minute, and only a few moments left to play. It could be a stretch too far for Dallas as they find themselves 10 points adrift. Atlanta with the ball. Atlanta, once again, wrapped up. We'll move it out wide onto the left, going through their hands. They'll want to be able to draw a few of the defenders in, do so, and open up a spot on the outside. And it cuts back inside to change the angle of attack, continuing with it in hand. Wonderful to be able to see this going through the phases. Strong shove is not successful. Still back in the hands of Atlanta, moving it out wide. A gap in the middle, drawn in the defenders. Opportunity out wide, we can put some legs and pace around it, and running it in for the final points of this matchup, perhaps. Try time, Atlanta.
Baker, if you can hear me, my sound's out. Yeah, same here, no sound.
Liz can.
Oh. Let's get a zoom on that.
Get him, Isaac. Keep him out. Yes.
Wow.
Nice. Nice finish, Isaac.
Yeah, I'm gonna use that shot.
Yeah, Sybil, looking good.
What's up? What happened with Liz?
Is this mic hot?
Test, test.
Let's get a close-up headshot.
Testing, testing.
Camera off from you up here. Camera can hear you.
And welcome back, rugby fans, to myself and my cohort here in the commentary duties. We apologize for a few technical difficulties as we were left without audio for a moment, but we're back to be able to talk more about rugby. And up here, we've got Life West taking on Washington. And the scoreline now, as we see just from that last conversion, puts WAC up 5-7 here in the Shield semi-final between these two as we enter the 4th minute of this first half. All right, so we see Life West playing from left to right, I believe, and that'll put them in the white and black. Quick tap and go, starts us at the center field. A pass out the back, seems a little wild, losing a little bit of territory as they regain their composure here, take it into contact, setting up the next phase. A show and go opportunity. All right, so we're continuing forward over here, sharing it out the back over there, taking it into contact, looking for opportunities. A little wild there as it falls to the floor, but back in the hands and out wide it will go. A stretch too far as it travels out of bounds and into touch for the line out. Life West will have the ball, and with that will be, I believe it's called as a scrum, as it may have traveled forward on that last pass.
Yeah, Ty, again, we're seeing minor mistakes creating turnovers and big results.
She's messing up my shot, man. I'm in the zone. Cam ops are locked in right now.
And a quick put in and a solid shove against the ball. Penalty for going upward. This will be Life with the ball over here. They'll tap and go to get the action restarted. Letting it go through the hands, long passes to the center field, backs himself and around the defender and finds tremendous amount of space. That cut at the legs, this could be a dangerous tackle there. Referee calls it back to the mark where the penalty was committed. This is important, of course. You want to make sure that you restart it from where the penalty was committed so you don't have any advantage gained in territory. They'll tap and go to get the game going. Passes out to the left, going through the hands. A cut back inside. And unfortunately, down to the bootlaces, and will be a knock on.
It's a great play there, both ways. Again, a very minor mistake turns into a big turnover. Right in the middle of the pitch, scores tied. Let's see if Life can retain possession and move in for a score.
Absolutely, and a little bit of a tussle presents another error. This is already advantage for the knock-on, and the whistle goes, and it's turned around there.
Great play by...
Knock-on call, we'll restart that again.
Yeah, great play by Wax Scrummy, following the Life Scrummy around and batting his hand, so he knocked it forward. Great play.
Right, it's those little moments at the back of the scrum that present unique opportunities to just create a little bit of a bother, a nuisance that just really breaks the rhythm of the other attacking side. And in rugby, that's so important to just break the flow of your opponents. And penalty is called for against Whack over here. This will be Life with the ball.
Looks like a collapsing
the
scrum
moments
call.
Of this half. Right, that's true. In fact, the restart is over here. Life looking for opportunities to be able to swing this out wide. Deep back into their own half, take it into contact, set up the next phase. Or recycle that ball, and it's quickly gathered up. Penalty is awarded. They'll tap and go. Keep the momentum moving forward. That's absolutely key, as they are on the front foot here to keep that going. Defensive line pretty good, managing to hold them back in their own half for quite some time as Life continues for the search, that elusive search for the gap to be able to reopen as we stand deadlocked here in the final moments of this first half at 5-all. Strong position over the ball, presents an opportunity as it's chipped ahead, and I believe travels out of bounds. And with that, might be the final moments of the game. Referee confers with the assistant referee.
Yeah, we can hear you.
And there we have it, the whistle for halftime. Scores stand deadlocked at 5 apiece between Life West and Washington Athletic Club. And this is your Shield semi-final. We'll be back in just a few moments to continue the action.
Baker.
I'm centered on the ball right now.
Ty, I can hear you. Yes. Yes. Yes, Jim, can hear you. Ty, Whack is in white. I think you've been calling Life in white. Yeah. It's okay. Hey, scores? Doesn't matter by the score, so, right? No, and not trying to correct or overcorrect, just thought I'd point that out. Oh, absolutely. It's actually fairly easy to get confused on this stuff. Hey, Baker, can you turn down the other commentators? Okay, thank you. Because Liz is coming in really loud. And yes. Yeah. And so I'm just trying to focus on not saying stupid stuff, which I'll do.
Oh wait, so this is the team. Which ones are they? No, it's got the long hair. You know, with the water bottles.
You got a new name for that. And it's like so that's that.
Use your speed! Get back, Scott! Get back! Unlucky. Unlucky. Back on. Way to stick with it, Eli!
All right, rugby fans, we return to the action after a brief audio break, and we are here with a scoreline of 12-5 in favor of WAC. Quick correction on my calling is that I got the colors wrong, but the score was, of course, right at 5 apiece as we entered this half. Now we see WAC asserting themselves in the game and having the lead. We return to the action now, and that ball unfortunately traveling forward and kicked further back. They'll be calling that back on the referee for a knock-on. A return to the mark of that to be able to restart with a scrum.
Yeah, Ty, earlier in the half, we saw the WAC player break through from in his own 22 area and stride all the way for a try, changing gears a couple of times. It was a great try. Now we see Life getting ready for a scrum.
Ball comes out the back nice and cleanly and runs it into that defensive line, struggling through, staying on his feet. Tremendous physicality, but he'll need to be able to get that down. Comes away with the reward of the penalty, a tap and go. Restarts us over here as it moves off to the right-hand side. Strong run takes him up to the 22. A quick recycle goes deep into the back line. Defensive line moves up really quickly, shuts that down. Life will want to be able to reset, and in fact, they give it away with a penalty as WAC will have possession over here. The call is from the referee, holding on at the breakdown area, not releasing, otherwise known as. Tap and go,
yeah,
sends it onto the left. And whistle called by the referee for a penalty going off their feet at the breakdown area. They'll really need to be able to clean up these areas if they want to build some continuity, Jim, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Too many mistakes at the breakdown, too many drop passes, knock-ons. I think a lot of that's just the fatigue level, being that this is the 5th game for each team in this tournament. Such a highly competitive tournament. second days are always difficult in those types of tournaments.
Absolutely, it really does stretch you, and they stretch the defensive line with a long looping pass over the top, but bring it back into center field, where a bit isolated over the ball, and Whack comes away with it. It could be an opportunity as it's wide open in center field. A strong run down the center. He'll want to make sure that he's got the supporting line. And without the support, the ball is lost, and it goes back into the hands of Life West. Lucky on that occasion because there was a wide open space. Now looking to be able to gather themselves and compose and let that attacking line reassemble. Assessing the options, chooses out wide. Strong inside run. That change of angle cuts right through the defensive line for Life West to be able to be presented with a next try-scoring opportunity. Try time, Life West.
Yeah, I think the fatigue level hit Whack at that point. They've been playing such a tough defense, creating turnovers, and you can see there that player just runs right through the defense. I think the defense is just fatigued at this point.
Absolutely, and that is what is so difficult about sevens. The physical aspect of this game is tremendous. The physicality in endurance, the level of fitness that you have is all being tested as we are deep into this championship weekend, and these players all having played several games. But on that occasion, that strong run at that defensive line was just too much for them to handle. Life West with the kickoff goes nice and high, gives them time to get under the ball, but it sits in the hands of Whack and gives them an opportunity to run it in against the run of play. That there is 5 more points, and what an exciting matchup as we see Whack back on top again.
That's what we love about sevens, Ty. It can turn on a dime, and instantaneously the score changes. Such a great play. No sweeper coming up. Sweeper would be kind of like a free safety in the back of a American football team. But yeah, no one in the back. Player breaks through, and Whack has the lead.
And with that final conversion, 19-12, the final score here between Life West and Whack in the Shield semi-final. Life West coming off the lesser on this occasion, but what an incredible matchup this was. Fitness was key, the amount of errors was key, but certainly it comes off as a great win for Whack. 7 points adrift, congratulations. Next up, we have the bowl semi-final.
No, not really. I was just like, I kind of figured that out.
When he's not mad
Whack taking that one. We bring you into our Shield semifinal. I'm Wendy Young, and I'll be joined shortly by Jim Latham. We're looking at Atlanta versus Dallas. Atlanta will be in that black strip, and Dallas in their trademark red and white. Looking forward to this match. These teams to get here just won their bowl quarterfinals. Dallas winning over Slaughterhouse. Excuse me. This is Little Rock versus Slaughterhouse. I apologize, I'm looking down the schedule a little bit further. So this is Little Rock in the black and Slaughterhouse in the red and white. Apologize for that mistake, but we appreciate you joining us. Little Rock on the take. Driving this one up. Got a shooter in the line looking for that tackle. It's a big tackle coming in. It's at least contact.
Like, if I'm like dead serious, realistically,
Quarterfinals to get here.
I don't want to try to do too much, but when I'm just fucking around and having a good time.
And around the outside, she has some major speed. Can she get past? It's just a jersey grab, but it's just enough to slow her down to let the defense gather. There is good support coming in from Little Rock, but off the feet, says the referee. Slaughterhouse will take over. And they're gonna get this one going. Slaughterhouse beating Dallas to get here, with Little Rock beating Atlanta. That's where I mix those teams up again. Apologize for that. But Slaughterhouse now inside the 22. That one was a very flat pass, but referee willing to let that one go. Slaughterhouse working that right side of the field, very tight. Now the offload coming. Still playing a very tight ball, but double knock-ons there, ending up in Little Rock's hands. And these teams, Little Rock coming in as the 15th seed and the 6th seed for Slaughterhouse.
Yeah, Wendy, both teams come into this game at 1 win and 3 losses each. But as we talked about, each team that's here is a champion, and very skilled, very experienced. Let's see if fitness plays into this game.
They have played a lot of matches, but that's what Club Sevens is about. They prepare all year for this, as Little Rock getting a nice bust through the middle. That was Adrienne Yoder, and she is offloaded to a teammate as they keep the attack going to the left. Just a little bit of a mishandle there. But Yoder can be so dangerous in the open. The United States Air Force Academy graduate. He's only played rugby for 6 months with Little Rock, but overall played 5 years.
Yeah, minor mistake turns into a big turnover. We don't know if that's fitness or lack of concentration or both, or we'll see how it affects the game moving forward.
A bit of pressure at the back of the scrum, but the scrum half able to get that out. Referee, though, calling tackled without the ball. They're gonna keep going, and that one is off the foot, looking awkward, but it's a kick, so we're able to play on, and some adept footwork there by Slaughterhouse to get the points first. What a score that is.
Great heads-up play by that player. Ball bobbled out, she picked it up, and she's gone.
Looking very strong is Slaughterhouse here. Little Rock having moments of brilliance, but Slaughterhouse first on the board as we await the conversion attempt. It struck well, but it is low. Sounds like the whistle did go. If so, Slaughterhouse will be up 7-0, about halfway through this first half of a bowl semifinal. Slaughterhouse, a big Pennsylvania team. They do have a couple of other players from around the country, but mostly Pennsylvania-based players. As this kick gonna go straight out, so too much juice on that one, Jim.
Yeah, we see that often, but like you said, straight out, and anything on a restart, any mistake ends up as a free kick for the receiving team.
As it does, as now we see a little bit coming from Little Rock. The Stormers are storming the pitch. The referee gonna put a stop to that, saw something at that breakdown. Looks like another penalty.
Could be a hair pull. Thought I saw one there.
And maybe thinking about that card in the pocket, but keeping it there. It's always the threat. Big defense coming in from Slaughterhouse. Slipping one tackle is Yoder again. And now Little Rock choosing to use that short side, but now releasing out to Heimers. And that one, another knock-on, uncharacteristic mishandling on these two teams. Haven't seen that much this tournament. Now the pace on the outside, a good from behind cover tackle. And a penalty going to come. Ball carrier not releasing. This is how Slaughterhouse scored their first try of the match, was taking advantage of the discipline. And this one, an errant bounce, but into the hands, but no, just a small knock on there.
Liz, we're starting to see where these these minor mistakes continue to affect. And I'm wondering if it's concentration from fatigue or physical fatigue. But at this point in the tournament, fitness really does play a key role for both teams.
And the weather pretty nice up there at Madison, Wisconsin, at the Wisconsin Sports Complex. Look at that beautiful field. We've been talking about it all weekend, but it is getting warmer. It does look like it's a bit partly cloudy up there. That always helps, but the sheer number of matches they've played and the weather will always play into these games. As Little Rock working out of their own 22. Lots of pressure coming from the ladies in red and white. Abby Vestal chooses to use the cannon. She's got a big leg. And we've got one Slaughterhouse player down as there's a foot race here. Almost going into touch, but saved. And now lots of space here. There is going to be a knock on there, just in the tackle. Referee playing a little bit of advantage, so no card likely to come for that. And a nice little show and go by Walston Frederick. Hands in on the ruck there. Slaughterhouse gonna slow this one down a little bit, but crazy action we've been having in this first half, Jim.
Yeah, a lot of pace. It appears, yeah, excuse me, Little Rock has had possession most of the time, and they've been running well, passing well, but then mistakes create turnovers. Slaughterhouse then gets possession. Even though Little Rock has had possession more, Slaughterhouse has the lead.
Yeah, they've really been able to take advantage of those turnover balls. They seem to want to work from that. And they've got a good shot just outside the 22 here. And that little dummy on the top from the jumper, trying to pull that off sides. Little Rock stays strong though. Nice little loop around the outside into the hands of Kelsey Dybo. She dumps it back into her support. And then again, lots of looping. They really like that short play on one side, trying to drive in as many defenders as they can, and then they like to release to the outside. But Little Rock in there on the counter ruck. They get this penalty. Ball carrier not releasing is the call. So they've got a chance here. The clock into half possibly after this play. Madison Ronquetto, strong player for Little Rock, will get them going again. And a little tiny seam there, taking advantage of it are the Stormers. And good footwork there to make sure that that's not a knock-on. Elise Thrasher, excuse me, with the carry there. Big pressure coming in from Slaughterhouse. And another penalty this time against the attack. Ball carrier not releasing. Slaughterhouse content to go quick, looking to extend that scoreboard. And again, it's a nice work up the middle. Absolutely brilliant by Kelsey Diabo of Paconis, Pennsylvania, touching this one down to extend their lead.
Yeah, great play there. Wendy, Kelsey took it right through the middle on a turnover and turned it into points. Really at one of the critical times in the game, right at the end of the first half. That half went long as well with some referee time, and I think that's going to help Slaughterhouse at the beginning of the second half. We'll see if Little Rock can mount any type of comeback. They've been playing well, it's just they've had too many turnovers at the wrong time.
And looking like Corrine Gallagher, actually the try scorer for that one, so I apologize. Getting the wrong number on that, but Slaughterhouse well in the lead here. 2 converted tries. Jim and I will be back in a moment to bring you the second half.
Randy's on there.
The shift ends at 1.
Welcome back to the second half of this bowl semifinal. Got a strong lead from Slaughterhouse, 2 converted tries. Little Rock in this though, showing that they belong here. This one a deep kick, making Slaughterhouse turn and chase this. But now a knock on picked up by Yoder. Little Rock in striking position, 7 meters out. It's into this hand, this woman's hand. She is extremely dangerous. And now getting a knock on, so no scrum advantage did not come, so we'll have the scrum here still in Little Rock's hands. Big opportunity coming for them.
This is a big opportunity for them. Let's see if they can push it in. They're only about 10 meters out. See if they can execute the scrum, get possession, put a score in. I think there's a player down to our left. The last tackle. Yeah, that player, I think she...
Yeah, seeing some substitutions here as well. Ronchetto's back in for Little Rock. Captain of the side. And then potentially one more player receiving some attention. But this could be the play of the game for Little Rock. If they get points here, it's a 1-possession match and they are in this. So the pressure is on for the Stormers. Looks like all the replacements have been made. And Ronchetto will put this in. We've seen her pick it up off the back and execute that 2-on-1 so many times this tournament. Let's see if she can do it again, but the pressure coming. They are all over her, still trying at Slaughterhouse, and the steal is on, so the spoil. But again, another knock on. So Little Rock with another opportunity.
And the ball stays inside the Slaughterhouse 22. We'll see again if Little Rock can convert, get some points on the board.
Speaking of Madison Ronchetto, 5'2", 33 years old, captain of the side, found rugby through a friend, and her favorite player is Portia Woodman. I mean, who isn't that their favorite player? Portia's just a beast. Can see some substitutions now coming in for Slaughterhouse. Critical here, bringing in a prop. As the ball beautifully put through by Mercado. Johnson picking it up into the hands of Yoder, who sees a small little seam, and she is going to slice through there. This is big time for Little Rock, and at the center, so the kick a formality at this point.
Great play by Little Rock, through the hands, and there you see it.
Abby Vestal with the conversion attempt. Drives that one and does miss it. Commentators curse. Shouldn't have said it was a formality. So that score 14-5, but Little Rock on the board with plenty of time to go.
Wendy, I think from here on out, it's the team that makes the least amount of mistakes and can capitalize.
It is a game of who makes the least mistakes most of the time and who has the ball. Slaughterhouse has had a lot of possession. Seeing some more changes coming in. Yoder will get us going again, pushing this one deep. This has worked well for them. They've had a couple of knock-ons. Johnson on the tackle, but it's a big blinding run by Slaughterhouse. The attempt at the poach coming in was Groninger on the carry, and now the penalty coming. Little Rock off their feet. Out to the left side. A loop there. Oh, she's been so good this game. Corrine Gallagher scoring once already. And now they brought in the muscle, Casey Evans. Dangerous tackle there. Gonna go quick, but not quite from the mark. Slaughterhouse looking to have shifted that momentum after the try from Little Rock. And then Slaughterhouse will just push this one into the sideline, gaining all of that territory.
Let's see if Slaughterhouse can capitalize on some field position. It's really the first time they've been down inside the 50 this half. And you were right before. Little Rock seems to have had the possession most of the time this game, but you can see from the score that Slaughterhouse leading.
And dropping that ball, very interesting there. Not sure if the player, the hooker maybe, or the thrower was going to come around the front, if that was a training ground move. But now Little Rock will take over and have a chance at a line out. And they are going to throw up one of their shorter players, AJ Johns, only 5 feet, but it's a trick play. That's why they put her there. Abby took it at the front. And now just the show and go there. It's Yoder, the try scorer, looking for that seam again, but the tackle coming in from behind. And just out of John's hands. Can't quite handle that one. And you can see that frustration. They know they are in this. They've just got to link a few of these things together.
Yeah, time's running out. You hate to see those mistakes. You hate to commit those mistakes when you're in a game like this. We'll see if Little Rock can get the ball back and score.
They got a chance here, and checking in on our other bowl semifinal, San Diego up 27-0 over Nova, so looking to have that in hand. And now, scrum halves will be scrum halves. As one myself, you're always kind of messing with your opponent there, and so just trying to pop that ball out of her hands.
Hey, push up back. Stop playing. Yeah,
We'll reset that, and Morgan Stifler puts this one in with little obstruction this time. And now releasing to the outside, the speed of Morgan Mattia, but brought into touch, so good defense by Little Rock that time. One Slaughterhouse player just a little slow to get up, so she will step off and receive a bit of attention. This is still a 2-possession game, so Slaughterhouse more than likely advancing. We've had crazier matches this weekend already, a few comebacks that have happened with referee time. And of course, we are on their watch. Our clock is speculative. But the fitness from these players, having played their 5th match already this weekend, just phenomenal athletes out there, grinding it out here. And of course, more to come. We've got plenty of matches going all the way through 5 o'clock Central today. And they're going to go short again. This one's really not straight on the outside of Abby's very long arms. So this will be a free kick to Slaughterhouse. A chance for them to extend this lead. They're checking on the time, it seems. Just asking if we tap this, do we have time to play or should we put it out? Scrum the choice, so just going to eat the clock up a little bit. Good choice by Slaughterhouse as they look to have taken this bowl semifinal, but kudos to Little Rock. They will play a few more matches today, but kudos to them coming in at that 15th seed. They were a late entry, and once the shakeup happened in the women's bracket, so kudos to them. They have done very well this tournament and will be proud. Waning seconds of this match. Referee must still have more time because Slaughterhouse not putting this one out. They'll choose to move it up the pitch. Big tackle coming in from Yoder. And now the little show and go. Just a little bit of a knock on there. Surely that is time, and it is. Slaughterhouse moving on to that bowl final, taking this one 14-5 over Little Rock. Jim and I are going to stay with you. We're going to bring you Oregon versus Beltway Elite for the men. We'll be back in a moment with that match.
Is that why you're grabbing?
My son's
Men's bowl semifinal on field 2. The teams of this one, Oregon Sharks, ball in hand for the kickoff in that blue and green kit, kicking off to Beltway Elite wearing black in this match. Thrilling game, get to that point.
Go black!
Yeah, that was nice.
No sound. No sound.
Like my wrist tape off yesterday, and it was like a whole new shape. You're also, your tan line right here is also like super bad. Your tan line is pretty
I've got no announcer sound from Wendy.
Do you want me to hop on?
Yeah, again, sorry for the technical difficulties. We've got a few audio issues going on. So Beltway Elite with the ball, moving it through the hands. Oregon spreading wide. Good defense.
And Beltway just looking like they've got this one in control so far. 7 points. Oregon not having much ball possession. Appreciate you joining us. Wendy Young with Jim Latham in this bowl semifinal. Pushing the ball wide is the Sharks. We've seen them do this all weekend. They're deadly with ball in hand, but this time stretching it just a little too far. And Beltway wanting to go quick on that line out. Carrying it forward, Quinn Western. And now the chip over the top, just testing that defense, but the Sharks are there, seeing some space on the outside, firing the Jets. Not as much room as he maybe envisioned, now being pushed towards the touchline, but saving it into the hands of Johnson. Now finding a bit of room in the middle. Mende Carlton looking for his support. Does find it. But now their first foray into the 22-meter against Beltway. Tackle from behind coming. Lots of Sharks at that breakdown looking for the room. On the pitch, into the hands of Juan Anthony Johnson. And just an offsides there. So some obstruction maybe. Beltway content to kind of slow this down as the clock ticks over into the second portion of this first match.
Yeah, Wendy, Oregon pushed it through really nicely through the center of the pitch. Ball in hand, and just a minor mistake turns it over.
Yeah, it was really their first opportunity, and now they're back to playing some defense. A little bit of a caterpillar roll there, but the referee able to allow that to play. Now the bounce pass out to the winger. Superior speed on this gentleman, but intercepted now by the Sharks. Mende Carlton looking to release this one into the hands of Johnson again. He's a dancer, now looking for that switch. Having to go to deck is Nick Taylor, and a penalty there for not releasing. Sharks having a bit of discipline issues. Support not quite there. Jack Gauze gonna pick this up. Into Quinn Western's hands. And now looking to the outside, moving this ball to the right. Passes for Beltway, not quite where they're wanting them. A little bit short. Not quite linking together as we've seen them do all weekend.
Yeah, Wendy, fitness playing a key role here. We're seeing hands on knees. Fifth game of the match, fifth game of the tournament for each team. Fitness plays such a big part here. These athletes are so well conditioned.
Those replacements just critical for each side as some fresh legs come in. The way that the coaches manage their rosters can make or break a game. And now just the jersey pull there and a little bit of a knock on. So the disruption played well by Beltway.
Yeah, finesse play by the Beltway scrummy, just disrupting the arms of the Oregon scrummy and creating that turnover. It's great to see that play.
And that's Jack Gauze, lots of experience, 29 years old, 5'8", 180 out of Clermont, France. Played at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and his father played at MIT. He's the vice captain as well, so a key part of this Beltway elite side. Beautiful dummy on the loop. Quinn Western dancing around defenders. Now it's into Gauze's hands and into Conrad, out to the edge. Oh, just trying to not slip on that turf. He even slipped even more and barely grazed that touchline. The Sharks will take over if we've got time. Our clock showing that we may be there, but the referee checking. That line out restarted by the Sharks. There's a little bit of room, but the pass meant to go over the top, not quite the hand. And this another high tackle. They're gonna go quickly behind in this game, knowing that they can score here and maybe bring this even. The attempt though, not releasing the tackler, so the poach not legal. Sharks want to get on this board. They've got to get on the board. And they could do it through this man right there. So dangerous is Carlton. He's finally brought down. And going backwards, the Sharks. But we've seen them play out of their own end many times. The poach, though, coming by Beltway. Critical to rob any chance of points. And Janelle Joseph will put this into touch, keeping that lead, that slim lead, 7-0. Beltway over Oregon. We'll be back for that second half in a moment. Bowl semifinal, Beltway slim lead 7-0 here against the Oregon Sharks. Their defense when Oregon has had the ball has been instrumental. Beltway just a black wall of jerseys and really taking away all of Oregon's opportunities. But that halftime chat and any of those changes that they make can be the turning point. Checking in on field one, Lions leading 17-0. The Huns just scoring now. Live updates for you on the other match as well. I'm Wendy Young with Jim Latham. Oregon, that restart off the face of a Shark. Now it's into Beltway's hands. But that support is there, and the penalty coming for Beltway. Maybe not through the mark. That has been an area of emphasis this weekend. While important, frustrating for fans wanting to get the game on. Now they get going, the elite. Kabir has it, finding a little bit of space. He scored a couple yesterday. Big clearance coming in from the Sharks, but stays with elite. And a little goose and go from Gauze. He gets it into Frazier's hands. And then now, back into Gauze. But out to his support, just a little bit behind the back. So a scrum to the Sharks.
Starting to see some players show some fatigue. It's really tough in the fifth game of the tournament. Let's see if Oregon can mount a comeback where we've seen them have the ball quite a bit of the time in the first half. Let's see if they can retain possession through the hands and turn it into a score.
We know the Oregon fans watching across the world and in Madison would love that. Let's see if they can make these halftime adjustments. The ball in the hand of Nick Taylor. But again, that wall of defense just so difficult to get through. They're bending but not breaking. And Oregon starting to take the ball at a little bit of a standstill. Now we see some forward ball. Gonna test the outside edge. Helen Hopper. Just again, the ball is just not quite landing where they want it to be, but now they've got it on the run. Out to this danger man on the outside, dumping this one in, trying to stay in bounds. But a knock on there is the call. So a scrum to Beltway. And that clock ticking in the wrong direction for Oregon.
Oregon mounted a little pressure there, but as you've mentioned, that Beltway defense is a black wall of hitters, and they continue to wreak havoc for Oregon. It's really difficult to penetrate that defense.
It is. It's been their strength in this game, and we've seen it throughout the weekend. Their score line's pretty tight. Just a little bit of a miscue there. So now Oregon in a fantastic position to put some points on this board with a scrum.
There's still plenty of time in the half to score more than once. Let's see if Oregon can get one in here.
Carlton putting this in. They're going to use that weak side, just testing it. There is defense there, so now it comes the other way. And the pressure just mounting on both sides. Teams just having a hard time getting going in the second half.
Yeah, Wendy, certainly stop and go, several knock-ons, miscues. We'll see if they can get it going.
3 minutes left, just still the 7 points. The one converted try has been the only score in this game. We have seen as the day tightened up, the score line's getting a bit smaller, but a foot race here. Quinn Western showing his skills, picking this one up and diving over. What a beautiful try by them to kick the genesis of that.
Yeah, Wendy, you called it great skill there, great kick, and then the speed. As they say, you can't coach speed, and that was certainly a speed play. We see the replay here. Great scoop here. Great kick, great footwork, great scoop.
The scoop there is the key, you're right, Jim. So many times players will pick that up and just butterfinger it, but the hands were good for Quinn Western. 26 years old, 5'10", 175, Ellicott City, played at Frostburg State University. And his dad is a sevens national championship, so there's some good genes there. Beltway getting this going again, 90 seconds approximately to go. Sharks wanting to get something on the board. There is time, especially because you would get the kickoff, the restart. Big bump there by a Shark. Situma showing what he's got out there. And another just physical now. They've brought in the bruisers and just another knock on, but this time picked up by Elite. They've got the scrum advantage. And Sharks swarming around them, trying to stop this talented Elite side. Double step there by Kubrier. He breaks through, beats one, and will score their third try of this match. That man, Jihad Kubrier, been very pivotal for them this weekend out of AIC. 2019 Men's National Championship with Bulldog. And he is vegan.
Yeah, Wendy, sometimes we see the elite teams, their first few games in a tournament, they don't play as well as they're capable, or they don't play to their capabilities. And then as the tournament goes on, players get into sync and really start to work out their game. And I think we may be seeing that here with the Beltway Elite team.
Could be. They are definitely firing on all cylinders now in the latter half of this game. We're into referee time now. But they appear to be moving on to the bowl final. Their opponent to be named. Driving this one deep. Eventually picked up by the Sharks, but then dropped. Double knock-ons, and that will do it. Beltway moving on, 21-0 over the Oregon Sharks. Coming up next, women's plate semifinal, Boston versus HEB. I'm going to step aside for a bit. We'll have Liz Inwhistle and Jim Latham on the call for that one.
I'm big, man. I just killed back 4-1. Is that the end? I think that's just half. Yeah, you're good. I only have 7 minutes on the clock. It's good. Alright, cool. You want to get yours? Yeah, if you don't mind. Alright. I'll grab 2 burgers. 3 burgers? I don't need a burger. 2 burgers. Good movie. Oh, yeah. Wait, is this 2 or what? Is this 2?
Here we go.
We are live here on Field 2 for the women's plate semi-final. I am Liz Enwhistle alongside Jim Latham. We have Boston in the white jerseys going from left to right across the screen, kicking off to HEB. Boston, a little bit of a non-traditional tournament thus far. They beat Atlanta 15-12 in pool play, had a bye with Scion, and then defeated Cincinnati 20-12. Their cup quarterfinal though saw a halt to their forward progress, falling 36-0 to Washington Athletic Club. HEB fought for their spot to get here. In Pool C, they had a 10-10 tie against Slaughterhouse, fell to Camp Pendleton 26-5, and then defeated Oregon in the final play 24-19 to book their ticket in at 1-1-1 into the Cup quarterfinal. They met a very fierce and fit Chicago Lions team 42-5. Anything possible in this match. If we're keeping an eye out for Boston, it's going to be their connection and their skills. A little bit more of that spread the field, traditional sevens, using the width sideline to sideline. HEB, all about power, and mind yourself some of those Polynesian stiff arms.
Thanks, Liv. Great preview. Excuse me, I said.
Okay, and just been informed we're going to go on a 5-minute delay on the field, so we will be back with the action in 5 minutes here on Field 2. Stay tuned with Rugby Explorer online for all of the tournament results and all of the matches yet ahead.
Even this one, man, slightly moves. Whenever you go up and down, it doesn't stay like where you stop.
Cancel the Elon Musk fight.
What are you like? I can't believe that.
Yes.
Does he have like he's got like the two best in like their respective weight class, like arguably of all time. He's taking testosterone and hoping it works.
Dude, Elon doesn't even work out.
He just a natural weapon. He's too busy.
Yeah.
He's time. What's up? No, there's just a break built in for a 1:30 kickoff anyway. Yeah. So they're just waiting. That's what people are tuning in and stuff. Great job over here, by the way, man. Appreciate your help.
No Gatorade. Dude, this is better than that.
Those are pretty good.
You know how to do it? You're the wide shot?
Welcome back to Field 2. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham, and we are here for the women's plate semifinal. Again, Boston in the white, going from left to right across your screen. They will be kicking off to HEB out of Texas, the Lady Hurricanes on the reception. Boston split 3 to each side. Ball is up and in the air. A deep kick bouncing its way just inside of the 22. HEB with the ball in hand. Taking it forward, Etta Mailau, quickly secured, working in their pot of 3, and correction there. There's Etta with the line break, Etta with the leg drive, and look at that offload from the ground. HEB with a solid go forward, and it's going to take a few Boston players to get them down. However, a bit over-aggressive in the ruck, so we see the yellow card quickly pulled out. HEB going to be down to 6 players for the next 2 minutes.
Jaden, why are you so short, though?
She came in there, I think, off her feet. Here, we'll see it here on the replay. Well, she wasn't off her feet on contact, but she definitely went off her feet and took the other player off. And so she wasn't supporting her weight. That's the referee's calling off her feet. Very aggressive play.
Here we go, Boston, roll it. Come on, Boston.
We see play resume on the restart. Ball on the ground. Again, options to either side. Traditional penalty play. This time, no switches happen. It is straight hands into the hands of Margaret Reese in the number 10 jersey, picked up by Alexandra Nelson. Keep an eye on her. So much play originates through her. We'll see if play can finish with her as she goes over the try line. Alexandra Nelson instantly capitalizing off of that yellow card. What an effort to score just a minute and a half into this first half of play.
Yeah, it was great play off that penalty. They took it straight up, one phase, and straight in for the score. That's what you like to see in sevens, where you score quick off of a turnover or a mistake by the other team. Capitalize on those mistakes.
Absolutely, tries in transition do matter. The conversion kick is missed wide, score lead 5-0 with about a minute remaining on this initial yellow card. Boston with the kick off again. Looks like reverting to that same format. 3 to each side. Would expect that the kicker stays back in the event that they use a sweeper. But we've seen different styles of defense all weekend long. We've seen some teams go 7 up, some teams with the traditional sweeper back. We've seen teams play different soft sublines, trying to force teams into decisions. Right now, the only decision is what HEB is going to do with this free kick. The kick not going 10. Angelina Lomu with the ball in hand in the middle of the field. We saw Boston's penalty move. Let's see what HEB will do. So Lomu with the tap. We see the tight strike line. Lomu with the fake. Lomu with the fend. 1-2. She's taken down. Boston covering on the tackle. The ball is out. Quickly taken. HEB looking towards this close near sideline. Now support comes towards the right side of the field if they can secure the ball. So some frantic play, not rolling away is called, and it's going to be again a quick tap. HEB. So look at Yongbi. Sheila Adams, number 10 jersey. And we see the security around the ball. We see 4 HEB players. This means 2 going to be out towards that far side of the field. Angelina Lomu wisely takes it back towards the near sideline, sticking towards her support. 2 defenders finally able to take her down. Boston doing well on the 11 tackles, knowing they need to stop this go forward. HEB again, 3 in this ruck, options to either side. She's going to have 1 support player. So buying time, keeping her feet, doing the work, and a quick cheeky little steal from Boston. Samantha Menendez with the ball in hand. And a strong whistle blown, no advantage game, penalty to Boston.
Interesting whistle. It appeared that Boston was progressing. Regardless, they're brought back for a not rolling away call. It was a great turnover on that poach by Boston to get possession.
So back on the field, we see the tap and the go. This time their penalty play towards the left side. So using those hands, Brandon switches and the skips, and it looks like it is working again. The former line break eventually taken down as Victoria Avery. Contact made fairly high. We do see this from our referee. So again, a quick tap and go. Boston pushing the pace, nearly threading that needle, leaving the ball into space, but knocked forward. We're going to see advantage shown to HEB. The Lady Hurricanes, no advantage gained. Time should be up on the yellow. Hopefully able to make something happen with a full 7 back on field.
Yeah, Liz, great play there. Good action, good hard play. These athletes are working so hard to gain possession of the ball and move it. HEB's defense is, here's a replay. Great run down the sideline. Oh, there's that high tackle. So yeah, both teams playing great right now. Let's see who can gain the advantage.
Sheila Adams with the ball in hand. Catherine Ordeal, her opposite. Catherine, a little menacing. The ball knocked forward. Scrum to Boston. So you see the scrum reset across the front. We had Victoria Avery in the number 2 jersey, Alexandra Nelson in the number 9 jersey, and Autumn Linteau in the number 1 jersey. Ordeal with the ball in hand. Adams are opposite. The scrum is set, quickly out, straight back through the hooker channel. Boston, she's going to be alone on the outside. Can she take the corner? Taken down, tackle made. HEB looking to go over the ball. Ruck is formed, hands were in. We're going to see a penalty to Boston. Reese with a quick tap, gets it to Menendez. Menendez using the fence, sitting the hurdle down. HEB this time with the clean poach. But another penalty against the Lady Hurricanes. Tiffany Aiken going over the line. The camera catching a bit of the post, so didn't quite get to see the try dotted down, but it is 5 points all the same whether we see it or not, Jim.
Yeah, good effort there, Liz. Boston really worked hard through the phases, kept possession, was able to score in the end. I think I saw a little rain there. Wondering if it is rain, that's going to certainly affect the ball handling.
So no stranger to summer storms here in the Midwest. We will play on gorgeous conditions on field here at the Wisconsin Rugby Complex. Madison United putting on a show for our fans in stadium and our fans viewing at home. Of course, Next Level Rugby, USA Club Rugby Tournament Director Philip Coopens. Boston's going to have time for one last play as our time clock ticks its way past 7 minutes. Angelina Lomu fields the ball, and there she goes again. There's one fend and then the other. This time she buys herself a bit of space. Some of these jersey tackles allowing Boston to catch up, grabbing the hands on, slowing down the play. HEB numbers to the far side of the field. There is Mylau, the ball carrier, taken down by Ordeal. And another penalty to Boston. We have seen quite a few penalties now against this HEB squad. The early yellow card. Can't wait to see what their halftime speech will come.
looks like it could have been a not releasing.
Regardless, the ball is dead and play will stop here with the first half. Currently, Boston leading by a mark of 10-0. We'll be back with second half action in your women's plate semifinal here on Field 2. Liz Entwistle and Jim Latham here with Next Level Rugby. We are back in action here on Field 2 with HEB in the red trimmed jerseys, kicking off to Boston wearing the white. HEB, the Lady Hurricanes, will be going from left to right across your screen, trailing 10-0. Able to hold Boston to just one try scored against them when they did have a yellow card to start the match. The kick is high, about 12 meters downfield, fielded well by number 6 for Boston, Julia Yoda. HEB, look at this. The tackle, the turnover. Mailau, Tolomu. Quick with support, playing in their groups of 3, looking at their speed of 3, a bouncing pass corralled towards the outside. Boston with the buddy tackle, 2 players trying to hold the ball up. There is a strip, an advantage being shown to Boston. The ball knocked on from contact, scrum to Boston.
Yeah, straight from the kickoff. Boston got possession and then turned it over quickly to HEB, who moved it down a little bit to the left half of the pitch, down toward the 22-meter, but then turned it over. Wondering if that rain has anything to do with slippery hands.
Certainly teams able to adjust to the conditions ahead, and look at this pressure from the HEB scrum half, causing the disruption, a knock on again, but driving Boston backwards. We'll see what fixes Julia Yoder has there in the number 6 jersey. Yoder, the bluish purple hair, a couple substitutions coming on as well, Jim.
Yes, it's time for the coaches to get some fresh legs in there. Let's see if those coaching changes can help either team. HEB needs to mount some pressure so they can score and catch up.
So again, pressure on the scrum, driving back. Boston able to get the ball out quickly. And Boston, look at this hole back in the middle of the field. Just got to be an excellent tackle made there by the Lady Hurricanes. Off Offsides indicated, so Boston again on the go. The quick tap taken. Pressure in all of these contact areas. HEB looking for that turnover, looking for the drive, and they get it. Atamila sits down her opponent, and Boston quickly back on her feet. Credit Shoshana Kramish. HEB moving again towards the outside. We do see a Boston player down on this near sideline of the field, but it is all action on the far sideline right now. HEB, look at this, front foot forward. The Lady Hurricanes looking for their first try in the match, striding into the angle. What a beauty. The Lady Hurricanes moving the ball out wide and finding that seam of space, able to finally get one over the line, 10-5 with the conversion to come.
You're right, Liz, and here's the replay on that try. Ball bobbling around. She got possession on a toss-up, if you will, and she goes around the wing for the score. You know, on that play, one player from each team was laying on the pitch, so this game's very physical, leaving players on the pitch. Hopefully no one's hurt, and we'll see how it plays out.
The drop kick is well struck. The conversion is good. 10-7 is our score. We go back again to the play at hand. We saw the quick turnover. Atamila with the ball in hand, sealed by Lomu. And HEB able to commit the Boston defenders, take advantage of that space, and moving the ball at pace. Excellent sevens work.
Absolutely, Liz. That's what you like to see in sevens, that good continuity, one-on-one. One player, one tackle, offense retaining possession through the phase, through the ruck, and then getting it out to the wing. That was perfect, textbook rugby.
She scored the try, she scored the conversion, and now she's got the restart ball in hand for the Lady Hurricanes. A deep kick downfield. Great option, given that we've seen quite a few restarts fall short of that 10-meter line, making sure that they put Boston back in their edge of the field. Quick to cover on the defense, slipping and sliding on the ground is Alexandra Nelson. Boston realigning and resetting, corralling the ball, looking for any hole possible, looking to take the corner. Atamila shuts that down. We see a quick challenge. HEB challenging again for the turnover. This time quick recovery by Tiffany Acree. And it is Boston on the go. Boston with some space. On the way downfield, Victoria Avery, the sweeper, does her job, and with HEB contesting again. Physical in all of these reps, Boston knows to anticipate it. And now Boston anticipating the penalty to come, ball in hand. Acree, she's got numbers to the outside, looks for the behind the back shoulder flick, not quite on. Pressure from HEB, but there's going to be some time for Boston to recollect, but a solid whistle blown. I think we're going to the pocket again. Angelina Lomu is going to take 2 minutes in the sin bin. We have about 2 minutes left in the match. Boston now on the go, the quick tap and go. Kramish on the far sideline, the 1-minute advantage for Boston, frantic cover defense. And perhaps not a yellow after all, because Lomu is back on field in the play. So we'll see if we get an update on that situation. But for now, HEB draws the penalty, ball in hand. About 100 seconds left to go here in the second half of this women's plate semifinal. The ball just off the fingertips, giving a scrum to Boston at the 22.
Yeah, I know they're disappointed with themselves. They were mounting pressure. If they could have just kept possession, who knows, they could have scored. Now we're in that within that 90-second window or so before the end of the game. Let's see if HEB can put another one in. But of course, Boston has possession. We'll see what they can do with it, and if they can keep the ball away from HEB.
So we had a soft whistle on the field. Time is off. Some shoes being retied. Saw Victoria Avery signaling to her teammates to keep the calm, keep it level. Yoder with the put-in, quickly out the back, quick with the pass, scooped up, and it is Boston on the go. Alexandra Nelson. Hurricanes doing what they can to disrupt. Looks like they've got the turnover. They draw another penalty. Hurricanes, if they can maintain possession here, down by 3, about 30 seconds on our game clock. A little extra time for the stoppages with the shoes, and it is Lady Hurricanes on the go. Pushing towards the far side of the field, looking for those extra meters with the leg drive, getting the one roll. Now we need to place. HEB, quick with their pods of 3. Lomo in support, digging in at the ruck half position. The Hurricanes on the go again. Lomu. See one of her players staying down. We see 4 Boston jerseys there. Boston with the attempt to counter. Lomu, the pick and the place. Threading down the far sideline. It looks like jersey off, ball is hidden. We've seen this happen a few times this weekend. Some teams playing in their 15 style jerseys. Not quite the skin tight style we see on the 7 Series. Jim.
I can't honestly say I've seen that before. This could be the first time I've seen the ball caught up in the jersey. But, you know, I think it's a result of good, hard, physical play both ways. Obviously, HEB's a tad bit bigger, man for man, so to speak. But Boston's in there fighting, scrapping hard. It's a really scrappy game. I think the rain is contributing to some loose ball handling. No fault to the players. It's just a slippery ball, but great action. And here we are starting over close to midfield.
These are the times that we live for. No time left on the clock. Rugby in the rain. A scrum, a chance with possession. We have to have a solid put-in, composure again by HEB. We'll see how deep they can dig and what Boston does. It's a time where they can play solid defense. They do not need to pressure. They do not need the individual effort. They need to stay connected with their defensive wall as a team. Right now, pressure on the scrum. Boston concedes a penalty. HEB on the go. The quick tap taken, and they've got the positioning with their back players. A solid contact made in the middle of the field, but HEB able to keep going, getting their feet. We get the offload from the ground. HEB gives up the ball. Boston with the key turnover in the hands of Julia Yoder. Boston scooping it towards the outside, making their run perhaps towards the sideline. We are not sure. Kramish with the ball in hand. HEB fighting for it. We've got a wrestle here at the ruck. Hands off. Not quick enough. HEB with a penalty 10 meters from the goal line. Again, no time on the clock, trailing by 3. At Tamailau, the ball in hand. Numbers looking for Lomu. Lomu skipped. Able to corral the ball. Sofia Nieves there for Boston. Boston has a woman there. There's some tussle over the ball. Who's got it? Who has rights to the ball right now? Is it formed? Play on, says our referee. Lomu doing everything she can to keep HEB's chances alive. Boston draws a penalty. Again, looking at that scrappiness around the ruck. Is the ruck formed? Who has rights? Who can contest? Right now, it doesn't matter because Boston kicks the ball to touch. They are going to walk away from this plate semifinal. 10-7 victors. What a frantic finish, Jim.
Yeah, great end to that game. And you called it earlier. This is what we like to see in a sevens rugby match. And both teams are so competitive. All these teams at this tournament are so good. They're all champions in their own rights. Look at that hard hit. Yeah, you've got to love that type of rugby. Great, scrappy rugby. Like you said, it's slippery, it's wet, it's rainy. We love it that way. It's great rugby.
So we will be back in just a moment. Congratulations to Boston moving on to the plate final taking place later today on Field 1. We'll be up next with the men's plate semifinal between Old Blue and Schuylkill River.
You're sleeping, right? Barry, take a step. Barry, let's sleep.
We are back in action here with the men's plate semifinal. We've got Schuylkill River taking on Old Blue. Schuylkill in the black jerseys, going from left to right across your screen. Kicking off to Old Blue, a gorgeous lift on the kick receipt, something reminiscent of the 7 series. Penalty awarded to Schuylkill. These are two teams so skilled in the games of sevens. We expect to see them usually in the cup semifinals of these tournaments. Many appearances by Schuylkill. Old Blue had played one of the most thrilling finals I have ever seen back in Seattle in 2015. Back to action on the field. The tap is taken, the ball being moved wide. Look at the steps. Schuylkill in a flying V, a tap formation. Options either way with depth. And we see patient defense coming from Old Blue. Schuylkill trying to nudge it through on the far sideline, taken to touch. We're going to see our first line out.
Yeah, highly skilled. Great kick there to put pressure on, Old Blue. Two high-profile teams on the East Coast. Schuylkill out of Pennsylvania, Old Blue out of New York.
But look at this, Jim. Sorry to interrupt, but Schuylkill stole the line out. They went straight up the middle, and Schuylkill is going to strike first. So that cheeky kick that you mentioned paid off while it gave Old Blue possession in the line out. What we saw there was textbook play. When you're defending, you end up with the ball in hand. Jim, I'll let you take it away.
Yeah, here's the replay. While I was talking, you're right. But great play off the back of the line out and straight in for the score. And that's what you want in a sevens game. Quick possession, quick score. Don't waste a lot of time. Great effort by Schuylkill.
Yep, Brian Keown dotting it down. Danny Gianniscoli giving us the extras. 7 points to nothing. Schuylkill in the lead. Like you mentioned, Jim, a storied program, Schuylkill River, often feeding off of the former Super League program of Philly Whitmarsh and other Philadelphia men's programs, but a heavy college presence on this team. Old Blue as well, known for their recruiting and the depth of their teams. The ball up in the air again. We see the challenge for the aerial game. Bounces on the ground into the hands of Schuylkill, but there is a knock-on scrum to Old Blue.
Yeah, you wonder if the water has anything, or the rain has anything to do with it. We know that ball's slippery. Usually doesn't affect players much, but just sometimes on those finite plays like that, it's just that factor that turns that ball over.
We get a look at Nicholas Franklin with the put-in for Old Blue. Clean, quick in and out of the scrum, straight through that back channel. Old Blue pushing towards the far sideline. Schuylkill 6 up in defense, 1 back for a sweeper, anticipating potential kicks as a way to maneuver the ball downfield. Right now it is all this contact area back and forth, just meters being gained. Old Blue now, the long passes stretching the field. Potential for a 2-on-1, goes straight up the guts into the defender. Schuylkill here on defense. We see Niall Carlson in the number 5 jersey. Old Blue being corralled by their number 10, Kevin Braithwaite. DeMonte Noble, ball in hand. No stranger to the game of sevens here in the U.S. An uncharacteristic drop advantage being shown to Schuylkill. Advantage gained. Riley Giles possession the advantage in the game of sevens. Moving the ball across the field. Kyle Haggerty finds the hands of Niall Carlson. Back to try scorer Brian McKeon. Quickly covered on defense by Jake Fury in the number 7 jersey for Old Blue. Schuylkill reloading again. Back to the other side. So quick. The work's not done just because possession is held. Schuylkill working in their groups of 3. Gianniscoli out to Haggerty, Carlson, and eventually the prey breaks in the middle of the field. Old Blue patient in defense, not overcommitting, able to stop the flow for now.
Yeah, we watched this replay. Great effort both ways. You look at that defense, solid wall of white. Schuylkill probing back and forth across that wall of white, seeing if they can find an opening, but the knock-on killed it.
Franklin with the put-in, this time a little bit more tied up in the scrum, the ball coming out towards that near side prop channel. Old Blue on the attack, a bit of an exit, Kevin Braithwaite. Ball bounces forward, but the penalty is called, so we have to come in straight with all of our reps, and one of our curly Q motion being shown. Aki Raymond looking for the quick tap. Apparently no tap taken, so instead of a penalty now, we have the turnover possession going to Schuylkill.
Yeah, those things are frustrating. You hate to see that. You know the players are aware of what to do. They're experienced. Everyone at this level is experienced. Just a minor error. But it creates a turnover, and Schuylkill has the put-in.
So Keon with the put-in. We see the prop battle. Look at that launch from Jake Fury in the number 7 jersey from Old Blue, putting Schuylkill under pressure, but they still have the ball deeper downfield, gives them a little more space to attack with vertical depth. Getting nearly the line break, looking for that offload. Schuylkill again able to recover. A scrappy team. Confident and connected. An excellent launch on defense here by Old Blue. Schuylkill lofting the pass, letting the ball do the work, getting to the width of the field. Breaking down on our near sideline. A little bit of a tussle, penalty to Old Blue.
Yeah, side entry. It looked like that player was going down at the back of the ruck to get the ball. And the Schuylkill player came in from the side.
Old Blue opting for the scrum. About 1 minute and 15 seconds left to go, trailing 7-0 against Schuylkill River. Nearly all of the play this game has been inside the Old Blue defensive half of the field. They are meters away from that midfield line. We'll see if they can get their first real exit out.
Fine.
See our fly half back about 7 meters in that first receiver position. In and out. And now we have the free kick to Old Blue on the early drive. So some shenanigans in the scrum. Old Blue on the go. Aki Raymond finds DeMonte Noble. DeMonte going back to reload to go forward again into the hands of Franklin. Franklin with a long skip pass towards the outside, landing in the hands of Daquan Perry, but then onto the ground. Scrum to Schuylkill.
Yeah, Liz, we've seen where each team is playing hard, good skill, kind of minor mistakes turn it equate to a turnover. No team's really gotten a lot of momentum going.
See if we can gain some momentum for Schuylkill off of the scrum. Keown under pressure from Old Blue, but Schuylkill again always finds a way to come away ball in hand despite the pressure being built. Moving the ball towards the outside of the field. Here we've got a bit of a foot race. We are playing some sevens. Quick penalty being called for the high contact. Gianna Scully with the tap. Schuylkill loaded out to the right side of the field into the hands of Nick D'Angelo. Found a try scorer, Brian Keown. Corralled by Old Blue. Jake Fury there in quick defense, putting the pressure on Jabari Johnson. And that will be our half. Schuylkill River going in with a 7-0 lead over Old Blue. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham, and we'll be back in the second half in a moment or two. We are back in action, moments away for kickoff here in the second half. Old Blue in the white jerseys kicking off to Schuylkill River. Again, mentioned this game might be a bit of a surprise to see these teams in the plate final. Last year in the 2022 sevens, we saw Old Blue in the cup final, falling to NAV 7th. Schuylkill River took third in that tournament. These two teams familiar with success, unfamiliar with the plate, but they're everything to play for. Old Blue knows how to come from behind. We've seen all three of their pool play matches quite close, so they're used to pressure. That was a gorgeous take in the air, but there was something our referee did not care for. We see a free kick being shown, but it's not the typical Division 10 kind of free kick.
Right, I didn't see any indication, but obviously the ref saw something.
So Schuylkill River on the go. Knees are down. We would have a tackle made. The ball is out and open. Now it is Old Blue with a chance to counter the defensive pressure, paying off. Old Blue inside of the 22. Old Blue contact made from behind. Advantage still being shown. Old Blue coming away with the try. So back and forth. It looked like a great take in the air. They make up for it now with the defensive pressure, the turnover to try.
Here's the replay. This is after he's gotten possession or broken through. I think the referee was going to call him for a high tackle, but he let it go. He didn't follow through on that high. You know, in the first half, Liz, we really saw a lot of back and forth play. We saw some knock-ons. We saw some slippery ball, but really no team, I think, mounted momentum enough to be called dominant. I think the first half was even, and I think we saw that right here.
Absolutely. Daquan Berry able to tot the ball down 7-7. We've got a tied game, folks. Nicholas Franklin nudges the ball. So it bounces on the ground. Did it bounce? I think it went straight to touch. So we're seeing this free kick brought again back to the middle of the field, a little bit hard on the far side of the field. So we see that ball breaking the plane, breaking that sideline wall. Skolko, the chance to breathe and reset. We see the quick tap in the middle of the field, or just the tap in the middle of the field. Haggerty, Gianniscoli towards the outside. He's got Haggerty in support. Tied up by Old Blue. Knees are down. We see quite the furious counter by Old Blue on defense. They must have lit a spark during that halftime speech because Old Blue's defense has truly come alive. Skolkill coming up, and look at this. They've got 4 defenders all around this ball carrier. Again, looking for steals and support. Timing's not there. They're zeroing out on defense and realizing that there's no counter to be made. Building their wall with all 7, and they draw and knock on scrum to Old Blue.
Really heavily defensive-oriented game. Here we got a sub coming in, but both defenses are staunch at the moment and creating a lot of pressure on those offenses, and I think that's one of the reasons we're seeing these turnovers, Liz.
Truly is a game of attrition. Coming on for Old Blue, their number 9, Koto Fujimura. Had the opportunity to see him play at New York Sevens a couple seasons ago. He is young, just about 25 years in age. Fujimura waiting. Again, we talked about some of the shenanigans in the scrum. We saw the free kick called earlier. We saw the drive with the power of Jake Fury. Fury not in this scrum lineup, so that's another change in the substitution that would have been made. Brian Keown remains on the field for Skolkill in the number 4 jersey. We also see David Deal in the scrum in the number 2. Right now from the scrum, Skolkill has regained possession. So looking to settle, drawing the penalty. This has been a game that's also relied a lot on that referee whistle. Moving the ball towards the outside, Skolkill on the go, supported by Deal. Quick to seal the ruck, Gianniscoli. Out to Haggerty. Skolkill taking the ball in the air, and again, a sea of white jerseys, anywhere they look to go. Keown probing, trying to find that seam. Old Blue coming away with the ball and coming away with advantage. Old Blue with a chance to move it, trying to swing the ball downfield, outpacing the camera work here on field 2. And look at this counter in the hands of their number 16, Michael St. Clair, an experienced Sevens veteran, finally slowed down by Skolkill. Advantage being shown. Slippery conditions on the field, the only thing slowing Old Blue at this point.
You pegged it, Liz. I think we're seeing a lot of the effects from the rain. Just a slippery ball. Also the little bit of fatigue factor. 5th game of the tournament for each team, playing at a very high level, high competition. It's tough out there.
Haggerty with the put-in, the pressure from Fujimura. Haggerty gets the pass off, Gianniscoli there at the first receiver position. Skolkill attacking towards the near sideline. You see the carry and you see the high contact made. The whistle is blown as Brian Stella gives up the ball to Jesse Capriati.
Liz, I think the ref's consistent with the high tackles. Anytime there's contact above the collarbone, he's calling it.
Absolutely keeping the laws of the game in check. We look for the offload by Skolkill, just missed. Play on, says referee Gianniscoli. Skolkill reloading to the far side of the field. You see the patient come up by Old Blue on defense. A little bit of challenge here in the middle of the field, taking on Timothy Malassi. It is Old Blue, that is through Brian Stella, ball in hand. Again, ball coughing out, coughing forward. Old Blue with possession. Pressure is on back and forth inside of 90 seconds, 7-7. We're in a tied game and a penalty to Old Blue.
Each team's fighting so hard. The skill level of these players and these teams is just phenomenal at this level of the tournament. Both these teams are known for having very competitive size. Looks like they've chosen a scrum, probably trying to draw in the defense to open up the wings to see if they can mount some pressure and get a run out and perhaps score.
Something else that the scrum does make sure that we have Schuylkill. They had all of their backs up in that vet line. There is no sweeper, and this is exactly what Old Blue is taking advantage of. We see this pressure downfield, hands on the ball for Schuylkill, able to recover after the tackle made by DeMonte Noble. Schuylkill out in transition. Jesse Capriati looking for the offload. Schuylkill scrappy, keeping it alive. Inside of 30 seconds left to go on our game clock. Advantage being shown to Schuylkill River. We see the pickup. There is an open lane of space right in front of the contact. And look at this, able to sit down is opposite. Looking to break the line. Fujimura is there, assisted by Aki Raymond. Old Blue now has the ball in hand. Our referee pointing up in the air at something. 10 seconds left on our game clock. We'll see what time the referee has. Old Blue looking to counter DeMonte Noble. He knows the contact is coming, gets himself down. And now Schuylkill, 3 around the ruck and a little bit of a tussle. Penalty called, not releasing. So we're going to have a penalty to Old Blue. DeMonte Noble, Aki Raymond, Old Blue taking a moment, taking a breather. Composure counts. We are into no time left here on our clock. Old Blue opting for the scrum. This is something we have seen out of a few squads in this tournament, a trend this year, rather than forcing these penalties, taking the scrum and seeing what we can do off of these set pieces.
You're right, Liz. Taking that scrum off a penalty creates more space out on the wings for the backs. Let's see if that works for Old Blue this time.
So they pulled Michael St. Clair into the proposition wearing that number 16 jersey. We have Fujimura on the put-in, his opposite Brian Keon. Keon with that first try, and correction, Haggerty. In at that scrum half position, Schuylkill with the steal. Schuylkill working their way towards the outside. Fleet of feet, getting some solid good forward. Taking it back to reload, looking for transition ball to switch fields. The pressure from Old Blue. Look at these defenders, trapping. And nearly intercepted off of the hands of Daquan Perry. Schuylkill keeping the ball alive. Schuylkill with a seam on this new sideline. Schuylkill still out on the go through the hands of Peter Mulvey. Advantage being shown to Old Blue. 15 and a half minutes on our game clock. That is going to end our game. We are going to extras. We'll be back in just a moment with a 5-minute overtime period. This is the golden try. The first score wins. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham here with Next Level Rugby at the Wisconsin Rugby Complex for the USA Rugby Club Championships. So we just saw the coin toss for the first of our extra periods. Again, 5 minutes of overtime. This is the second game I have seen that has gone into extras. Earlier in the tournament, we saw Live West and Oregon go through 2 different periods of extra play. Oregon coming away with that one with the win. Old Blue in the white, led by Gary Hefner and an entire coaching staff of excellent talent. Schuylkill River, forever led by Pudge. Our friends with the Atlantis program, Old Blue for many years feeding into the Northeast ODA. We've seen such talent from both these teams move on to higher levels. Speaking of higher levels, it is worth noting that we have USA Rugby Sevens camp this weekend, both the men and the women. The men looking ahead to the Olympic qualifier out of the North American region. That'll be taking place next weekend. The likes of Canada, Mexico, Jamaica, and more looking for a spot for the Paris 2024 Games. Right now, Danny Gianniscoli, ball in hand. This is such a talent with the kick. Back in 2019 in Kansas City, he had a game winner that put Schuylkill River into the semifinals and earned himself an invite to USA camp on the strength of his boot. Right now, that boot is short. Could have gone either way. So just short of 10 meters, and it is Old Blue with the free kick at midfield. When we look at these unforced errors and these little mistakes, that could be a costly one.
Drop kick it! Boys!
Yeah, Liz, we'll see how that plays out. you know, that in full time in the game, just back and forth, a lot of drop balls. Let's see how it plays out.
So right now we have back across towards the far side of the field. We see Old Blue there at the breakdown, taken off the foot to settle the ball. Old Blue looking for the long pass. And look at that strong high shoot coming from Jesse. DeMonte Noble, ball in hand, looking for the offload. Finds his man. Old Blue there, quick in support. Franklin securing the ruck. DeMonte Noble takes the tap. Timothy Mamase fighting his way through. Mamase fighting his way over the goal line, and there you have it. Old Blue getting the golden try here in extra time. They will be advancing into the plate final. Let's get another look, Jim.
Yeah, great play. Got possession, straight off, broken tackle. We know fatigue played a role in that simply because these players are just tired. 5th game. Overtime match. What a match. Such a great effort by both teams. All the teams here are so good, talented. Just enjoy watching this.
Truly high pressure 7 at its finest. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham. We'll be back for more action here on Field 2 as we advance into later stages of tournament play.
Hey, Mike.
Are we straight into the Women's Cup semi now?
Welcome back. We are moving our way into the KEP semifinals for the women. We've got 2 matches on Field 2. We will have WAC versus Chicago Lions. And Field 1, our broadcast team will handle Chicago North Shore at Camp Pendleton. These are lining up to be the best matches of the weekend for the women. Of course, the Cup finals to come and some of our other finals to come as well. But really looking forward to this one. I'm Wendy Young with Liz Entwistle. And our match official, LV Ansani, will get us going here. And kicking off is the Chicago Lions. Kelly Catherine Hurt with the restart there. Big tackle coming in. And WAC will get to work inside their own 22. Big carry here and the nice long switch coming across, but big defense coming in. And that whistle coming as well. Ball carrier not releasing. Great opportunity here for the Lions.
So we've seen high pressure play all weekend long between both of these teams. The Chicago Lions topping their pool. They outscored opponents by a healthy margin. Game 1, 47-0 over Dallas, 43-0 over Nova, and then a 14-10 win over Phoenix. Continued rolling on 42-5 over the Lady Hurricanes. This is a team that knows how to find the try line.
Ashley Cowdery going to put this in out of Sparta, Michigan, and Davenport University product under a bit of pressure. Rightly so, that penalty come from our match official. And Lions going to call for that scrum again, just putting the screws to it, as we say.
Wendy, this is a tactic the Lions have deployed all summer long on the Midwest 7 series. Every time they've had a penalty, they have opted for a scrum. So we'll expect to see that as this game goes on. They did top the Midwest region by 1 point over Chicago North Shore.
And seeing some beautiful footage from our drone of this Wisconsin Sports Complex. Have seen some inclement weather over the last few games, so the field a little bit wet as Wynn takes this one out to the edge. Hovanek on the end. She has been deadly this weekend, but well defended. And this ball popping out. Not so, says the referee. Side entry.
These are 3 quick penalties against Washington here in the first 2 minutes of play.
And no surprise they'll be choosing this scrum again. Looking at the size of the women in this scrum, can't complain too much there. They've got inches on the other side. Cowdrey putting this in again. Pressure coming, but able to get it to release to win. Breaking one tackle there, Rachel Grecki. Whack defense very strong there, but it's clean. All obstruction is the Whack defense. But Meg Loomis of Hamburg, New York, scoring the first points in this Cup semifinal.
So we spoke before about why the option for the scrum is a wise one for the Lions. Look at this set piece play. They come from the scrum, like you said, Betty Wynn taking the ball forward and Loomis able to break the line. She gets the stiff arm from behind, and then it's too much separation. Seneca Friend in the number 22 jersey for Washington, not quite able to close that gap. She's one of their speedsters, so it makes it impressive that Loomis got that try.
And Feldkamp gets the extra, so the Lions up 7-0. About halfway through this first half, and you were correct, Liz. Critical movement there, choosing that scrum has been their go-to this entire weekend, their entire series, and they're sticking to plan. Hurt on the restart, pushing this one a bit deep. The wet pitch not really seeming to make a difference for these teams. The handling is improving over the last couple of matches where it was a bit moist. And now Whack on the attack. Gabrielle Ferdinand-Pool. And a kick over the top by Whack. Pushing the Lions here, testing them. Beats one. Able to bounce this one back into play. And Wynn has some space on the outside, but here comes the defense of Whack now. They just test this outer edge. Trying to get that poach. She does get a reward. Gabriella Ferdinand-Pool.
Impressive effort by Washington Athletic Club. The speed on that kick and that chase downfield. Not only was Seneca Friend there, but we also saw Hallie Dieters able to cause some disruptions and take advantage of the territory gain.
Now Whack on the roll here, looking the Seneca Friend around the outside. She is electrifying, but just bouncing that one in and picked up by the Lions. Big pressure defense coming, sensing a bit of offsides though, but maybe sensing a little bit of a loose ball and everybody jumping on it. And Lions will slow this down, get their breath. 5 minutes gone in this Cup semifinal. 7 points the lead with the Lions.
The fourth penalty against Washington Athletic Club, the fourth Lions scrum. They'll be playing it out from deep inside of their 22. We'll see what their exit strategy is. Again, these scrums also generally are forcing a team to play without a sweeper back with the set piece. Space will be there.
Early push in the scrum. Lions going quick this time off the free kick. Betty Wynn directing, always at that playmaker position. And Loomis, our try scorer, looking for any space. High tackle. Now Lions picking up the pace a bit. 90 seconds to go in this match. Loomis on the carry, looking for that offload, but tying up the arms is the defense. Now switching directions. Lions looking so confident right now, even playing in their own end. But Whack defense starting to get to them, it seems. They're running out of space. They're being cramped a bit. Out through the hands again. Loomis out to the wing. Beautiful bounce on one. That's Hovanek. Second defender gets her. Seeing a small gap at the edge there. Grecki trying for it. Now again, looking in the middle. Just a little step there. Seeing if she can drag anybody in is Cowdrey. Backwards, says the referee. Loomis will release this one more time. It's out to Grecki again. But this Whack defense is holding its phase after phase. Now we finally, looking like maybe a line out, but did hear a whistle off to the side. So we will go into the half. Chicago Lions with a slim lead, 7-0 over Whack, but looking strong in defense. We'll have that second half for you in a moment.
trying to get on TV or something first? He's the wide shot on the close side.
No, I was. You were playing.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Yeah, that was sick. Found it.
I wasn't afraid.
Yeah. Well, we have these stupid like microphone things that are blocking anything on the sideline.
My kids won't know. I guess. Because I don't kick when you're. Yeah, I'll kick it.
You worked awesome. You're awesome. Yeah, so I'm on the grounds crew, so I don't ride the big mower, but all the perimeter stuff, and on the other side of that fence, we're trying to make sure that the neighbors are all happy to keep it. So angry kind of, and it's like immaculate back there.
Final. Lions having a slim margin, only 7 points scored so far in this match. We did take a peek at field one for the other Women's Cup semifinal. Camp Pendleton leading that one 17-0 over North Shore, and North Shore just receiving a yellow card. So we'll have to play down a person for a few moments, 2 minutes, as WAC gets us going again. Haley Dieters gets us underway. We did see some stalwart defense from WAC, keeping the Lions out of their own territory, trying to score, keeping them out. So defense is the name of the game here for WAC. But we'd like to see them with some attacking time, but it is in the hands of the Lions, driving this one forward. Good leg work there by Mackenzie Mack Davis. And now working out of their own end. Look at that pressure defense coming. Nowhere for Betty Wynn to go. Now the support coming on the loop. And again, they're going to be playing out of their own end very soon if they can't get through this line. Now at the 5 meter, they do have Mac Davis hanging out on the wing, but a break in the middle. Nobody else but Meg Loomis. She's been everything for them in this game, scoring the lone try. Now Mac Davis putting her head down and barreling forward. There is a penalty attempt, a poach attempt, and it comes with a penalty for not rolling.
Good try, my lord, good try.
Then keeping an eye on this penalty count, that is 7 against WAC so far to the Lions 1. Worth noting, like Wendy said, this WAC defense has been so solid. They're protecting against the cutback, trying to take away those goals in the Lions strike lines, but they do need to make sure they keep their contact down. 7 penalties. We are only 8 minutes into the game. Worth keeping an eye on.
And the Lions will suck up all of those penalties. They'll take time with the scrums, or at times at the end of the first half, we saw them starting to go quickly. Playing defense is exhausting, so maybe taking a tempo change as we see some fresh legs in for both sides. But the Lions in possession, Win at that shotgun position, ready to receive this ball. She'll track across, but caught from behind. What a tackle that was by Nikki Kenyon. And now messy ball for the Lions. They've got to clean this up a little bit. Charge down. It's into the hands of Mac Davis. All backwards, says the referee. And now pressure again coming. Emily Barber. They know that if they keep this pressure up, there's going to be a mistake. Loomis just driving this one forward again. Now they've got a little bit of space on the outside, the Lions, but it's taken up by the first ball runner. And the release, Loomis again. Out to the edge. She's got a bit of speed on her, but 2 defenders to beat. She bounces one. What a move that was by Emma Hoganek. We've seen her score all weekend, but she may have found her match with speed there. Who pushes her once down? Does she have the gas to go the whole way? Crossing the 22-meter line now, finally dragged down. Referee right there, just right on as she screams over the line. What a try
back with such composure out of this Lions unit, finally moving the ball to space. Credit to Hovanek, keeping her feet, deploying the spin move. She goes forward. High field IQ on the placement of the ball, picking it up again. We see a bit of a show and go. She's able to take out Dieters. We see her get Seneca on the outside, moving her way around Friend. Friend able to recover. It is a bit of a foot race. Good spacing, good awareness of where her defense is. And now nose down. She changes her angle just a little bit, trying to get more separation. Again, takes the tackle from behind, but does not cough up the ball. What a play by Emma Hovanek.
I hope that is a try of the tournament. Just a spectacular effort by her. I'm exhausted just talking about it. I didn't do any running. That is spectacular by Emma Hovanek. We talked about her yesterday. Her favorite play is Stacey Waka, and I think she could give Stacey Waka a run for her money. All right, we'll settle down a little bit here, and the Lions get going again. They've got a solid lead now, 14 points. One try in the first, second. One just coming just a few moments ago. Whack with the ball. Let's see what they can do here. Can they crawl back into this game? Just a few minutes left. 3 minutes to go. Just a forward pass there, and the crowd, there are some Lions fans in the crowd. You can hear them.
We got a Lions fan on air. This is a program that I actually played some sevens with myself, so always a thrill to see them doing well, especially against such a storied program like WAC. This is a WAC team that has found itself in many finals over the years, and they're a team that can still come back. 2 tries in the game of sevens is the most dangerous lead. Still 2 minutes to play. Anything can happen, but it's been all Lions possession thus far.
And this one behind the intended receiver, Molden, but she's able to get it out. Big tackle there. This one could look like it's going to show some cheese. She does show the cheese. That is a card, and a Betty Wynn is down. She's a pillar of this side, and hoping that she is able to get up and is safe, as WAC will now have to play down a player.
Heartbreaking as Erica Legaspi in the number 21 jersey for WAC had just substituted into the game, getting her minutes on the field and instantly out with the high contact. Win, getting back to her feet.
It's so tough. You want to come on and make an impact for your side, right? Just as you mentioned, Emma, just coming on, and you want to come on and just do good, and, you know, too much there. Time winding down in the favor of the Lions. A couple of new faces on for the Lions as they look towards that cup final. Push this one out and win. Back in control of this game. Lots of bodies on the deck here. WAC just desperate to get their hands on this ball and stop this Lions attack. But as you've been saying, Liz, it's all Lions all the time right now. Loomis will take that one in, and the counter ruck coming in. Out to Cowdrey, trying to drag her into touch. She keeps it in, but did have double knocks there, so it ends up in WAC's hands.
Substitutions coming on. Should the Lions maintain this lead, this would be the deepest that the women's program has ever gone in the tournament. First making the debut in 2013 at the Sevens that was held in Pittsburgh. A 10-year anniversary. What a treat that would be, making their way into the Cup final. And WAC, a team that was in several of these finals over the years. A team that would be a difficult matchup in a bronze medal game.
WAC bringing in Lauren Barber from Nobleville, Indiana. Spectacular athlete stepping onto the pitch now for them. See if she can make some difference here, bring a spark maybe. And they're gonna test this outside. Nikki Kenyon on the run. Pushing that forward, and a beautiful little step at the ruck there. It's into Barber's hand, she is quick. Needs a bit of support, it does come, but just knocked there. Gonna have another scrum, and will that be it, or do we have time? Looks like there is a bit of time for this scrum, but it is pretty much written in the stars that the Lions will have a 10-year anniversary of making a cup final.
So what an effort this has been from the Chicago Lions side, maintaining a shutout in this match. This would be their third shutout of the tournament. Only 15 points scored against, outscoring their opponents by a mark of over 150. That's how you win a game.
Absolutely. And this now a penalty, a chance for whack. This would just be some consolatory points. But of course, they're going to go for it here. They've come all this way. They've made it to a cup semifinal. They'll now play for third and fourth, and that's going to be the end of that. Congratulations to the Chicago Lions, winning 14-0. Hear that excitement from them. And WAC will move on to that third, fourth match. Liz and I are going to stay with you. We do have a men's cup semifinal coming up. We'll have NAP versus Denver in just a moment, but congratulations to the Lions.
Hey, maybe you should show the crowd. Sorry, because of you. Yeah.
Go, Corey!
Who are these two clubs playing? Where are you going? Hey. Just so he doesn't get lost? Right.
Yeah, Denver and White. Denver and White.
Here we go. 2023 Club Sevens Cup semifinal for the men. You can see our bracket there on Field 1, Belmont Shore and St. Louis Bombers already underway. Looks like St. Louis Bombers has a slight lead, 7-0, and we are going to get going with NAV versus Denver Barbos. NAV in that red and blue kit, and the Denver Barbos in their white. Our referee for this one, a well-known man, Cisco Lopez, HSBC Sevens referee. I'm Wendy Young, joined by Liz and Whistle. I'm excited to be on the call for this one to see who's going to the final and who's going to the third, fourth match. Both of these teams 4-0 on the day. Who will take their first loss? NAV take it from the kickoff. It's Corey Jones. We've seen him on PR7s. He's played for several teams over the years, seeming to have found a home with NAV. Gonna push it out, and immediately they're gonna test the edges here. This is what NAV does. There it is, the fake switch, gonna go around the outside. You know this man, Tim Stanfill, push into touch. He's got quite the resume.
All tournament long, all I can think of is Tim Stanfill, the mercenary. We've seen him win championships all over this country, whether it is in the Rocky Mountains, whether it's with Bulldog, whether it's with Washington teams. He's also found a home this season at WAC, another one that had both a player-coach career in PR7s as well. But this is a tough Denver outfit. This is a team undefeated in the tournament so far. 3 wins and a tie. Tough to beat Denver.
You know, you just got to know the right people.
It's a nice line out off the top. We've seen this man dancing all over the field all weekend, Beanie Miller. We nicknamed a play for him on day one when he had 47 goose steps in a row to beat the defense. Now it's known as the Beanie forever. Here he goes. Let's see if we get 22 or if we'll get 2 or 1. There it is. 1, 2, 3. And a stiff arm to boot. He is such a talented man, so hard to track down. Now going out to that left side, they've got danger men on every angle. David Hightower now. Standout for this Barbos, standout for PR7s as well. Gonna bring this ball in, a little show and go there. Testing NAV defense. Stanfill trying to get in there. Slow down that ball. And here's Beanie again, he's looking for help. Poachers are in there trying to grab this. Very physical here. Now NAV all over him. Finally, they release once. He's got that knee down. Gonna test this left side. One stiff arm there. Looking at the referee as some of the NAV players looking for a call perhaps. Doesn't come. Now Beanie again. Little tiny seam. Can he get the offload? He does, but it's not quite to hand. On a bounce, bounces Corey Jones backwards. Big tackle coming in, Stanfill getting out of the way, knowing that he's in the way of the tackle, but Nav picking this one up. The kick, the step, it's missed! He feels like he was pushed out of the way, but the Barbos on the attack. And this is messy, but this is also how sevens is played. This is how you find the seams. Jeremy able to get through there, picked up now by the Barbos. They continue their attack. We haven't had any stoppage of play so far. Beanie looking for that tackle on the head. Corey Jones pulling his hands down so we don't get the call. There's our first stoppage of the match at 3 minutes.
Frantic effort back and forth. What an effort by these teams, keeping their composure and staying connected. We saw quick hands by Mickey Bateman, often keeping the ball alive, wearing that number 6 jersey for the Barbos in the whites. Plenty of speed on the field. If Beanie can get himself free, he's got a lot of finishers around him, but this NAV team as well, blending their youth with their senior players. Tim Stanfill, Jeremy Masai-Galago, apologies there. Bobby Johns coming off the bench, but we see the Susnovich brothers and more. There's so much, but we're going to get a look at our first scrum, the first set piece. Wendy, one quick update. St. Louis Bombers currently leading Belmont Shore 19-0 over on field 1.
And many people might call that a start of an upset. Belmont Shore looking untouchable this entire tournament. Bombers having to work a little bit harder to get there, but when you get there, it doesn't matter. Scrum penalty. Barbos are going to go quick. Beautiful drone shot, really showing you how wide these players are and how much space the defense NAV have to try to cover as they run right at Corey Jones. Able to make that tackle, but sliding through is this man, so dangerous. He has been electrifying all weekend, and we'll get those first points for the Barbos and first points of this Cup semifinal.
When do we see the game finally settle with that stoppage in play, and now Denver getting to play out of their set piece, opening up a hole. So rather than having to frantically scurry around the field and stop this potent NAV attack, the Barbos able to break through, play one of their known controllable points of rugby, and coming away with the try, 5-0 with the conversion to come.
And that conversion flies over. And the try scorer, Thomas Lamaragalalia, scoring. 28 years old, 5'8", 175, Greensboro, North Carolina. Also played for East Carolina University, triad rugby. Professes to be a fun guy. Take that. As they go up 7-0, the Barbos. We have seen sometimes where the Barbos will get a lead in the first half and then fade a bit in the second. So their coaches, I know, have been focusing on finishing the game. They have to finish. NAV now having a bit of possession there first. In reality, Tim Stanfill on the carry, finding a bit of space on the outside, but it wasn't quite to hand. Simi still searching for that. And the quick line out by the Barbos, pushing that tempo. Ball carrier not releasing is the call. NAV will go. They're behind here. They know they've got to go quickly. Rob giving it away to his support. Barbos are in there. And now Corey Jones. Up to the outside, pushing. Simi looking there. Does he stay in bounds? Just a toe on that line.
What a defensive effort out of number 10, Campbell Johnstone, the product out of Mount St. Mary's University, doing all he can, holding on with one arm, tugging Jones out of bounds. Jones was the MVP of this tournament last year. You expect him to make that break in most cases. What grip strength there out of the youngster on the Denver Barbarians.
And being corrected that David Hightower scored that the first try. Apologize with the jersey. Players are switching jerseys and we're not necessarily getting the updates, so we're not trying to call people the wrong names on purpose. That's not what we're here for, but it is happening sometimes. Where's Ben Pinkelman when you need him? He helped us earlier. But that barbell throw is over. It's into the hands of Stanfill. He's done this hundreds of times, driving towards that line, getting them 3 meters now, but knocked on, says referee Cisco Lopez.
We see time winding down on our game clock. Cisco Lopez with the official time on the field as we go back to this effort. Stanfill going through, Beanie doing everything he can to disrupt. We're looking at this as a game of inches. This is a cup semifinal when we have unforced errors and forced errors. Credit to the Denver defense, 2 in a row that they have stopped Nav from getting through. Right now it's about composure on their scrum and their put-in. If you're Nav, you want to be mindful of not driving early inside of this 5.
And then just another little bit of a knock on there. It looks like there is a little more time on the clock again. Referee Cisco Lopez has the official time as our clock ticks over. But now Nav has an opportunity to get some points and get on the board in this cup semifinal. And the put-in is with this man, Dalton Musselman, out of Coatesville, Pennsylvania, played for Penn State, 22 years of age. Just some jostling there in that scrum. Lopez gonna ask them to cut that out. Stays with Nav. Have to wonder if this is last play, last chance for Nav to get on the board. Of course, there's a whole second half to come, but you always want to get points and even the score if you can. You can see again the jostling there for Bynes. Corey Jones on the outside, gonna test this middle. Double tackle coming now. Look at all of those poachers trying to get this ball. They do get it, but not legally, says the referee. We'll have a penalty on the 5-meter line. It starts with Odinell. He has multiple directions and go either way. He's gonna give it to Simi. Gets them even closer. Now the opening at the ruck, touching down Ryan Cameroonaka. What a try that was, just seeing the sneak around the ruck.
So we see some changes in Nav player positions as well. Diving over the line. Apologies, trying to keep up with our roster numbers and what we see on the field. No matter though, what counts are the points as Nav gets one in right before the half. Simi Moala in the number 6 jersey for Nav, getting it done with a little bit of momentum as we go into halftime. Wendy.
Absolutely, what a game this has been. We'll be back with you in that second half. Appreciate you watching.
Yeah, Corey Jones.
Did he make that? He made it.
I stand there. Look at how fast he gets.
Oh, there we go.
He's got to get, yeah, he's going downhill now. Here we go.
Woo!
Ah, hammy.
Just getting a peek at field 1 as well. St. Louis Bombers looking to be in control over Belmont, 24-7. They've still got some time to go. And in our match, just seeing Nav scoring at the last moment, the buzzer there. So we've got a tie game over here, 7-7. We just had a game go to overtime right before this, or excuse me, 2 matches before this. So we know what the rules are there if we need it, but we've got 7 minutes to play. And we do have some players that have chosen to wear different jerseys, so apologize for any misnumbering on our part. As Nav gets us going, Corey Jones is up on it. He tries to get it, but it comes down into the Nav hands. But referee Cisco Lopez saying knock on, scrum to the men in white.
Appreciate a good challenge with the aerial game, especially with the size and the height that Jones has there in that number 13 jersey today. Denver lucky to get that knock on and to have an opportunity, a danger and a threat off the scrum. This is where they scored before. We see Bateman there lined up in the first receiver position, numbers towards the outside. The speed of Hightower is such a threat, the try scorer earlier. But first they must win this scrum as well. There's Beanie with the put-in.
Some trickery there that Tim Stanfield trying to pop that out. Can't do that from the position of the prop. And look at him, I don't know what I'm doing. Anyways, Barbos go quickly. Corey Jones in there again. They were never 10, so we get the free kick again. And Barbos will just take their time here. Gonna take it right into contact, just one-on-one with Corey Jones. The defender out to Beanie. Looking to see what they have on the edge. Well defended by Nav. Hightower going to take some steps and see what he can do. Now Barbo's looking a bit more patient in this half. Maybe that halftime chat, just let's slow things down a little bit. Be more direct, definitely seeing that. Pushing this one out wide, but bringing it back. Beautiful ball there. Now there's space on the left if they need it. Eric Sykes on the carry, offloading to his support. Hearing some guff from the crowd. Now that the rain is cleared up, we're starting to see some Champagne rugby again. What a stutter step that was as this man slices through. Denver scoring first in the second half, as they did in the first half.
Campbell Johnstone on the try, an excellent effort from the Barbarians, and they took advantage of some mismatches. So we saw on this near sideline, look at the way some of these hips get turned. Stanfield caught out of position on defense. He's bound on the edge, finds himself in the middle of the field, having to realign, having to cross all the way across the field, and it's just a little bit too much as the Barbarians do the work, transferring the ball from such a strong run on this near sideline to sideline, and a try.
Just really exploiting some of that jagged defense that Nav had. They caught themselves with some angles in their defense, able to exploit it with some inside ball. Denver looking to be taking control of this match. And looking over to field one quickly, it does look like that match is over, and unless there was a miracle, looking like St. Louis Bombers went through, Belmont Shore will have to play for that third and fourth match. As we can see, one of the Barbos players receiving a bit of attention.
Wendy, according to Rugby Explorer, I have the Bombers 24-14 with the win. If this score holds, this would be a rematch from pool play. That game ended in a 17-17 tie, but we still have 4 minutes to go here on field 2. Denver with the restart, Mickey Bateman ball in hand, and our favorite ref, Cisco Lopez, on the call.
Bateman will put some height on this one. Corey Jones with the assist lift, able to pull that down. And Nav looking like they've got a little bit of a fire under them, knowing they've got to score and even this up. Now, but stolen by the Barbos. And telling him, go right, not this way, don't come this way. So Beanie takes it right. He's a little bit isolated. Odenhall all over that one, gets the penalty.
So tenacious play to recover, and Nav is back at it.
And this is back and forth, topsy-turvy. Lead changes. A little bit of a knock on there, but by the Barbos, so we'll have scrum advantage to Nav. Musselman pushing this one out to the left, through the hands, seeing maybe a slice on the outside. Big direct run there. This Barbos defense being tested, but so far holding. Corey Jones with a little bit of a step of his own and a show! What a move that was! Gets it into the winger's hand. He's a big man, taken down by Beanie, but still going and diving for the line. What a try by Nav to get close.
Looks like a second try for Simi Moala in that number 6 jersey for Nav. What an effort here. So we see Jones in the midfield, a hop and a skip and a step, just able to beat the defender, turning them inside out, but he had the support there. A difficult cover for Beanie, having to cover both Corey Jones, the ball carrier, and then Moala on the outside, letting the space do the work. But the spacing and the depth really set that up. They were wide across the field, confident in those long passes, and what a try.
Yeah, baby.
Was spectacular, and these 2 points, very important. And it's good, the flag is up. We have another tie match. Less than 2 minutes to go. 90 seconds by the time they kick off, more than likely. This one is gonna go to the wire. Hope you brought your water and your snacks. We're gonna be here for a minute. And we've got more coming up for you after this. Shield final, bowl final, and then we're gonna go to placements after that. Appreciate you tuning in. This one very high, Corey going up for it, the Barbos going up for it, but off of the Barbos it says. Nav line out, they're gonna try to go quick, but this has been touched by a lot of people. Corey just being Corey there. He's always a character, but one of the kindest men you'll ever meet in your life. Stays with Nav.
A little levity on the field. Yep.
Yes. Tim Stanfold checking back in. All his years of experience, looking to rely on that. Barbos has 2 men in. Just going to try to disrupt this. It goes over the top. It doesn't matter. It's into Denver's hands. Big hit there. You can hear that in the crowd. Flipping. But maybe the only reason not a yellow there is that ball carrier's falling down. But Barbos stepping one, finally brought down. And now they're going to go out to this danger man. Skipping around the pitch, but finally brought down. Looking to see what they've got in front of them now. Denver from the Mile High City. Little late switch on the inside. And that one's going to be high as well, possibly. Nope, stolen by Nav. This is huge. This could be the moment. They've got space on the outside. Nye. All the way out to the edge with the number 1 in the air. Is he going to score? Is he called up? I don't think he got that down. I think it's a loose ball. Frisco Lopez, though, is going to go check this out. This would be epic defense.
So we'll go to the replay. What a cut here by Nav, getting to the outside. But the effort here, Denver holding the player up. We'll go back and forth. Look at this, the ball between the legs. It is not grounded by the Nav player by this angle. We'll wait for our referee to make his official call. But if this is the case, that would be the play of the tournament.
And it looks like we will go into overtime, 14-14. Liz, I know you've got what's going to happen next. Give us a quick rundown of what overtime looks like.
Yeah, so this will be my 3rd overtime match of the tournament. We have 2 5-minute periods where it is a golden try. The first scorer wins. And when we look at this game so far, matters of inches, we've seen stops made by tenacious defense. We've seen some unforced errors on the field. We've seen some turnovers that have come from just some of their set play execution. So this next kickoff is going to be key. We'll have a coin toss between the teams, choosing if they're going to kick or receive, and then play from there, and whoever scores first win. Emphasis also on scoring first. It does not need to be a try. We could be looking at a penalty or a drop goal to win. It has happened in the 7 series. We've seen attempts in the Olympic Games. So much is possible, Wendy.
So this is sudden goal, right? Like our golden goal is the soccer term, the football term. This is what we're looking at. So as you said, possession, whoever wins this toss gets an immediate advantage. Some would disagree, but I think that's true. And so Cisco Lopez will have this toss in a moment. The teams do get a second to kind of just get organized. We can see those referees coming back out, so we will determine for you and with you what is going to happen here. But this is what we're here for, Cup semifinal rugby. Let's have all the drama. We'll be back once the teams are out.
Mainly dudes, but people. What were you?
So they will have this first technical possession. They actually have possession, but will push it in, and I assume they're going to go up for it here and try to contest this for 5 minutes before we try again for another 5 if there is no score. Cisco Lopez still on the whistle for this. Nav having to play from behind a bit, caught up, now has a chance again. So just what we thought, trying to go for that 10 meters, trying to push it up, but it's going to be short. So free kick to Nav. This is a really good opportunity for them.
So an unfortunate, unforced error off the boot of Bateman, who has been so sure all tournament long, giving Nav possession at the middle of the field, an opportunity with a free kick. They opt for the scrum, Wendy, a trend that we've seen throughout this tournament.
It's like they're watching the circuit and seeing what they do.
Fancy that.
So Stanfield in again. They're looking for their veterans. Same with the Barbos side. Going to the men that they've had this whole season. Nav with the put in. And the pressure here is so big on these players. Do we go for individual effort or do we do the training ground move? It looks like we're going to push it wide. Try to suck in as many defenders as they can and then switch the field. Stanfield's going to carry. He's going to be direct and look for that offload. It doesn't come. Now the offload coming late on a knock-on. So Barbos having lots of possession changes already here.
So back and forth action. We saw the trade from the scrum coming from the kickoff, and now the knock on. Composure on the field is what counts. Playing to win, also playing not to lose. These are the moments that we prepare for mentally, where we trust in our team and the togetherness that we have. This NAV group that does train together in the Carolinas, similar to this Denver group that has been together for quite some time.
It's true. These are teams that are well-known fixtures. As Barbos get it out of the scrum, they're going to test the outside seam. It's looking well defended, though. The poach attempt is in. There it comes. There's the penalty. They're going to go quickly, but not from the mark. We've seen an emphasis on this. That mark is where the infraction happened. It's not the referee. So stop running to the referee. It's at the breakdown. It's at the back. The referee doesn't want to be in the way. So they'll go now with the tap. The goose step in the middle. Simi Moala out to the try scorer. Jones in cover. Odenhall to the edge with Musselman. Gonna test. It's got Stanfield on the outside. Nothing there, just gaining a bit of ground. And then Corey Jones with a slip. Is this it? The offload coming around. It's the scramble defense, the ankle tap. He's not gonna put his finger up through this yet. They take it. Their redemption coming through that nail right there. What a finale. Odendahl.
So back and forth possession here in this extra time, echoing the game itself. Nav coming from behind each time, matching their opposites. And look at this. Corey Jones is able to see the hole. He outsteps the defender enough, causes the slip. Not so much a missed tackle. It was just an opportunity to take space. And Odendahl on the outside. The ball does the work. The disjoint transition kind of play. Back and forth composure. Nav had their backs, and they're backing themselves in to a second straight championship match.
That is fantastic. Nav, the defending champions, as Liz just said, getting there. They made it a little bit hard on themselves, but it doesn't matter how you get there. You get the W, and they will face that 5th-seeded St. Louis Bombers, who just defeated Belmont Shore. We have more rugby coming up. Shield final, bowl final, and then we move into the placement matches. But immediately coming up, we have Nova versus WAC, a men's match. Liz is going to take a break, and I'll have Jim Latham back with me in a bit. Be coming your way. We are working in quick succession here. That match did go to overtime. Nav winning it in the last moment. Such redemption for them. Had a try in their fingertips and couldn't touch it down through the great defense of Barbos, but got it in overtime. Now we turn our attention to this Shield final. Nova versus WAC. WAC in the white jersey and Nova in their trademark red stripes. This one we are looking to be spectacular. Both of these teams winning their Shield semifinals to get here. Life West 12, WAC 19, and then Nova 12-7 over Mystic River. Got Nova on the attack, working deep out of their end. I'm Wendy Young. I'll be joined with Jim Latham in just a bit. We welcome you to the final moments of the 2023 USA Club Sevens Championships. We will have more rugby for you. We're going to go through 5 o'clock Central today. Nova still working outside of their own 22. They are making a bit of ground, but this WAC defense, we saw it with their women. The WAC really work on their defense. They have such a strong side. They force Nova to kick over the top. Now WAC has to track back. Beautiful step there, pushing that defender away, making some space. Now WAC on the attack. That's a rhyme that I didn't mean to make. And that one just a little bit of a knock-on, so early action ending in a scrum for Nova.
Wendy, that was actually a good rhyme, and I enjoyed it. Yeah, great action by both teams. Both teams have played hard. We've called games with each of them. I think Nova's coming in with a 3-2 record. WAC, I think, is 2-3. But either way, both teams have been playing hard. We'll see who wins this scrum.
We've been talking about it all weekend. It's a double-day tournament, so 2 days of rugby these teams have gone through. The fitness of these teams, the mental preparedness that they have done is stunning at this point. The standard every year is getting better and better as Nova, great scrum, now bumping across that 40-meter line. Big run there by the men in red, and a little goose step. That's Vincent doing. And now they'll go back to the attack, trying to breach this white and black line of defenders. Little half gap there, now beating one, finally brought down. And again, just the brutality of these breakdowns. Picking this one up and sneaking around the outside of the ruck, finding a little bit of space, and the footing, you may notice there's a little bit more slippage. There was some rain a few hours ago that has a little bit of wet on the field, so you may see that a little bit. It's not necessarily affecting the conditioning of the ball, but we have seen players slipping a bit more. As I say that, commentators curse. Dropping the ball is Nova, so scrum to WAC.
Wendy, we just saw Nova move that ball really well through 6-8 phases, keeping possession, driving hard, using their big guys to gain yardage, and then typical, I should say, simple mistake, knock on, turnover. Let's see what WAC can do with it.
Absolutely, it'll be their real first possession. Nova's had a lot already in this first 3 minutes. No score in this Shield final so far. Teams will take home that Shield. It's a literal word. And WAC, that pass just not quite there. But we've seen this man, Ferris, work out of worse situations as he gets around a few defenders and releases on the outside to Reese Jones. He's got some pace to burn. Brought down. And now pack tackler not releasing is the adjudication of the referee. So WAC keeps the ball, the possession. Getting this out to Anderson. He's got such long legs as he makes some room. He scored a few yesterday and looking like he'll have another. The first of this Shield final, Jordan Anderson out of Dallas, Texas, played at Principia College. Beautiful score by him. 5 points on the board for WAC.
Yeah, classic. Wendy, you called it. And here's the replay. They spin it out. And he's got the speed, the rangy legs. That helps him outrun everybody on the wing. Great play. Yeah, we saw, excuse me, we saw WAC get possession, fight through 4 or 5 phases, retain possession, get in the midfield, and then put the score in from there. It's a great play.
Showing their prowess is WAC, but knowing that Nova had really close score lines on the latter half of their day yesterday. We know they can score, we know they can keep it close, but that 7 ticks over for WAC as they lead this one with 2 minutes to go in the half. Drove this one deep, barely keeping it in bounds, so a good kick. Nova gets back to it, a beautiful seam there. He's looking for that support, but it lands in the hands of the WAC player. Could be a high tackle there. It is going to be just an over-the-top squirrel monkey tackle where you jump on him. And then now looking for that space is Reese Jones, finally offloading into the hands of Pavon Rogers. But now back into Nova's hands, so back and forth possessions here. Nova does have a little bit of space out there. Oh, there was a third defender, but it doesn't matter. They slice through the middle, but some pace coming from behind, tracking him down. A beautiful tackle, but not done legally. Obstructing that ball. Nova gonna go for it. They've got a disorganized WAC defense, but you can't take that off your knee. That's super old school. Will the referee let them do it again, or technically the call should be scrum? They call scrum anyways. Jim, that was probably cool in your day.
Yeah, I don't know if I can remember that far back, but yeah. Yeah, interesting series of play there. You know, we just seen Nova gain a lot of ground. Let's see if they can put it in, tie the score up.
I did not mean to age you, Jim, but just thinking, maybe in your day, you could knock it off the knee. Not so much in our day. And I'm
you
past it too.
Couldn't lift lifters, and you could step on people. That's all I'm going to say.
There, you're showing your age now. All right,
there
Nova on the attack, going out to that left side, just bouncing off the intended hand. Now WAC resumes their attack. And they're going to spread this. Referee whistle here. Looks like gonna have a chat to the captain and to the assistant referee, Chris, stepping in to give some insight. Have to wonder what they're looking at. Usually foul play when they bring in an assistant referee like this. So maybe they didn't see anything, so always good to check, but if it's unsighted by the referees, they can't do anything about it. And we don't want to get anything wrong as a match official. So penalty there, it'll be in WAC's hands. They're gonna call for a scrum. Into referee time, 7-0, WAC lead. And over in our women's semifinal, Shield final, Oregon Sharks up over Atlanta, 14-0. It's halftime there. Great in-picture shot for you.
Good back and forth play. Yeah, great back and forth play here. You know, almost a frenetic pace, especially considering how deep we are in the tournament. 6 games for each team. Here we go.
Absolutely. And WAC looking to exploit that weak side. It wasn't there, so they'll bring it back across to the goose step man himself. Now around the outside, trying to go around the edge. It's not quite there. Now a big tackle coming in. And that one deemed to... Tackle was good, but tackler did not roll. So obstructed that quick ball. Ronald Dwyer's going to go up the middle. It's a little bit disorganized for Nova. Reese Jones wants somebody to go off of his shoulder, now goes for the grubber. Nova will just put this in. They're content to go to the sheds, have a chat. WAC leading this one 7-0 over Nova. We'll have the second half for you in just a few moments. Second half of this Shield final. The last matches for these two teams. Nova kicking it off, looking for that short ball, but falling into WAC's hands. They do have that slight lead, just 7 points. The last few games I've done have all been 7-0 at halftime, and then seen some scores coming in this second half. Reese Jones out to the edge, just being patient and trying to make a gap happen. Good leg drive. Jones has to come into cover. And around to the outside, Ronald Dwyer. And then now into Jones's hands again. Anderson, the try scorer. He's been critical for them all weekend. And the poach just gorgeous there. Tackler not releasing, says the referee. And Jones, Jones wanting to go quickly there for WAC, knowing that 7 points is not enough to hold this lead. Again, just seeing WAC kind of slowing things down, wanting to try to control this a bit more. They were frantic in the first half a little bit. So now seeing a change in tempo. Nova getting in there every single time though, and rewarded this time. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be a yellow card. Slapping the ball out of the player's hand, just that discipline. WAC does not need that. This is the break that Nova needed.
Audio technical over there, Ben? What? Can you put the audio technical over there?
Number 2 with Nova was thanking that player for doing that.
Absolutely. Have the man advantage for 2 minutes now. And seeing some fresh legs in to boot.
When you just can't do that at this point in a game in the finals.
You just can't do it anymore, right? Maybe on a social pitch, but not here. Everybody's gonna catch it and see it. And here we go, Nova looking for that back flick. Doesn't go to hand, but it's all right. It stays with Nova. Now we're seeing WAC trying to get in there and poach all of these. That was a clearance out by the neck, though. Should be caught by those assistant referees, but so hard to see. And now Nova seeing the kind of pull out patient, and that just losing that control. He was looking for a long arcing pass. You can just see that disappointment. Vincent do it.
Yeah, he's kicking himself there.
Now he's going to get the replay for boot.
Oh.
His mom
Even the ref was smiling on that one, right?
So Nova still playing from behind, but do have that advantage. Just moving them a bit closer is the referee. Ferris will put this in. Yep, early there. Went the other direction. I expected that to go the other way. So Nova gets the free kick here. And there we'll go. Out to the side. Again, just Nova being let down by these miscues.
Heavy rain, heavy rain.
Yeah, Wendy, you don't know if it's the fatigue factor, the weather. I think it stopped raining, but it's still moist out there. I'm sure it's probably all the above. But neither team can really mount a solid effort here in this second half.
Now that continuity is a bit lacking in the last few minutes. Big push from Nova, but too big, says the referee. Driving straight up, so it's a long arm penalty, so they can kick it out if Ferris would like. It's going to call for the scrum and just waiting those extra seconds. Work that clock.
Yeah, good time for a scrum, as you mentioned. Burn the clock, get closer to the end. See if they can retain possession in the scrum. You kind of expect that at this level. Get it out to the backs and probe.
Ferris again with the put in. Gets this one out quickly. WAC would like to put some more points on the board. You can win 7-0, but just a testy time as this ball is loose. Ferris falling on it. Nova all over them. And a big clear out coming. Clearly Nova wanted to be more physical at these rucks and make this harder for WAC. Now Ferris tracking backwards and looking for that support on the outside. Now putting that left boot to it. See who gets there first. It's Nova. Loose ball, referee a little bit in the way there. I think this one might come back. Probably have a scrum as the referee could have caught that and blazed that one in for a try himself. But that's not legal. We scrum to WAC.
Yeah, we continue to see it. Just, I don't want to call it haphazard, but there's just no continuity, as you mentioned earlier. And each team wants to find that continuity. They're just not able to do it. Let's see if they can mount an attack here off this scrum.
It almost seems like WAC is just playing keep away, and Nova's having to just chase them, which is exhausting and a decent way to play this. But this scrum now going into Nova's hands, so they've got a big opportunity here with less than a minute to go on our clock. Of course, the referee has the official time, but a nice step there. This is looking much better by Nova. Around the outside, big physical hit. And they're looking for a knock on his WAC, but referee is having him play. Here's the chance just outside the 22. He's already gone to overtime once before. And now a penalty coming. Offsides, I think, is the call. Not 10. WAC is not 10. Let's see if the referee agrees. Through Nova's hands at the 5-meter line, and he reaches over. What a score that is! That is a difference maker, and that kick is makeable.
Absolutely, Wendy. Here's the replay. Great possession off that ruck. He takes it straight in, does it himself. He's a big man. He had great momentum there. Absolutely.
And that kick is through. So we have another tie game. There is time for a restart. Referee did look at his watch. If there is no score, we'll go to overtime. It looks like we'll have some substitutions in, so 2 periods of 5 minutes. It is golden goal, to borrow a football term. We have seen some of that in the Women's World Cup, soccer that is. As they get near to the end of their tournament, USA eliminated early into the hands of WAC. Will they play keep away now, or are they going to get back to direct play? I think direct will be the answer. Reese Jones out to his support, to Anderson. His long legs, he scored one in this game already. He scored a few yesterday. There's the step. He needs some support. He's got to through the hands of Ferris, off the hands of Jones. And a big whistle coming in, so penalty. You cannot kick it out of the player's hands. Reese Jones thinking about going quickly. Yellow card there. You could think about a penalty try. There were other defenders around. But now Reese Jones, so the man advantage to WAC. See what they can do in the last possession of this game, the likely last possession. Tavon Rogers taking that in. Now pushing it to the left side. Ferris again, looking for that support. He's very tricky at the line. See the twinkle toes. And then the show and go. Compete to the outside. It's into the hands of the winger. He beats one. He beats two. Flies up to the try. What spectacular champagne rugby that is. And Lass will take the Shield final.
Here we are. Dancing, drawing two defenders. Off to the wing, and he's in for the dive try. What a great ending to, that game was scrappy.
Washington Athletic Club, what a game that is. They'll take that Shield final home with pride. And Nova was in it till the last moment. Coming up next.
Scrappy game. Glad we had a finish like that. It was a great finish.
Absolutely. Avoid that overtime. It is fun to call overtime. Coming up next is a women's bowl final between San Diego Surfers and Slaughterhouse. I'm going to switch over to the color position, and we'll have John Broker coming in by play-by-play in just a few moments. Liz Inwhistle, the late substitution. We'll bring you that match in just a moment.
We are live on field 2 here with the women's bowl final game between San Diego Surfers and Blue going from left to right across your screen, kicking off to Slaughterhouse. I am Liz Emerson alongside Wendy Young with all of the action. Both of these teams had a tough day one, but have rebounded on day 2 to make this bowl final. The Surfers moving the ball towards the outside, through the hands, letting the ball do the work. Quick in support, quick in realignment. Coming around the outside, Kaylee Westmoreland in the number 2 jersey goes over the line, strikes early, strikes first.
This one coming just from a little bit of a scuffle in the middle of the field. San Diego lined up on attack, as we see it here. Able to push this one out at just a simple 2-on-1 there. Sliding over for the try, Kaylee Westmoreland.
This is a San Diego unit that we are used to seeing deep into tournament play, a team that has oftentimes featured in the final, taking home a couple of championships of their own. They were in the pool of death in this tournament, where 3 of 4 last year's semifinalists all found themselves locked in Pool B. The Surfers hard luck out. They came and rebounded, getting their form, winning 27-0 over Nova in the quarterfinal, looking to continue their scoring streak. A long, deep kick into the hands of Slaughterhouse, the young team out of Eastern Pennsylvania. A lot of young college talent on the field. Again, they were able to play their game of sevens in their earlier quarterfinal and semifinal matches, and they're showing off again, letting the ball do some work. Passing lanes in effect, and they draw the penalty. This will be Slaughterhouse, again with an opportunity deep in their 22. Slaughterhouse with a quick tap, moving their ball towards the outside into one of their leading try scorers, Corinne Gallagher, with the ball in hand. Slaughterhouse moving out to the strong side via Casey Evans. Evans taken down. Surfers 0, no resistance at the ruck. Loading for the next phase. Gabriella Wood. Again, this 0 ruck from the Surfers, looking for their launch. Slaughterhouse looking to break through the line. Here they go, a little bit of a step and a show. But eventually, Catherine Walston Frederick is read and taken down. Slaughterhouse again looking to switch fields. Plenty of movement off of the ball. Evans. And it's Slaughterhouse patient with possession inside of their own 22. San Diego equally patient in defense. And finally we get the chip downfield. Yes, the crowd loves it. The ball bouncing. It is well weighted. And dribbling its way towards the sideline, we saw the Surfers' Kayla Walker on the chase. Line out to the Surfers, Amy Verdonik in the number 9 jersey, making her way over.
Just having to use that relief valve as the Surfer defense just in their face. They couldn't get anywhere with their probing. So Slaughterhouse choosing to use the boot smartly, getting them some territory, but ball in Surfers' hands.
Line out is up and quickly over the Surfers on the attack, striking from midfield. Natalie Figueroa. Quick with their units of 3. Here's Verdonik with the blue hair in the number 9 jersey. Kayla Walker streaking on the outside of the field. Verdonik has the pace. She's got the space. And she goes over the try line. Looking to center. Looking for that easy conversion kick. And boom, there we go. San Diego in again.
And this one worked all the way from that line out. It was a quick ball off the top. And now we see the end of it. The blue hair streaking down the pitch. Verdonik touching this one down and getting those first points in this critical match.
See Figueroa lining up the conversion attempt for the Surfers. A try score. Verdonik there, well supported on the outside by Kayla Walker, drawing the defense over. They had to choose which line to make, weren't able to make either connection to draw close to the tackle. Did not hear a whistle on the conversion kick. We'll see if we can get a score.
What are you doing, dude?
And there we go, 10-0, 4 minutes into this first half of play. San Diego split on their kickoff, again choosing to go deep into the hands of Corinne Gallagher. She's got some speed, if she's got some space to run. Pulls out of her run, looking for support. Saw a wall of San Diego defense. The Surfers tracking their marks on defense. Kayla Walker, a good offload back inside. And we see the rain starts to fall as the ball falls to the ground as well.
Yeah, starting to have an effect. I believe it started towards the end of that last match, the rain. Now starting to see where it's just affecting the ball. It's a little bit wet out there. These teams not necessarily against the weather, used to it. Shouldn't affect either of them too much. Maybe San Diego a little more sunny.
Tiana Cullen with the put in for San Diego. Slaughterhouse able to recover the scrum, stealing the set piece. Slaughterhouse again with another chip and chase downfield. Kayla Walker so dangerous, so look at her. Rounding the corner, stepping again to get to power, get to speed. Well covered by Slaughterhouse. And stop Kayla before she gets started. You're in a pretty good position. Right now, Slaughterhouse making all the stops on defense, walking San Diego backwards. Figueroa. Yet to be taken down, goes to ground. The ruck is formed. A contest for the ball. Hands are on, hands back off. The ball is down, and San Diego is on the go. Verdonik to the left side. And we are whistled back. Wendy.
Looks like Kayla Walker just... Yeah, Kayla Walker just rolling up her ankle in that run that she tried to make, so just receiving some attention. But Surfers looking pretty well oiled here, pretty direct, trying to test that line, but Slaughterhouse looking organized on defense. Is Kayla Walker able to get up, but does look like she will need a replacement. She's been key for them this weekend as we get a peek at field 1.
A little bit of men's action here between Beltway Elite and the Chicago Lions, playing in the men's bowl final.
Looking like the Lions just scoring there.
Parents just love you. They want you back so bad. They're so mean to me, dude.
Play resumes here on field 2. So Cullen again with the put in. Into the hands of Kelly Dean, lining up the first receiver position. Sheree Collins, another speedster for the San Diego offense. Switching the hands, deploying the stiff arm. She gets one, doesn't get the second. I would love to see that tackle coming across the field for Slaughterhouse.
Listen to that crowd. They are loving it as they go quickly.
Gallagher Moving the ball towards the outside. It hits the deck. San Diego in pursuit. Kaylee Westmoreland is there. Right place, right time for the Surfers? Not quite. We have the knock on. It will be a Surfer scrum.
And those types of tackles can be those momentum changers. You can build around that as Slaughterhouse able to push Sherry Collins into touch with a big tackle right in front of your supporters. That sometimes can be the shift.
Inside of 1 minute left in this opening half of play. Cullen with a put-in. Tackled quickly by Slaughterhouse, a bit too quickly. Penalty taken quickly. Cullen with the drive, supported by Westmoreland. Alexis Scott is there as well. We're going to have the whistle back, and our referee going to, as Wendy says, the cheese.
Just going to show some cheese here. Just trying to watch what he was looking at. Not positive. Not back 10 is going to be the call there, so a professional.
Radonic with the tap, finds Alexis Scott. Alexis Scott still with the leg drive, moving forward. She is over the line, and the ball is down. It's another try for the Surfers.
And just critical there, that discipline. You know you want to stop them from scoring the try. You're only a few meters out, so you just think, I'll tackle her. It's okay, I don't need to be back 10. But at this level, that's going to be a yellow card every single time. It's an easy reflex for the referees to make, and Surfers take advantage of it.
Wendy, 100% correct when we look at the application of the laws in the game of sevens, especially with an impetus on keeping the ball moving 7 minutes in each half, means that we do see those intentional knock-ons as an automatic yellow as well. As much as intent may be good, we can only judge based on the outcome. The outcome of that play is that on 7-on-6, the Surfers get the try and a beautiful conversion kick. They're going to go into halftime with a 17-0 lead. We are back in action, waiting for play to resume here on Field 2, getting a peek at Field 1, where Beltway Elite are taking on the Chicago Lions. We see them lined up across each other in the scrum. Number 1, Luke DeRoche, taking on Tommy Queso there for the Lions. Beltway in the black and the yellow, the Lions in the white. Quick tap taken, moving the ball to the outside. Jihad Kabir is about to do something, but we're all about what's going on here on Field 2 with the women's game. The Bull Finals, Slaughterhouse in the red, going from left to right across your screen. They are going to be kicking off to San Diego. The Surfers currently leading 17-0. Liz Entwistle alongside Wendy Young here with Next Level Rugby. Kathy Kai and Impact Some coming off the field, or onto the field. Moving the ball forward, and now Surfers with some support. Playing the continuity game, opening it up for a bit of a foot race going down the field. Figueroa with the ball in hand. She's got Corinne Gallagher to beat. Gallagher does make the tackle, but the Surfers so quick to reload. Here's Kathy Kai, an impact sub going back inside. A great strike line run by Tina McDonald, who's been starting at scrum half all weekend long. Great to see her getting in action here in half number 2.
This one starting from the kickoff. They had to do a couple of phases to get to this place here, about 10 meters out, but the quick distribution is where it's at, and that slide ball back into Tegan McDonald out of Modesto, California. Beautiful work by her to get on the board.
Conversion kick is good. It does look like we have a player receiving treatment, so time will be off for just a moment. In tales of the tournament so far, these teams in difficult pools on day one, but doing the most here on day two. Slaughterhouse victorious over Dallas in their quarterfinal. They won that match earlier that Wendy called versus Little Rock, whereas the Surfers came through with wins over Nova in earlier pool play matches. And then we did have some interesting interactions with buys that happened due to the tournament withdrawals. See the Surfers lining up again for the restart. Player being clapped off of the field, currently leading by a mark of 24-0. Ball in the hands of their number 2, Kaylee Westmoreland.
Kaylee's just been really critical for them this weekend. Longtime player, only 24 years old, 2 years with San Diego, played 3 years in total. She found rugby when someone shouted at her in a lecture hall about it.
You'll love to hear it back in action on the field. The Surfers with the restart, 3 to the right, 3 to the left, pressure towards the far side of the field. Pressure on defense, Slaughterhouse needing to scramble, looking to protect the ball. Ball knocked on by the Surfers, scrum to Slaughterhouse.
Slaughterhouse will often bring in Casey Evans at the end, towards the end of the match. Just a little bit of muscle to change up the pace. She'll start taking the ball to the line. Generally just try to muck everything up. So we'll see if she can have an impact here.
An absolute impact sub, Wendy. We saw it in the games earlier in the day. The Slaughterhouse team does well when they can spread the field, but having a hard charger come forward and being able to commit defenders, especially with San Diego being so quick to slide and zero out those rucks, could be the boost that Slaughterhouse needs. So Nichols in the scrum, free kick to San Diego, ball in the hands of Tegan McDonald. McDonald looking outside. She's got Ashley Torialis, Kaki Kai there in support. Another penalty awarded. Quick start. Torialis, and she goes over, dots it down. Another 5 for the Surfers.
Yeah, and that one again coming from a dangerous tackle. Just able to react quicker than Slaughterhouse. The free kick first, then here comes that high tackle. And then just knowing the laws, knowing where to go and when to go, able to dive over Ashley Torialis. San Diego with a commanding lead here, few minutes left.
Two minutes and change as the clock winds down. We see a few more substitutes having come on and moved off the field for Slaughterhouse. The kick is up and it finds itself in the hands of Gabriella Wood in the number 8 jersey. Quick to reload, Slaughterhouse looking for continuity, but look at this. Collins coming away with a steal for the Surfers. Surfers with alignment towards this near sideline. The Surfers, a bit of a stop-start in the middle of the field, tied up with the Slaughterhouse defense. Gallagher on the tackle. Surfers on the go again. Knocked on with a quick pass, the quick flick attempt.
Surfers feeling confident to try a few new things here. Haven't seen too much of that from them this weekend, so just starting to feel 29 points is pretty safe. They're probably going to take this bowl final home. And Slaughterhouse at this point looking to just get on the board, show what they can do.
Slaughterhouse with a put in a line towards the far sideline. San Diego will be able to match them in defense and stack towards that far sideline of the field. Right now, Slaughterhouse taking the contact. Turnover at the breakdown, and it's Surfers in transition again. Slaughterhouse able to recover. You see a scrum to the ladies in red.
Slaughterhouse has had an interesting route to get here. Lost in their first match, a draw against HEB, and then they won. And then they, of course, won their bowl quarterfinal to get here. Worked really hard to get here, but meeting this former WPL team, tough match.
In and quickly out, an efficient scrum, the chip and chase downfield. We haven't seen that since early in the first half. And the chase is on, the burst of speed out of Slaughterhouse, recovered by San Diego. They get the chip back. Slaughterhouse was, though, playing with a little bit of a double sweeper, so they've got the numbers there, the bodies there. Slaughterhouse looking to counter. Into contact they go. Wood quick on the support. The ball bounces out. San Diego Surfers shutting the gate on defense. Westmoreland securing the ball. McDonald to Collins. Collins finds Tate. Kathy Kai towards the outside. We see a little bit of a tip advantage being shown to the Surfers. Slaughterhouse on the attempted intercept.
They are getting their scrum practice for sure in this second half of this game. And this one goes to the Surfers. This is a good spot for them to attack from, for sure.
Absolutely, Wendy. A scrum just outside of the 22. Under a minute left to play here in the second half. A 29-0 lead. See McDonald back at the scrum half position. One Slaughterhouse player shading over towards that far sideline. So as soon as the Surfers are split with their backs and away they go. There is McDonald. She's got Collins in support and she's not going to need her. It is McDonald doing what crafty scrum halves do. And Wendy, you know that best, that scrum half connection.
I've done that a few times myself, but Tegan McDonald bringing all of those skills to this finish as she wraps it around the scrum and then just beats that defender, slicing through the seam to score, building up that score line for the Surfers. That conversion missed. And the Surfers will take this one 34-0 over Slaughterhouse in your bowl final.
Congratulations to the San Diego Surfers. As Wendy mentioned, a team in transition this year, a former WPL program, a perennial cup finalist in the Game of Sevens, deciding to commit to rebuilding their program and rebuilding depth. They do it here on day 2. 3 wins in the column, 4-2 on the weekend overall, 34-0 in the bowl final. The Surfers taking home some hardware. I'm Liz Entwistle alongside Wendy Young. We'll be back with more action as we advance into the 7th place games here on Field 2. And this will actually be a 7th place matchup between Cincinnati and HEB Lady Hurricanes. We are back on Field 2. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham here for the women's 7th plate matchup. This is the plate consolation. HEB, the Lady Hurricanes in the white and the red, kicking off, going from right to left across your screen. We are going to see Cincinnati in kick receipt. Jim, I was on Field 1 all day yesterday, have not gotten to see Cincinnati in action, so I'll throw it to you for any form of insight when we got breaks in the play. Right now, HEB with the kickoff, the ball bouncing into the hands of Cincinnati. Cincinnati looking to play deep from their own territory. The Wolfhounds, another one of the teams that came into the tournament taking the 16th seed, filling in to have a round and robust bracket, made the most of it, advancing into this cup round, playing above their seed. Cincinnati on their run, taken down by the Hurricanes.
Liz, unfortunately, I don't have any intel on Cincinnati. I just haven't called a game with them. Actually called 2 with HEB. We know they're tough. They've got some big bodies out there, and they're very physical in their playing style.
So we see the attempt at the cheeky little 5-meter throw. It must go through the tunnel, and it must go 5 meters. It does not, so this is going to be Izzy Gibbon with the tap. Izzy, a player out of Penn State University. Ohio has been home. We look to see the offload coming off the hands of Cincinnati's number 6, not quite there. Advantage to the Lady Hurricanes, taking in contact. Angelina Lomu, ball in hand. Etamilo is there in support. We see the offload and now the redistribution. Smart play, trying to move the ball away from the contact area, but look at the shoot from Raven Jones from Cincinnati, a stalwart on the Midwest 7 series, and she shows why, reading that play like a book. Right now, Cincinnati's defense trying to put the pressure on HEB. HEB moving the ball around the outside, and here's the flick. Look at this, pick up to pace. It is HEB on the go. You gave them the seam, you put the pressure on, but you cannot overcommit, and this is why a stellar, stunning Lady Hurricanes try.
Yeah, here's the replay of the run, but no, as you called it, Liz, great play. Couple of breakdowns, couple of phases, retain possession, get it out to the fast wing. She's got feet, and she uses them, dices her way through to the try.
Heads up play by the try scorer, checking over each shoulder, knowing where defense may be coming from. We don't want to see any of those blindsided sweeper tackles. She was well aware of where she was on the field, and she is well aware that she has given HEB the lead. In several of their games, they have played tenacious defense. We haven't seen them come out to many early tries like this. So we'll see what HEB can do with a little bit of momentum behind them. Currently leading 5-0, the conversion missed. 2.5 minutes into this first half of play. Cincinnati, again, deep inside of their own 22. HEB looking to counter, finally making some contact on defense, but Cincinnati keeping the ball alive. Going through the hands of Meredith Hinger towards the outside. And we're going to have a line out to Cincinnati, although we'll overrule that, so the ball knocked forward into touch, line out to the Hurricanes.
Looks like perhaps a choice, perhaps it was knocked out into touch. The team then gets a choice of scrum or line out. Looks like there's a scrum. I think that's what may have happened.
Yes, we saw an initial positioning by our assistant referee, overruled by our center referee. So it is indeed the Lady Hurricanes looking to rock it with this scrum. Lining up there, number 10, Sheila Adams, Izzy Gibbon, her opposite. Adams wanting the scrum to get reset and resettled. We say Etta Milau playing in this loose head prop position rather than her traditional hooker. Angelina Lomu there on the inside. Cincinnati across the back. There's a number 12 jersey, Renee Foster. See Jayla Twitty on the sidelines for the Lady Wolfhounds as well. Adams, ball is in, it is quickly out. She had an option there on the weak side, and look at that kick from contact on the outside of the foot, unstable, an impressive strike downfield, and an impressive chase here by the Lady Hurricanes, getting close to the end goal, but knocking it on just inches away from another try. Heads up play, seeing the space downfield. Jim, thoughts on that?
So close there on the try, and what a kick. She was in the grasp of the defender, getting ready to go to the ground. She was able to kick it, and then her teammates were heads up, saw the kick, chased it down, and they were just inches from scoring. What a great play.
See Cincinnati with a defensive scrum deep in their own just outside of their end goal. 5 meters to be precise. Izzy Gibbon with the put in. Look at this pressure from the Lady Hurricanes. The ball is out in the end goal. It is down. We're going to have a moment for review. The ball in the end goal. Is this a Lomu try, or was there any nefarious play before?
That was a risky play by the scrum half where that player back. It looked like she kind of tossed it out as opposed to retaining possession. You're so close in at that goal line, you really want to be careful with that ball.
So there's a penalty being awarded to Cincinnati. So offsides on the scrum. Gibbon, ball on the ground. She takes it, taps it quickly. Cincinnati, again, a misconnection inside of their end goal. There is a knock on by the Wolfhounds. If I am Cincinnati, I'm thinking about composure and trying to settle. They need to buy themselves some space, but they need to do it with calm composure because this Hurricanes team will continue to keep launching. And I can't believe I haven't said this yet all tournament long. Someone's going to get rocked like a hurricane.
Oh, nice. I like that. You know, and if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be HEB. They really have some hitters on that team.
See this 5-meter scrum. We saw them launch in defense before, and here it is, a quick one going around the back and around the outside. An excellent read here by HEB, adding to the scoreline another 5 points off the set piece scrum. They didn't do it with power, this time with finesse.
Totally finesse. You've got to cover that weak side. Typically the hooker will come out and cover that weak side, scrummy coming around. Got to do that, especially at this level, at this point in the tournament. Great heads-up play by HEB to put the score in. I don't know that the score is a 510, but we'll get that straightened out soon.
That magic 500-point try there at the end. 12-0 is our score with the conversion kick inside of 20 seconds left to play. And now that HEB has turned it on, they have played the last 3 to 4 minutes all in the Cincinnati half of the field. They're going to look to continue this again. The strategy of these deep kickoffs has paid off for the Lady Hurricanes. It gets a high bounce in the air. You see the contact made on the field, and you can nudge players in the sport of rugby. The ball knocked on a scrum to Cincinnati.
Yeah, she nudged her. She certainly nudged her off her feet, but the ref didn't call it. But she didn't tackle her, and I think that's why the ref let that go. He just felt it was good open play.
So we see play and resume here with a scrum here in the final seconds of this first half of play. The ball is in and out. Izzy Gibbons looking for Raven Jones. You see the strike line by Cincinnati towards the outside. Caitlin Keeley. Gibbons with the ball in hand again. Looking for Kira Beauchamp. We get a correction here. Caitlin Poe in the number 6 jersey for Cincinnati. The high contact is made. We're going to have a word with our referee going to the pocket.
I don't think she started.
So HEB going to make it difficult here. 2 minutes in the sin bin. We're already into more than extra time here in the first half of play.
Yeah, that was a tough tackle. A classic dump tackle, but the tackler kind of drilled the ball carrier down in. Got to be careful with that. Looks like number 6 is up and okay after that tough hit.
You see Gibbons with the tap, moving the ball to the outside. Renee Foster. Wolfhounds carry. Hurricanes tackle, and now the Wolfhounds moving the ball towards the outside of the field through the hands of Meredith Hinger. Hinger finds Caitlin Keeley. And the HEB frantic again in defense. This is something they've done so well all tournament long, is when they can make their hits, they tend to finish them. Cincinnati keeping the ball. Advancing from outside of the 22. Cincinnati here having a go. Another tackle from behind from Sheila Adams for the Hurricanes. Poe keeping her feet, keeping the drive. Gibbons is there quick. Raven Jones is the 3. Jones redistributing space to the far side of the field. There are numbers for Cincinnati. Again, up an extra player. 4-on-2 towards the outside. A little bit of a slow distribution on the ball affects the play. 9 minutes gone in this first half, and we are going to go to halftime. Currently with the Lady Hurricanes leading Cincinnati by a score of 12-0.
It's pretty directional, so it's getting most of the field. We're good, right?
The next thing you know, they're going to catch us like, oh!
Hey, boy, we should do that. See if I hang out. Hey, Kurt. Hey, Kurt.
Hey, Kurt.
You're. Kurt, you're. Nervous. I get nervous around other people's fathers. But only males.
We are back in action here on Field 2, getting a shot of the fans across the way in Field 1 in the women's plate final. Phoenix currently leading Boston by a mark of 7-5 at halftime there. Next Level Rugby bringing you all the action here at the Wisconsin Rugby Complex in Cottage Grove, Wisconsin. On Field 2, we've got Cincinnati in the white and blue kicking off to the HEB Lady Hurricanes. The Hurricanes, not much time left on that yellow card. They received it with about 7 minutes gone in the first half, but that first half lasted 9 minutes 14 seconds by our mark. A deep kick downfield by the Wolfhounds. And playing it from the in goal are the Hurricanes. They could have touched that down and had a free kick at midfield, but they like their chances ball in hand. Action towards the far sideline. Cincinnati looking to turn it over, and Cincinnati drawing the penalty. Dangerous territory 5 meters out. The quick tap taken by Gibbons. She finds Raven Jones, Jayla Twitty there in support. Jones takes the contact. Gibbons finds Keeley. Presence of the defense thwarts the flow of Cincinnati.
Look at my boots to stain my feet.
Yes, HEB's played tough defense all tournament long. They're great on coming up together, keeping their structure, that solid defensive line, coming up together and creating havoc on the offense and the ball carriers. Let's see how this scrum turns out.
I blame it on my body.
Excellent turn of events here for the Lady Hurricanes. HEB back up to full strength of 7. The yellow card time is up. A couple of other substitutes coming on. Again, a team that has done it with a lesser roster than other programs this weekend. Lesser in the fact that they have 10 players compared to a full roster of 13 allowed. So the tenacity and the grit of these Lady Hurricanes to make this bowl final is something else.
Not my mom.
And by bowl, I mean the 7th place game. Another minute on the field, a bit of a break in play. So we have our medical team come on here on Field 2. The Hurricanes currently leading 12-0. 1 minute and a half gone in this second half of play. We look across the way, Boston in the white taking on Phoenix. We caught a break of them at halftime. Looks like they may be restarting on the field now. Phoenix in the black jerseys going from right to left across your screen. Boston to receive the kickoff.
And the score.
And back here on Field 2. So scrum to Cincinnati. They have their entire back line out towards the far side of the field. Looking for options towards that side. Our referee, though, looking to make sure and ensure that this scrum is stable. Gibbons with the put in. The ball is quickly out, and she is covered by the Hurricanes defense. The ball may have been out too quickly. We need to close the tunnel and close the gaps. Responsibility of the props when it comes to safe scrummaging. Gibbons again, quickly through the prop's legs and back this time. Raven Jones corrals the ball. Raven Jones looking to take on the defense. Keeley towards the outside. Hinger getting it on the action in number 7 jersey for Cincinnati. Jones digging the ball out, finds Foster. To Lacombe. Gibbons. Gibbons sees a mismatch that she likes, and Gibbons is going to take the ball towards the outside, using her angles, using that stop-start step. And it is Izzy Gibbons that gets Cincinnati for their first try of the 7th place game.
Here's the replay. Great vision, great look. She gave the stutter step toward the inside, then hit the wing, able to outrun that defender on the outside. Really good phase play 2 or 3 rucks, retain possession, and then spin the ball out. Kind of classic sevens rugby where you draw the defense in and then hit the wing with your speed.
Absolutely used the game of angles there. She was taking on the defense and then cut towards the outside instead of keeping that straight running line. So it was drawing the defender, forcing her to expend some extra effort if she was going to make contact and make that tackle, but Izzy Gibbons had too much that was there. The conversion attempt is missed, 12-5 the score. And Cincinnati reloads, this time Raven Jones on the restart. Numbers towards the far sideline, see 5 Cincinnati jerseys there, clearly picking their targets downfield. And we see the football throw going wide to the outside. The Lady Hurricanes now on the go, talking about trying to use space. Taking the ball at pace as well. The high contact made, so now the Hurricanes looking to answer. The crowd loved it. Not quite through the mark there, Jim. So we'll have a pullback and a slower penalty this time.
Yeah, the refs like it through the mark. Are always instructed to do that.
Shimmy and a shake there on the step, goosing her way downfield. Cincinnati doesn't buy it quick to the tackle. But a penalty against nonetheless, and now it is HEB on the go, quickly eating up 20 meters of space downfield. Milo with the drive. Look at this line of offensive possibilities here for HEB. Lomo decides to pick and go to the left. She had numbers to the right, but she saw a mismatch. Cincinnati said no, they shut that gate. HEB secures the ruck. Penalty advantage being shown. Milo with the stiff arm taking on number 10, Kiara Beauchamp. And it is still the Hurricanes with the go forward. The support is there. Meters away from the goal line. We see Milo taking a traditional forward crash, but not able to corral the ball. Cincinnati doing enough to disrupt and to prevent another Hurricanes drive.
Great rucking and retention of possession coming through. HEB is so powerful in those rucks. It's really hard for Cincinnati to defend that. I don't see any counter rucking by them. And HEB continues to retain possession.
I think you're right there. Smart strategic moves. If you don't have a chance at the ruck, there's no point in pouring numbers in. The field so big, 70 meters of width, 100 meters of depth on the field. So if Cincinnati knows that they can relaunch and reload by zeroing the rucks, looking to launch their defense and try to stifle HEB and to get them behind the gain line rather than fighting over possession of the ball at that ruck area. Looks like we may have some final substitutions coming on. A couple of player changes. Raven Jones making her way to the sideline for Cincinnati. Scoreboard clock showing 1 minute and 5 seconds left to play, 12-5. Hurricanes in the lead, playing deep in Cincinnati territory. You see the set of the players behind. I would anticipate a Cincinnati kick based on this setup, but the defensive pressure here from the scrum half, HEB, there's that kick eventually. No one downfield here for the Hurricanes. She's collected the ball and she's outstepped the chaser, Angelina Lomu. Now the Hurricanes able to reload on their attack. We see Izzy Gibbons flooding the passing channel. Now the tackle is made. She gets herself back onside. Penalty awarded to Cincinnati. About 10 seconds left to play here. 12-5 the score. Gibbons on the go. Finds Jayla Twitty towards the outside. She's seen time with the USA age grade pathways as a hooker in the game of 15s. A rumbling run downfield. Cincinnati maintaining possession. Darian Anfirin. Cincinnati redistributing towards the middle of the field. And here we go again, the Wolfhounds working towards the outside, straight into contact. Strong contact made by HEB. The ball was there, the rights were available. 14 and a half minutes on the game thus far. Penalty awarded to the Hurricanes. And we see the nudge to touch of the boot of Etta Mailau. The referee does not care for it. The youths, he is not having it.
Great effort. It was a great series of plays. Ends up with HEB kicking it out of bounds. I think that player needed to tap it and then kick it out of bounds. Because if they kick it straight out, it's still a ruck. Line out. That should be it.
So HEB goes with the 5-meter throw, takes it straight into touch this time. So playing with the laws of the game and as you like. See some backs being slapped. Congratulations, had HEB made their first tournament appearance here at Club 7's. Happy with the win, going out with a victory, taking home 7th place. Cincinnati filling in, outplaying their number 16 seeds to take number 8 in the nation. We are moving on. Coming up next is our men's 7th place game between the Dallas Reds and Schuylkill River. I'm Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham here with Next Level Rugby, and we'll be back for more.
Switch camera streaming live. Full time? Just on this side. I like the replays. The weather was a little nicer. We didn't have
Surely not going to fix their lives up like that.
I'll probably do it up again. Is it good video?
Go! Let's go, baby! Let's go, Schuylkill!
I'm through. Who's on the other side? Come on, Lonnie.
Welcome back to Field 2. I am Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham here with Schuylkill River in the black jerseys kicking off to the Dallas Reds wearing the white. This is a battle of 2 storied Sevens programs. A little bit disappointed with the results here on day 2 of the tournament, but they did the hard yards on day 1 to get themselves into the cup rounds, playing off for 7th. Dallas looking for the win, but it's going to be a bit tricky. Back and forth action here. Schuylkill. The aerial game off the kickoff, the ball bouncing its way around into the hands here of the Dallas Reds. The Dallas Reds with a bit of a break downfield. The offload back inside into the hands of Aaron Gray. Aniam Teto looking to the outside.
Oh, that's obstruction, mate, for sure.
The ball is low, but off the feet, play on. Dallas, we see number 1 on the outside towards his near sideline calling for the ball, but instead our referee is calling a penalty. Jabari Johnson giving up the ball to Mitch Vinoy, wearing the colorful scrum cap in the number 8 jersey. Vinoy with the tap. Schuylkill deep in their own territory. Danny Gianniscoli works their way towards the outside. Mulville taking the contact. Vinoy in the middle of the field. We looked for that 1-2-1 kick play. The connection is missed, but the recovery is there. And look at this offload towards the outside. Quick hands, a targeted pass, outstepping Aaron Gray on the outside of the field. You don't see that too often. And Mitch Vinoy there in support. Mitch Vinoy has nothing but green grass in front of him. But he's got Aniam Teto and a furious chase behind him. Mitch Vinoy going to go the distance. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than be good. Hey, Jim.
Well, you called it, and you're correct. And how disappointing for Dallas. They worked it all the way down. Here's the replay on the final finish of that run. But Dallas worked it all the way down with great phase play, great passes, great support coming through for those offload passes in the tackle. And right when they got down toward the 5 meter inside the 10 or so, they just couldn't retain possession. And we see what happened. Schuylkill took it down and score.
I was talking to Dallas Reds coach Lynn Howard last night, and she mentioned that when her team was on form, when they played that 3rd game of the day and had that win over Nova, that was the Dallas that she has seen all season long. Lynn and Chris, long time at the helm coaching this program. When Dallas gets into their structure and they can use their fitness, they are good. When it's some of the scrappy individual efforts, that's where they tend to suffer. Right now, Dallas back to finding their form. Aaron Gray. This offload pass. And look at this stiff arm in the middle of the field, and he is still going. Number 1 for the Dallas Reds. Don't have a name for him on their roster. Riley Giles, though, coming up with the ball. So after that hard contact made, Schuylkill doing well to create the turnover. Gianniscoli gets his pass to the middle of the field. Now it's Schuylkill trying to dance their way, dancing into contact. Dallas Reds with that big white wall of defense. Schuylkill now trying to distribute to the far side of the field. The ball is backwards. The ball is disjointed. Danny Gianniscoli hits a spin move, using it with the boot. A little bit of footy on the field, using some fancy footwork. Dallas looking to recover, and Dallas indeed does, preventing another try. They're certainly making it exciting. Aaron Gray with the distribution. The long pass towards the middle of the field. Dallas looking for an exit, a 2-on-1 to convert. Slowing down the pace, buying time for some support. Dallas Reds have got to get there and work in their pods of 3. Their speed of 3s, when it's on, it is on. It is on the far sideline at the moment. Schuylkill, furious in defense, making whatever contact they can, pulling down their Dallas Reds opposition. Schuylkill realigning their defense towards this near sideline. Aaron Gray, the Dallas Jackals representative on the field. We see that stip in the step. Played plenty of time with Falcon 7s in the USA Development Program, and he is showing why. A threat downfield, gorgeous timing on the offload. And Tato can't quite go over the shoulder. And the Dallas Reds now leaving the ball, a bit of a foot chase again. So Schuylkill getting it done off of the feet. Peter Mulville with the ball in hand. Mulville with a stiff arm behind. He is trying to buy some time for his support. Haggerty is there in the number 7 jersey. Dallas frantic in defense. Danny Gianniscoli not quite able to get a hand over the ball. Ben Ollie being disruptive there. A player that came from Metropolis Rugby in the Youngblood 7s program, relocated to Dallas, and does enough to stop what could have been a quick Schuylkill counter.
Well, really some frenetic play, Liz. Back and forth, very physical. Great skills we're seeing out here. These players are so highly skilled. Let's see how the fitness comes in. This is 6th game for each team, 2nd day of a 2-day tournament, and fitness is key at this point in the tournament.
Haggerty with the put in. Ollie his opposite scrum half for the moment. We see the ball kicked back by Mulville. Good awareness in the scrum. And Dallas, again, making it tricky, making it scrappy, and Schuylkill still somehow coming away with possession. Schuylkill threatening towards the far sideline. Ball taken into contact. The offload is there. Keown, we've seen him score so many tries this weekend, but right now he is shut down by the Dallas defense. And Tato with the negative grade tackle. Riley Giles gets the offload. Vinoy is there. He's got Jabari Johnson in the number 1 jersey. And look at this. Red again so well. The Dallas number 1 has been the most physical presence on the field for them so far. Gets the stop temporarily. Schuylkill keeping the ball alive. Johnson has Giles towards the outside. He's got Mulville outside, and he doesn't need them. Thank you very much, Jabari Johnson, adding another 5 for Schuylkill River, going in under the posts.
Yeah, great play. Here's a replay right as he breaks through. Yeah, I just sense that, as you mentioned earlier, speaking to the Dallas coaches, I just sense that Dallas is going to do something here, and then Schuylkill just comes through and scores. They've done it twice. It seems like Dallas has had possession most of the time. Game is scrappy, very physical, but it only matters when you score.
Schuylkill River over the last few years has been so good in these pressure situations, confident in their abilities to always do something when they have the ball in hand. They are a scrappy team on the field. Dallas, again, a team that does so well with systems and structure. Would love to see what they can execute if they can get some points on the board in said structure. Danny Gianniscoli places a gorgeous floater downfield. Dallas fields it cleanly. And look at this. No offsides because no tackle is made. So again, the scrappiness of Schuylkill paying off, being in the right place at the right time, and another 5 points to their tally. Dallas did everything right, and it still wasn't quite enough. Great awareness there by Peter Mulville, just taking it, stealing it out of the air on that offload attempt. Boop.
And you know, we talk about the golden try for overtime. That's the golden gift try right at the end of a half. That was an errant pass, and that Schuylkill River player was just right place, right time. What a great gift for him. And you know that Dallas player is just so frustrated by that.
A tricky situation because had he been able to keep his feet and take contact, he could have established a platform for the team to attack off of. Instead, looked for an offload, but a player was not running that strike line onto the ball. Flat-footed, gave Schuylkill the opportunity, and they go into halftime leading 21-0.
call it forward whack. This is going to be a new
Back in action here on field 2. The Dallas Reds wearing the white, going left to right across your screen. They're going to be kicking off to Schuylkill River. One player of note that's making an appearance on the field is former Eagles Spike Davis, lined up to the right of the kicker. The kick is up. It does not go 10. The referee whistles it early on the bounce. Schuylkill River, an option here at midfield. We've seen the quick taps with the free kick, but we've also seen several teams elect the scrum.
Well, it's great first half. And here we go.
So they opt for their free kick, executing their penalty move, and this time Dallas reads it well, makes the contact, makes the tackle, quick to get out. They zero out in contact. Schuylkill looking for that offload, not quite able to get there. Clement Cueco supported. Spike Davis moving the ball out wide to Ben Ollie. Out into the hands. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Deontay McMurray, and here's Aaron Gray in on the action. And look at this, there is McMurray on support, looking for that offload back to the inside. Aaron Gray cleaning up the ball. Mteto is there in support, and it is Schuylkill that gets the ball on the sidelines. Schuylkill is looking for the quick line out, and this is going to be a card for Mteto for impeding the quick line out. There are scenarios where if he had thrown the ball and it had been disrupted, if the opposing player doesn't allow it to go 5 in those scenarios, that's exactly the right call for the referee. Unfortunate for a skilled player like Mteto.
Great heads-up play by Skogel. When he made that play, he knew exactly what he was doing. Then he spoke with the ref. He's smiling right now. Spoke with the ref and it's like, "Hey, ref, come on." And sure enough, he got the call. That was a great heads-up play.
Jim, we were talking at halftime about how Schuylkill plays the scrappy style of play, and you can really see them do well in these tournaments where they can kind of bait other teams into tricks and take them out of their pattern and off of their line. You saw that grin. They know exactly what they're doing. They're the cat, Dallas the mouse, and here we go again. Schuylkill advancing the ball towards the 22. Dallas coming away with a strip. Ollie looking for Davis. Has Gray to the outside. I'm frozen. I'm frozen and it's commercial.
Baker, you hear us?
Hello? Are you on a commercial too, Jim?
Yeah, I'm going to go tell Baker.
Back in action here on field 2. We see a long conversion attempt from the boot of Schuylkill River. Apologies for the cutout. We can only presume a Schuylkill try scored in the interim. Fast and furious, a Schuylkill team, again, just baiting Dallas into mistakes and loving it. Aaron Gray with the long kickoff downfield. Schuylkill calm in their kick receipt. Schuylkill moving the ball towards the outside. Into the hands of Brian Stella and going one more. It may well be Riley Giles towards the outside. And again, Schuylkill running it back. So it would have been a Dallas try earlier. Schuylkill quick to answer.
Liz, your analysis of Schuylkill.
So we'll see if we can get an update here on the score. Schuylkill with another try after Dallas just hit that conversion. Dallas
Yeah, your analysis of Schuylkill baiting people.
Go ahead, Jim. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Yeah, your analysis of Schuylkill baiting people. That winger running down the sidelines with the ball, he hesitated. Defense came in. He hit another gear and accelerated out and scored. So you're right. Schuylkill's very good at the mental game.
Schuylkill with the restart. Kyown off the boot. 5 Schuylkill jerseys towards the far side of the field. The ball up and in the air. A line out to come. We don't have a directional signal yet. We line out to Dallas. Dallas walking into the throw. We see Spike Davis with movement at the front. Ollie to Davis and back to Ollie again. Dallas looking to move the ball. Our referee calling a free kick. Again, those short, tricky throws do need to go 5 meters infield. Dallas with Schuylkill with the tap. And Schuylkill. Stella working his way into contact. Another referee's whistle is blown. Stella walking it back towards the mark and into the hands of Jesse Capriati. Capriati to Stella. Stella in the middle of the field. Feints one way, steps back the other. We see an edge play. Jesse Capriati coming in, looking to make the switch. Dallas making the tackle. Dallas looking to make the secondary tackle, and look at that. Stella still able to get one off of one leg off the weak side. Moving the ball across the field, Hegarty. Supported by Kyown. Kyown with the ball in hand. Dallas with the challenge. Dallas challenging at the ruck as well, not quite able to dig it out. David Deal was over the shoulder to Hegarty. The knock on is called. Dallas with a scrum. 1 minute and change here to play in this men's 7th place matchup.
Great back and forth, and we've seen where Schuylkill's able to retain possession and contact, which is really eating up the clock, not giving Dallas any time to come back.
We see Ben Ollie with the put-in for Dallas. Schuylkill giving a bit of space from that scrum half position. Kyown ensuring that he stays onside. No chase to be had. The ball quickly out of the scrum. And look at this. Dallas with the flow. Some of this conditioning paying off. Dallas, again, presenting the ball. Jalen Tatum finds Ollie. Ollie with a long looping pass towards the outside into the hands of Mo Hadar. Hadar, a capped international, and he's doing the work here on this near sideline. Perhaps barely taken into touch. The camera angle tricky right below. Referee's whistle blows. We hear cheers from the Schuylkill side. I'm going to call it Schuylkill River 28-5 victorious over the Dallas Reds, taking 7th place in the 2023 Club Sevens Championships. I'm Liz Entwistle alongside Jim Latham, and we will be back with the next round of matches should we be moving on to our women's 3rd place game while the Women's Cup final is taking place across the way on Field 1.
Understood. Thank you, Liz.
Welcome back to Field 2. We are here in the women's third place matchup. Washington Athletic Club, WAC in the black. They kick off to North Shore. This is a rematch of pool play action. In that game yesterday, it was North Shore victorious 19-17. North Shore in the green, distributing the ball across the field, going around to the outside. Mackenzie Wood with the ball in hand, taking on Erica Legaspi in the number 21 jersey for Washington. The quick penalty called, Washington. Nikki Kenyon has the ball in hand, but we're going to have a minute. A player down for WAC. Hallie Dieters, she is a speedster for this Washington program, has been a threat all weekend long, being attended to by Nikki Kenyon. While we have a moment on the field, we can recap the tournament play thus far. Again, these two teams found each other in pool play matchup. It was North Shore victorious, going 3-0 undefeated in pool play. They then advanced to win their cup quarterfinal 52-0 in that game over Cincinnati. Similarly, Washington Athletic Club was able to rebound after that narrow loss to Chicago North Shore. They won against Boston 36-0. So both of these teams truly refueling and rebounding, finding their momentum in that cup quarterfinal. Both of them hard-fought losses in the semifinal round. We saw back-and-forth action between the Washington Athletic Club and the Chicago Lions, with the Lions coming away victorious, a bit of a nail-biter. And then Chicago North Shore was dispatched by Camp Pendleton. Across on field 1, we do have the final taking place with the Chicago Lions women playing against that Pendleton squad. When play resumes, we will have a penalty to Washington Athletic Club. This has been a team beset by a couple of injuries. We saw Laura Kujawski out for the tournament after playing so strongly yesterday. Megan Sanders, that's been a long time contributor to this team. We saw her in an ankle boot, not playing in this tournament at all. Back to action on the field, it is Washington and Peterson going towards the outside, speed on the outside as well. We see Seneca Friend getting into the action, the number 22 jersey, providing the support line. Peterson subs out for Wood as the ruck half. Nikki Kenyon going to Jenny Johnson. And it is WAC still on the go. Erica Legaspi making her way towards the far sideline, pulling out of the run, the Philippine International.
Let's go, Seneca!
Taking the contact, Chicago North Shore. Patient on defense, sliding left and right across the field. We see Sienna Jordan there. Nicole Fish providing some directional traffic signals. And Peterson getting the offload. Seneca Wood on the outside. And by Wood, Seneca Friend and Peterson. And here we go. Jenny Johnson going to dot it down for WAC, striking first.
Let's go, Anna!
Two teams that battled not only in pool play this year, but also battled on the field in last year's semifinals and in the third place game. We saw Jess Dombrowski come in to make the tackle. Katie Sanford trying to prevent the try. There's a little tap there to Johnson after Johnson gets it down. Washington taking the 5-0 lead, 2 minutes and 45 seconds into the first half of play. Of course, referee with the official time. We did have that injury stoppage earlier. The conversion kicked off the boot of Kenyon misses. And it'll be Washington realigning for the restart. Ball in the hands of Mackenzie Garrett, wearing the number 4 jersey today. Some switches in the jerseys from yesterday's action. The ball bounces its way into the hands of the Danger Women, Sienna Jordan. Sienna Jordan playing just her second year of rugby. Multiple hat tricks on the Midwest Series, and she shows why. She's got the pace, she has the athleticism. She is in a foot race with Erica Legaspi, and it is Sienna Jordan that is going to win. Jordan with the quick retaliation. North Shore concedes a try, and they get it right back. This is the battle that we saw yesterday in that 1917 game. Look at this again. Jordan with the pace. Jordan with the field awareness, and Jordan just outstepping Erica Legaspi with the last-ditch effort. 7-5 the score, the conversion pending. And rounds of applause from the crowd. Whistle was blown.
Weight champion, all blue.
And as North Shore realigning for the restart, 3 to the left and 3 to the right. We see Caitlin Kelly there in the number 17 jersey for the Shore. North Shore looking to just thread at that 10 meters, doesn't quite go there. The timing was just off off of the hands. The North Shore forwards towards the far side of the field. Washington Athletic Club with a free kick in the middle. Nikki Kingan. In that number 23 jersey, a capped eagle. Coming originally out of California, made her way up to Washington. They're right now making their way through their penalty play. So Ann Peterson in the middle of the field as Washington gets the ball out wide. North Shore makes the tackle. The sideline always makes their tackle. North Shore currently leading by a mark of 7-5 with under 2 minutes left to go here in the first half of play. North Shore look for that single woman lift on the lineup. That's something they've done all season long with Katie Sanford and Sienna Jordan. The ball and the pass was up off of the hands, most likely from Jess Dombrowski as we fade in and out of the play. I can tell you what I visualize happening. And look at this, it's Mackenzie Wood around the outside, taking on Seneca Friend. Friend so fast, so furious. Caitlin Kelly marshalling the ruck. Dombrowski in the middle of the field. Dombrowski trying to cut her way, a local Illinois product, played college rugby at Illinois State. Spent some time in Colorado with USA Rugby, and here she is back again. Katie Sanford says sit down. Katie Sanford powering her way through. And she is taking on 3 whack defenders. North Shore has the numbers there for the ruck. There should be some space opening up on the field. North Shore distributing to the far sideline, and here she goes again. Sienna Jordan. Contact made a bit high by Mackenzie Garrett. She brings it back down again. Dombrowski sealing off the ruck. And North Shore back in action again. So we're going to go back to that high contact made. Another minute on the field as Nicole Fish takes her time getting back up. A few players on this North Shore side have been capped in the game of Rugby League, that game of high contact, instrumental in building this program here in the United States. Summarily, Washington Athletic Club plays their 15th competitive season in the BC Premiership, playing against the top teams in Canada throughout Vancouver and Victoria. So each of these teams with plenty of international experience. North Shore executes the penalty play. North Shore keeping the ball alive, threatening near midfield, just crossing the midfield line. That looked to be Katie Sanford on the carry. Nicole Fish there quickly in support, and North Shore turns the ball over. Ann Peterson is there. Erica Legaspi on the outside, but she is isolated. North Shore makes the tackle, zeroing out the ruck, able to recover. And here's Nicole Fish reading the ball on the ground, taking on Mackenzie Garrett. Peterson is there, and Peterson has been a pleasure to watch all game long, one of the more veteran players on this Washington side, but she is showing off how a rugby IQ does pay off. Washington scrum. Nikki Kenyon with the ball in hand. Dombrowski, her opposite scrum half. We see Peterson lined up in that first receiver position, quite steep, flat with our other 2 backs for Washington. A challenge here, the defensive play, and look at this, North Shore, a little bit too powerful on the scrum, getting called for the wheel. This is going to be a free kick to Washington, and Washington quick with the ball in action. Nikki Kenyon looking out for Peterson, not quite there. Mackenzie Garrett recovering the ball towards the outside of the field. Garrett dancing her way into contact. North Shore takes a few players to get her down, able to realign. And here we go. It is Washington on the go. Seneca Friend taken down from behind. Caitlin Kelly. And Kelly is going to get sent to the sin bin. The high contact made a try-saving tackle, but at the expense of the yellow card. North Shore is going to be down a player for the next 2 minutes. We are at over 8 minutes expended in this first half of play. Of course, a stoppage for injury. So it is WAC executing their penalty play and executing to perfection. WAC splitting it up the middle. You never want to give up that try right under the post. And Washington gets it with extra time here on the clock here in the first half. We go back to the replay. So it's Nikki Kenyon on the quick tap, taking in Emily Barber. And Emily Barber getting it done, executing the set piece. And it is Washington going into halftime with a lead. We'll get a check on the conversion. It is going to be either 10 or 12-7. Washington leading Chicago North Shore. I'm Liz Entwistle with Next Level Rugby here at the Wisconsin Rugby Complex. This is the 3rd place women's matchup for the 2023 Club Sevens Championships. Looks like we're back to the action here on field 2. We got a glimpse across the way in the Women's Cup final where Pendleton currently leading the Chicago Lions by a mark of 12-0. Action here on field 2 is Washington Athletic Club leading Chicago North Shore by a mark of 12-7. They opened the game with a try. They finished the half with a try. Chicago North Shore down to 6 women on the field with the yellow card. So we'll keep an eye on that situation when they return full strength to 7. Erica Legaspi for Washington making her way towards the sideline. Ann Peterson with the ball in hand. This is Nikki Kenyon, a masterful general in the middle of the field, finds Mackenzie Garrett. And here is Seneca Friend. She is a speedster in Chicago looking to shut her down towards the outside. She does beat Sienna Jordan, but North Shore able to recover via Emily Cram. And as Washington reloading, 4-7, sideline to sidelines, Garrett with the ball in hand. She's got Emily Barber on her inside in that number 26 jersey. Barber indeed recovers the ball, looking for legs towards the outside. Garrett looking to secure the ruck, but the speed of 3s there, too slow. Holding on is Washington, giving North Shore a penalty opportunity just past midfield. Jess Dombrowski. She's got the pink boots on, honoring her Illinois State roots. And opting instead of a penalty play, looks like Emily Cran lining up the kick to touch, nudging the ball downfield. North Shore going to have a line out. Again, keep an eye on this single lifter. We've seen Katie Sanford successfully lift Sienna Jordan all tournament long. When one of those players is out of the game, you will see North Shore go to a traditional 3-woman lift. And there we go indeed. Katie Sanford in the number 1, Jordan in the number 7. And we get an eye on Steph Ramirez in the number 5 at the back of the lineout. Nicole Fish has come off the game there on the sideline. Washington disrupts the lineout, able to recover. Peterson in the middle of the field finds Seneca Friend towards the outside. Friend corralled by Mackenzie Wood. That is a tough race. And this is going to be a penalty to North Shore. Friend not releasing. Cran with the ball in hand. Justin Browski is there. So in this case, we'd anticipate North Shore to execute their penalty play. She's got Sienna Jordan towards her left side. We see the nudge of the ball. We see the fake towards the right-hand side. Sienna Jordan trying to burst her way through. Gets a high elbow for support. Jess Dombrowski comes around the outside. The play started with her tap. Will she finish with the try? Dombrowski going around the corner and getting North Shore back on the board. 12-12 with even Stevens with a conversion kick to come. Fluid play from the Chicago North Shore scrum half. Using the short side of the field, she had 2 support players stacked to the left side. That means her other 4 players out to the right, enough to draw Washington. Whack is just confusing, folks. So Dombrowski goes around a beauty of a run, and look at this, 3 Washington bodies there, still unable to stop her. The conversion kick is good. North Shore in the lead by a mark of 14-12. I'll take a moment just to say hello to all of the Chicago North Shore old girls. I am one of them, trying to call this game as unbiased as possible. Of course, very fond of this Washington program. Such success in the game of 7s. Quite a few players that we've had on representative sides over the years. And just happy for excellent women's rugby. Back and forth action here on field 2. The ball fielded cleanly out of the air by Mackenzie Garrett. She's got legs in support. Emily Barber there in the number 26 jersey, the high fly flowing ponytail. Ann Peterson. And here is Washington trying to find space around the outside. Erica Legaspi looking for Fernando Poo. The connection is missed. The penalty is awarded. So this is going to be Kenyon on the attack. Running across the field, Emily Barber out to Garrett. One more with legs towards the outside. We see North Shore contesting in the ruck. Hands are out. Where is the ball? The penalty is given to Washington. A soft whistle, not quite executed through the mark, so we're going to slow down pace for a minute. We have 3 minutes left to play. North Shore holding on to a 2-point lead, 14-12. The matchup between these teams yesterday, again, ending 19-17 in favor of North Shore. Washington on the go. Garrett, the skip pass towards the outside, finds Erica Legaspi. Emily Barber wins the first contact. North Shore is there. The sweepers trying to catch up and find some space. And look at this driving tackle by Chicago North Shore. Washington reloading. Kenyon. That's Fernando Poole. North Shore looking to create the turnover. And Washington, again, able to get bodies over the ball. Secures the ruck, securing space. It is Washington still on the go. Washington. Strong carries by their number 1, Emily Prentice. Emily Barber Finds Nikki Kenyon. Kenyon in transition, looking towards the outside. Fernando Poole, taken down, gets the offload. Nikki Kenyon is there, dancing her way towards the try line, stopped just short. Chicago North Shore realigning in defense. Is it held up or is it grounded? You see the signal by the referee. Held up, she says. Emily Barber is not quite there. Chicago North Shore buying a bit of relief. We have time off of the clock. Under 2 minutes left to go here in the second half. Chicago North Shore leading 14-12 against Washington Athletic Club. We have a 5-meter scrum to come. We'll go back to that play and that try-saving placement of the body. Look at Dombrowski getting her forearm under the ball, cradling it, preventing the try. Tenacity and toughness. This is a North Shore team that built their program this summer with ordinary to extraordinary. And an extraordinary effort there by Dombrowski. Nikki Kenyon, ball in hand. A key scrum for Washington Athletic Club. About 90 seconds remain in the game. We get the overhead view looking at the setup of our opposing back lines. Kenyon is there. The pressure was on Ann Peterson. Smart switch of the field. Looking to transition. Lauren Barber with the carry in that number 2 jersey today. Erica Legaspi looking to secure the ruck. Sienna Jordan with the counter. Ann Peterson is there to collect. North Shore wrestling the players down. And this is Lauren Barber. Barber, an impact sub, goes around the outside for Washington. We get another look at the play. So it's Peterson who started that play with the switching of the field, powering her way down North Shore, trying to do all they can, just barely giving up the outside as Barber gets around Kelly. Barber jogging back. Washington. With a 14-17 lead, and we hear the call from North Shore coach Lauren Trout from the sideline. There is time. There is plenty of time. Calm and composed. This was a back and forth game yesterday. 17-14, the score remains. The conversion kick is missed. Both teams have gone to their benches and to all players available as far as I can tell. A couple of injuries have ruled players from yesterday's lineups unavailable in today's Sunday games. Washington lining up for a key restart. It looks numbers to this near sideline. Perhaps one final sub coming on for Washington. Gamesmanship trying to eat up time on the clock. And again, getting these interchanges. It looks like fresh legs coming on for Washington. The restart is missed. North Shore is going to have a free kick at the middle of the field. We see the ball in the hands of number 8, Sarah Esther Anderson. She and I were teammates back with our Chicago Women days. The most veteran experienced player on the field, played her college rugby at University of Illinois, is a player that can line up at lock, 8, or at center. And right now she is doing all she can as an impact sub for North Shore. North Shore, ball in hand, executing their penalty play in the middle of the field. There's a bit of a break. North Shore is on the go. They've got numbers. The ball is down. It is recollected, but the ball knocked on. Holy cow, is there time left? And that is the game. 2 points in pool play. 3 points here in the final. Washington Athletic Club takes the 3rd place game, 17-14 over Chicago North Shore. These are teams that traded tries, traded effort, an absolutely magnificent show of women's rugby here on Field 2. Congratulations to Washington Athletic Club. You dug deep and did all you needed to do. Well played by Chicago North Shore. They retain their 4th in the country ranking as they had last year. WAC a finalist in last year's efforts. They take home the bronze. I am Liz Entwistle here on Field 2. We will be back momentarily for the men's 3rd place game between Belmont Shore and the Denver Barbarians.
Time and time again to end up at the final, and now it's officially their moment. They're here to revel in it, and it's so wonderful to see the crowd also cheering them on and celebrating with them here in Madison, Wisconsin.
Just beautiful watching that drone footage as the teams give each other congratulations. And the Lions will get this hardware in a moment as Cowdrey getting extra hugs. Absolutely deserves it. This Midwest support coming through for them. It's gorgeous. See that crowd. Not necessarily at home, but Wisconsin is close enough. Chicago has played there many times. It may feel a little bit like a home away from home as we can see them cheering Cowdrey on. Hopefully there's champagne in her future when she's 21. She is 19, young, has done so well for her side. And the defense that they had to play here to take this strong Camp Pendleton side down. Just beautiful work by these women. As we wait for that trophy presentation, just a reminder, we do have the men's cup final coming up. St. Louis Bombers and Navs.
Again, first to the national champion from Love Rugby. Full set of jerseys, rugby skins. Chili, let's see it.
Thank you.
You get that, we get this, we get some pictures. Right on, thank you.
All right.
Throw these on real quick. Oops.
Coming out the medals.
You're getting really good. These are temporary. They're going to get personalized engraved ones with your name and your club on them. Yeah. So these are just to show off in the bar.
Congratulations to the Chicago Lions. Well deserved that trophy lift. And now we are grabbing Cowdrey, I assume, to talk with Lance.
USA Women's Club National Championship. Ashley. I know that you traveled, you came here to play with a team and win a championship. How does it feel to win a championship with these ladies?
It feels so great. First year with all of them, and it was fucking, it was freaking amazing, and I loved every minute of it.
Scored the game winner?
Yeah.
Tell me, what were you thinking? What was that feeling that you touched the ball down and win a national championship?
It was crazy. Everybody was jumping on me. It was the best feeling in the world.
Congratulations. Celebrate with your team.
Woo!
Back up to you guys. Congratulations, Chicago Lions.
We have coming up for you in just a couple of minutes the Men's Cup Championship. It's NAV Sevens versus the St. Louis Bombers. Well-deserved. A tight finish in this one. Came down to the very last second for the Chicago Lions team. I am John Broker. I'm going to be joined by Thomas Wheels Grant for this one. Wheels, we have an exciting game coming up in just about 3 minutes.
Oh, we certainly do, Johnny, and those pictures on screen now that you're seeing, just wonderful, isn't it? This is what these players train week in, week out for, to create these special community rugby memories. Congratulations to Chicago, and looking forward to St. Louis Bombers up against NAV. It is going to be an entertaining clash. We've got 7 superstars littered across both sides. The ability to attack from anywhere on the field, as we see the highlights from NAV's earlier games, Johnny. They have some absolute powerhouses.
They do have some powerhouses. Let's run through how they got here real quick. You're looking at NAV. You're looking at Moala right there. Simi Moala. They were 3-0 on day one. 29-5 over Nova. 25-7 over Dallas. 31-12 over Life West. In the quarterfinals this morning, 22-0. They beat Old Blue in a tighter one semifinal. 19-14 in the semis to get their way here. NAV Sevens. Also, Wheels, they are defending champions.
Here we go, third place for these men's teams. Belmont Shore versus Denver Barbarians. Not unfamiliar with each other, are they? As they get the last moments here sorted out. I'm Wendy Young with Liz and Whistle. Liz, what are we expecting for this match beyond probably the most epic fireworks we've ever seen?
I think epic fireworks is right. Belmont Show put on a show all tournament long. Denver Barbarians lost a heartbreaker against NAV in their semifinal. Belmont fell short to St. Louis. Interesting because St. Louis and Denver both advanced from the same pool. When those teams played, it's a tie. Anyone's game in the game of sevens. But when we think of Belmont Shore, we think of the veteran presence of Ty Inosa. He should be in the number 5 jersey today. Denver runs a lot of their offense via Mickey Bateman in the number 6 jersey. So many threats, so much speed. And keep an eye, one final player to mention here, number 10 for Belmont Shore, Paul Scanlon, capped international for Samoa Sevens, came over for PR Sevens, made his way down the shore. An excellent program, but again, there's such strength in history when it comes to the Barbos.
And the men in gold will get us going. Our match official, Juan. Congratulations to him for getting a hardware match. But let's see who will place 3rd and who will place 4th in the nation. Belmont has been clinical on their kickoffs, but Denver able to bring this one down, and off to the races we go. Beautiful drone footage, getting that offload, but collapsing on them is the shore defense. Is there room on the outside? No, as Barbos will just pull this out and be a bit patient. Now they go into that contact. They get the penalty. Hands on the deck is the call. Looking on the outside of his shoulder, looking for that support. Here it comes now.
One more.
Joyce, and again, out to the outside to Hightower. He scored twice in their semifinal. Got a bit bloody in the process. Doesn't stop him. He's got another one here.
We look at that play originating in the middle of the field, the action by Ian Warmer there towards the outside. It was Campbell Johnston on the original carry, and Hightower with the finish. High marks for the young man who actually came from a track and field background, is a coach himself, started playing rugby because of our fellow commentator John Broker, made his way from the Beltway Elite program, moving out towards the west, and part of this Denver Barbarians program, thriving and smiling with the try.
And an incredibly nice man. Had the pleasure to interview him at PR Sevens after he dominated there. And we do have time off, I believe, maybe an injury there. But Denver Barbos take a quick lead, conversion not made, out from the side. 5-0 our score here, just 90 seconds gone. just finished that Women's Cup final. What a spectacular comeback that was by the Chicago Lions over Camp Pendleton. If you missed that, get on that feed and watch that again. Pendleton looked to have it in hand, and the Lions, Cowdrey, 19 years old, 3 tries to win that single-handedly for her side. What spectacular watching that was. But we're back to the action here in our third place match. It's in the air to Belmont. They're gonna push this one wide. They really like to push the pace of matches and keep this ball alive through these offloads. You can see that here, little dip of the shoulder, but leaves the ball in front of him. Not a knock-on, says the referee. Not a forward pass, maybe off the foot. So Shore crossing that 22-meter line. And now looking very threatening are the men in gold. What a step that is, getting around his defender. Paul Scanlon, we talked about him already, the Samoan international putting his stamp on this game.
We saw a play originate in the middle of the field through the hands of number 9, Peter Seo Jr., a young talent. Of course, Peter Seo on the sidelines coaching this Belmont program. And we look at the play. Here's Seo again. He went one way and then the other. Scanlon with the step and the dip in the middle of the field, splits defense. He is in like a hot knife through butter.
Stunning for them. Belmont Shore, and they are really known for their restarts as well. Taking most of them in their cup semifinal to get here. They will put this one up on the line. That conversion was not made. 5-5. 3.5 minutes gone in this first half. Who will take home the bronze medal for this game? And again, it's like I can tell the future. Belmont Shore, beautiful restart, the work there, but running before he has the ball. Just dribbling that one. Now an opportunity for the Barbos.
So a few of these key players in action again. Tyanosa on the restart. Belmont so strong, ball in air. This time they execute their plan. Don't quite execute on that final outlook pass. Peter Seo Jr. with the knock on. Denver getting a chance to realign inside, just a shade inside of the 22.
So now possession change over to the Barbos. And just peeking in on that men's cup final between the Bombers and Nav. It's 0-0, no score in that match so far. Big pressure coming in from the gold, but stays with the Barbos. Big pressure again in the tackle. It's into Hightower's hands. Tries to step a few. There's 3 tacklers there. Now those knees are on the deck. And the ball coming out. Anderson on the pickup. 1 on the outside, excuse me. This is Anderson now. And then over it is Beanie. Big push by Shore with the counter ruck. Advantage coming, just a small knock on there. So Belmont Shore choosing to be a bit more contentious in these contact areas. And now time off.
So we get a shot of the action and shot of the players on the field. Mickey Bateman there with number 13, Alex Warmer for Denver as well. Again, some teams have jumped around in their jersey numbers all weekend long. Denver has been able to play in white all weekend long. We haven't seen their customary white and green kit. A view of this gorgeous Wisconsin rugby complex from above. The drone work coming in handy. Next level rugby. Lining up here, the conversion kick from above. And that looks to be action across the way with the NAV St. Louis Bombers men's championship.
Now looking like NAV scoring. Possibly breaching that scoreline first. But we'll come back here to Belmont Shore with the put in. A little bit of pushing and shoving there, but just being patient with the put in is the scrum half. Now they go out to that left side, having to shovel that with the contention at the base of the scrum. Now what a step that was. He's gonna get around the big men on the outside and touch this one down. Gorgeous work from the men in gold.
So able to recover. We see the distribution from Scanlon going out to Peter Seo Jr. We look at this footwork. He is sure of feet and fleet of feet. He's got enough speed. He gets the burst and he gets the try in the corner. Belmont Shore taking the lead just before the half.
Just showing that they can do what the Barbos can do to them. It's a little bit of tit for tat on the pitch here. As we await this conversion attempt, it's going to be low. Just looking like it's going to sail underneath that crossbar. So no good there. Belmont take that lead 10-5. And just a little bit of time to go in this first half of the third place match. That was NAV scoring in that cup final on the other field. They're up 7-0. This one just hanging there, but eventually landing in the Barbos' hands. Out to their winger. Fancies a bit of a go himself. The clean coming in just in time. It was clinched there. And Alex Rees trying to look like he can create something. But just messy there, hands in the air, both sides looking for a call from the referee. It does finally come, and it's offsides. Just the tap and go here for the Barbos. Swallowed up by a gold jersey. And then again, reaching around the outside. It's Hightower again, stepping. And then just the recycle to keep this attack alive. Nothing there, says the referee. Play on. There was some hope from Belmont that there was a knock on. There isn't. It's into Wynn's hands. He kicks this one ahead. But again, the penalty. And a yellow card there. Just, I think, a bit of a push and a shove maybe, Liz.
So a yellow card here as we're already 9 minutes into this first half of play, giving Denver an opportunity to potentially score a try to equalize or go up before the half. Denver opting for the scrum. We've seen this technical play all weekend long, looking for a short or set piece, but also looking for the defensive manipulation of this Belmont team with one player down in the yellow card. This gives them an automatic overload in their back line. Heads up, good rugby IQ there from scrum half Mickey Bateman.
And Bateman calling for the scrum here, even though it does take a little bit of time off the clock. They've got this auto overload. And we know that they are going to try to exploit this and get this scoreline a bit closer. Bateman just pulling it out. And a stumble there on the second man. Able to clear it out are the Barbos. And the penalty coming there, hands on the deck. They're gonna go quick again. They've still got the man advantage. Big contact up front. Poach attempt coming in, but it's not there. It's at the base. He does have help on the outside, but he doesn't need it. Gonna touch this one down, bringing that score line ever so closer to the Barbos.
So we look ahead to this replay, the heads-up action here from Neely. He's got the fake out to Hightower towards the outside. Denver going under the post. 10 minutes into the first half of play. Denver has done this all tournament long. They just can't get enough of the game of sevens. Scoring under the post is Luke Neely, setting up what should be an easier conversion attempt. The whistle blown, so it looks like we're going to halftime, Wendy, with a game on our hands. 2 points the difference.
Yeah, Barbos just coming in here at the end here at the buzzer. 12-10 in the lead, but it is slim. We'll be back with you in just a moment for the conclusion of this third and fourth place match. Yep. Second half of this fourth place match. Barbos with that slight 2-point lead, but 7 minutes to go here. Mickey Bateman will get us going. Belmont Shore, the restart specialist, even when it's being kicked to them. But so far, Barbos have been the spoilers. And now, just a penalty there. Not quite sure what the signal is for, but we do have one Belmont Shore player down. They're gonna spin this one wide. Just the pull out there, trying to see if we can keep out of the defense. Looks like Shore is back up, full strength. And the penalty going against the attack this time. Off their feet, the support. Barbos want to go fast. Beanie gonna push the tempo here. It's into Hightower's hands. So dangerous. Johnstone. Little show and go from him, finding a little tiny half gap. Beanie's there in support. And now out to the outside, but now the step off the left foot and a little bit of a hand in there. This one probably just a penalty, no yellow card for this, but an intentional knock on Bateman, wanting to keep that tempo going. They clearly see something here, pushing as they are, pushing the defense. Hightower skipping around 4 or 5 players, 6, all of them, maybe 7 at this point. Can they put an 8th on the field to try to stop that man? They finally do. Have they rolled away? Have they done enough there? Doesn't matter. Gonna go out to the edge. Here comes that advantage. Now the penalty. They're gonna go fast. Gonna try to muscle this one over. Hightower did all the work there, but the glory goes to that man right there for the 5er.
Absolute effort out of Hightower, slipping and sliding his way downfield, taking advantage of the penalty advantage, and the quick tap, the quick go over the line. They're building a lead. They've done it with the yellow card earlier. They've done it off of some of these Belmont penalties and these Belmont miscues. Of course, remember that opening try as well. When Belmont is on, their technical skill is there, but it's just these little games, these little moments, these little inches that are getting Denver a higher score line and adding to their lead.
I do see we've got one Barbos player receiving a bit of attention while we await this conversion. Again, it's going to be low and under the bar, but that's all right. This makes it a 7-point game, 10-17. Denver still on top, having had that late try in the first half. Belmont not necessarily seeing as much electricity from them in this second half.
This will be a key restart off the boot of Bateman. We have seen where some of the pressure that has come from scoring these thrilling tries has gotten to a normally assured kicker. We've seen a few of his kicks not go 10 when he's trying to be cheeky. These nudges aren't going the way they normally do for him. So the strategy on this key restart is going to be a key moment of this game.
Just receiving a bit of sideline help. It looks like the number 4 coming on. Not sure if we're having an, it's not an HIA, but you can take a player off for concussion. That's sometimes the reason these things happen. This is when we wish we had that ref mic.
I don't think you're gonna catch it like that.
But a Belmont Shore player is leaving the pitch.
It was Scanlon coming off of the playing enclosure. And we'll see if we can get some insight as to what happened.
Regardless, Bateman will get this game going again. 7-point lead. See if they can hold it for third place. Big high tackle there. They're gonna go quick, the men in gold. Gonna push this out to the outside. Look at that beautiful flying step, and he gathers through the first defender. Can he get past Bateman? He does, even with the shoulder grab. He's got a couple on his tail, but he is quick. Touching down, that is just what Belmont Shore needed.
A thrilling response. The call of the try line proving too good to miss out on. Look at this hop, skip, and the step. He is cutting his way through the defenders, using the changes of pace, the change of speed is getting the job done. Bateman tries twice with the jersey tackle, doesn't quite get the grip on it, and it is all gas, no brakes for Belmont Shore. Answering after conceding the try. Conversion kick to come, 17-15. 2 more with the extras. We are all tied up, Wendy.
And again, another tied game with lots of scores coming in the second half all day long today. These teams have gutted it out all weekend at this beautiful Wisconsin sports complex. And Belmont Shore looking very assured of themselves now, needing this boost. But Barbos have been hard to stop, scoring twice in a row. Has the momentum shifted? They're gonna go for this short kick. Sayo on the tap, but there was a sweeper back. Bateman picks this up. It's a good idea to try for that small little tap. Barbos not phased, and they get back to work. Bateman with the skip pass out to the outside. Trying to hold this up is Belmont Shore. The little flick behind the back. Belmont wasn't expecting that. You've got to tie his hands up. Now Beanie with his signature move, the kick step. Finally brought down. Peter Sayo trying to get this poach. He doesn't get it. The penalty instead. Barbos chasing the back of the retreating Belmont Shore into David Hightower's hands. He's got 3 gold players surrounding him, but a high tackle. Belmont Shore can't believe it, but Beanie doesn't care. Picking it up, going himself into the hands of Johnstone. Bateman now. Stepping 1, 2, looking for that offload. Good hands there. Into Wynn, and he is able to reach across with his long wingspan. And Barbos answer right back with another 5.
So it was an excellent try there, finished by Alex Warmer going over the line. Mickey Bateman receiving the ball off of the hands of Campbell Johnstone. We saw him trying to make those same side of tackles he just evaded before, the ins and the outs. But I'm going to go back to this earlier restart. We saw that nudge downfield, the attempt to the kick downfield. Bateman being back prevented a Belmont try, trying to keep Denver unaware. That doesn't work with such experienced teams. And it was the Barbarians able to capitalize again. Maybe a bit too cheeky on the play, and Barbos make them pay.
And that conversion. We're seeing some scenes over in the men's cup final as well. St. Louis Bombers, 10 points. Nav just scoring and converting, 12-10 over there. So they've also got a very tight match over on field 1. Just saw a penalty try as well over there. So scenes across these 2 pitches in our last matches of the day. Barbos, though, back in the driver's seat. And this kick, is it 10? Looks like it is. Penalty, high tackle again. A few of those for Belmont Shore. And no.
So we saw the contact made in the air. Denver able to get the ball and some chatter on the sideline with Enosa making his exit. Back to you, Wendy.
And Barbos thought about kicking for touch on that one, but went for the tap, and it's working out for them as they drive across that 22-meter line. That ball not deemed to have been out. Off their feet, though, Barbos. They're going to go quick, Belmont. They've got to score here. And now around to the danger man himself. They've got to score here. We're moving into the red. We're on referee time. His watch is the master. Belmont Shore can score with the can level this with a converted try. A very low tackle there. That looking like a chop. I think we're going to see some cheese again. Yes, chop tackle, not legal in rugby. And Belmont getting back to work. They know they're not done there. They've got a man advantage. Can they take advantage of it, using that word again? And they're just bouncing around the pitch here, finding some space. Peter Sayo on the edge looking for support. Finally getting, what a critical offload grab that was. And maybe scrum advantage as well as they scramble around the pitch here. They've got a two-man advantage. A big tackle coming over the top. It's not needed. Another yellow card going to come out for that dangerous tackle. The kick here.
What a sequence of play here, Wendy. Absolutely bonkers to see Denver falling apart here at the end. We see the shoot, the tackle, the last-ditch effort by Bateman. Space opens up on the outside of the field, but like you mentioned, the high contact made, 2 yellows. Belmont is going to have the 7v5 man advantage with whatever time is left pending the conversion attempt.
Ice in his veins as he slots that one. That is full time. So we are tied 24-24 as these teams will take a moment and we will move into our overtime period where, Liz, remind us of the rules of that.
So we go into a 5-minute overtime period. Whoever scores first wins. It is worth keeping in mind, again, this overload now that Belmont is going to have. Any opportunity if they get a penalty, we might be looking at a scrum because that would put just one Denver player back. Of course, we go first to the coin toss. So before any play on the field, we need to know who has position and how. If the score remains tied, we'll go into a second 5-minute period, and then we look at scenarios with lining up kicks based on width and depth on the field as well. We get a shot here. Look at this field one. Seems Nav are our back-to-back champions when it comes to the Men's Cup Finals.
And Corey Jones putting up those medals for these Nav players. We've heard that these are temporary Dollar General medals, and they have some customized ones that will be coming their way. Congratulations to them. Wonderful effort by them all weekend. It was a little bit scary early on for them. They had some close chances, but again, as we've been saying all day, a win is a win is a win all the time. Tim Stanfull standing in as Vera White there, helping with the medals, and they will have that trophy lift in a moment. We will, of course, go back to our third place match where we are in our first overtime. Barbo's going to be in trouble there, though, with 2 men in the bin. They should have one coming back pretty quickly in this overtime, but one will be very fresh, so we won't see the second man for those 2 minutes. And Barbos have the restart here, an advantageous situation for them.
Hightower is kind of a sick last name.
See Bateman with the ball, Hightower towards the outside, Beanie on the inside. 5 Barbos players on the field.
Yeah, trying to figure out who's on the field, who's not. As they've got 5 players. You can only see 3 in the shot, but 5 players on the pitch. A precarious position to be in, especially Belmont Shore having scored, literally taking the pants off the defense there to score that last try. Here we go. Bateman with the restart. Have to wonder, you're just gonna kind of give it to him, maybe not. Barbos up in there trying to make this hard for them. But now Belmont Shore, 2-man advantage. Can Barbos hold them? They'll be sliding hard on the defense. Hightower, good idea there, just hold him up. But now it's gone to deck. Bateman off his feet there. No, it's gonna go the other way. Belmont Shore deemed to have been off their feet. And that 6th man coming on. And Bateman just taking as much time as he can on that restart, trying to milk that clock down up to 6-man. This is doable with 6. We've seen it a couple of times this weekend where the team with less people have scored. So Barbos on the run. Beanie very close there. He's just gonna have to take this one in and drops it into the gold man's hands. And they're gonna move it left, moving it quickly. Dipping of the shoulder. This one looking like he's gonna try to just dip the passing side, and it goes into touch. Barbos ball.
Belmont reloaded substitutions coming on with their youth. We saw Peter Seo again with the ball in hand. Number 12 coming on, Gibson Channel, a young player out of Long Beach State University. Saw him in action at Cal Poly and UCLA earlier last fall on the West Coast. So this team balanced with their veterans. Now it's the youth on the field, of course, coming on as well there in the number 3 jersey. Anthony Munoz substituting in at scrum half for Ty Inosa. He'll have a battle here with Mickey Bateman at a key Denver scrum.
Barbos just using that clock again, still at 6 men. They'll play this one out regardless. Give it to Hightower, that's who I'd give it to, but now they're double teaming him, just like they do to Perry Baker all the time, the threat that he is. Bateman, this one tipped by Belmont, maybe. It's inside the end goal, driving it out. Look at that leg drive by the Barbos, gets it all the way out to the 5 meter. That is amazing work. And a late hit coming in there, but Beanie gonna bounce around. This one, the fitness going to be key as we move in. Wonder if we're going to get our 7th man back on the pitch here for Barbos. Beanie down. Having a hard time to get up there, looking like, oh, another maybe Jules adjustment there for the man that has been so much for his side. And Barbos, they are up to 7 men again, so we are square in the score, square in the people. Off their feet again, Barbos. So Belmont, key possession for them here.
Belmont short going for the tap. There could have been an opportunity for the penalty kick there, but keeping it on the field.
And Belmont looking for that late hit coming in. That's got to be an AR call. Excellent work by our officiating team. The player getting taken out there. Could be a yellow card. In some cases it will be. Looking like that card is going to stay in the pocket. But another penalty for Belmont Shore. You can see how close they are. About 20 meters out. Still tied. If no score, we'll continue on into our 2nd overtime. Some discussion being had between the two teams. And we are, looks like we're maybe moving the mark up. It should be where that ball landed. So getting another little bit of AR assistance and then scrum called is the choice by Belmont Shore. This is where those kicking laws are a little bit funky. Belmont Shore just a few meters out. They can end this agony for everyone watching, the millions across the country. And the pickup by Belmont Shore, just tackled inches from the line. The poach attempt looking like it's good for Barbos. Now the penalty coming, ball carrier not releasing. Barbos will go quick, they're gonna work out of their own end. They could go 95 meters here, we've seen them do it. Physical, Belmont knowing they've got to stop this attack. Into Hightower's hands. Again, they swarm all over him. There's one man on the outside. Swings it across again to Bateman. And around the outside, the slow loop coming. Johnstone with the carry there. Belmont coming in for the counter ruck, and they do cause some pressure. Get a scrum out of it.
We are 5 minutes into this first period of overtime, so we will see how much time truly remains on the clock going into this Belmont scrum. Frantic play there. Mickey Bateman, the hero, with the poach and the steal. Going back earlier, Wendy spoken about that leg drive. Nick Johnson, magnificent. And there we go. That is time for a substitute coming on. I don't know how many interchanges could potentially be left. There are no changes with more substitutes in overtime that I've ever been aware of. And we've seen Belmont already go deep to their bench. But nonetheless, someone fresh is coming on.
Yeah, you don't get necessarily any more substitutions when we go into extra time. You've got to stay with your roster. And switching out the scrum half here. So maybe we've got a trick play up our plate, or we're just going to go with that training ground move, that move you do every week at practice. And the put pressure coming, so it's the scoop off the ground. And then now, yes, it's the long loop. finding some space in the middle. The defense coming. Can they stop them? They do, causing another knock-on. Will we go to our second overtime period? We will. Score remaining 24-24. The teams will swap in. There's no stoppage here. There's no break. They just swap ends. Don't get water or anything. And we have a kick. It should be Belmont Shore's kick as we move into our second overtime period.
Denver did so well when they were down to 5 men, when they were down to 6 men, to keep Belmont out of the end goal. Belmont looks to have brought Ty Inosa back onto the field. We saw him lining up in a receiver position, pushing Paul Scanlon towards the outside. Anthony Munoz was in there as a first receiver. So their lineups, their versatility, some changes on the field, looking for a spark, anything to get them in. And Denver playing that entire half in their half of the field. What an effort by the men in white.
Belmont will get us going again. Inosa with the restart. Gonna drive this one pretty deep, but it's into Hightower's hands. It's getting driven back a bit inside the 22. Belmont Shore does have a sweeper back. They know that sometimes Bargos will kick and use their speed. Beautiful push again. And the penalty going against the attack. They're gonna go quick here, Belmont Shore, but not from the mark. Still going again. The blood streaming down the face of that player for Belmont. Gonna go out to the outside. Looking to Joyce to make something magical happen. Was able to get them ever closer. And the split there. And he fools everyone with the pirouette. This is Munez coming on late. Scoring this one. That is it. Belmont Shore wrapping this one in this match where we saw so many lead changes. Take us through it, Liz.
Yep, he steps out, steps in, he's able to recover his footwork. This is a young man that has made the effort. Originally started playing Division III, Division IV rugby in Northern California some time as well with the Razorbacks. Made the transfer down to Southern California, making the most of time with Belmont Shore and time in the Rhinos Academy, a PR7's alumni as well. But it is Anthony Munoz who gets it done for Belmont Shore in our second overtime period. Between the length of the first half, our second overtime in this, I think we were near 30 minutes a second here, Wendy.
Yeah, we're getting close to that law where we can't go any further. What a spectacular comeback. We saw Barbos with the comeback in the second half, and then the first overtime we were gridlocked again. And now Belmont Shore, Anthony Munoz coming in at that last critical moment, surrounded by his teammates and just pirouetting out of that double tackle somehow with that amazing footwork and that balance, agility, everything in the package from Munoz. And scoring this one and winning third place for Belmont Shore. Denver Barbos, no shame on them, leaving this pitch fourth place. And a spectacular performance by both sides. We'll have that third place presentation for you in a moment. I'm sure Phil Cupins is hiking over from Field 1. He's been lifting hardware all day long, just most recently giving it to Nav. And what a spectacular match there, well deserved by Belmont Shore.
Fantastic efforts all around. Congratulations to Belmont Shore coach Peter Seo. An excellent return to form for Belmont, the boys in gold, a team that outplayed their seed. Excellent action, going undefeated in their pool play matchups, coming with a pool with the established talent, Nova, Dallas, and Life West, if I recall correctly. Regardless, a clean sheet through. They had that one glitch in the semifinals, but going 5-1 and playing all those extra minutes of sevens. An impressive effort from the team out of Southern California.
Denver team walking over will take that fourth place. And here they come with the medals now for Belmont Shore. Well deserved, as Liz recapped their performance on the weekend. It's a double tournament weekend. We don't have many of those throughout the series, but it is the time to put all the hard work together, all of the summer, the hot trainings, everything that these men have been doing came all together in the 28th minute of this match, 50th minute, I don't even know anymore, double overtime. But scenes here as Belmont Shore scoring in that second overtime period. Anthony Munoz, the man of the hour there. Seeing him sit down there, that blood on his jersey, leaving it out there, literally everything out on the pitch. We want to thank everyone for tuning in. watching us on the USA Rugby Club YouTube channel, brought to you by Next Level. Spectacular broadcast team all weekend. Those medals are handed out to these men in gold. See the coaching staff coming over, the support staff as well. Everybody joining in, and that'll wrap us up for us this weekend. The hardware will have to come later. We'll see it on the social media, but well-deserved for these teams. I am Wendy Young, joined by Liz Inwhistle. Thank you so much for watching. Have a great weekend.
Cool.
Took a chance on a good thing. Now I got you on my right wing. Making love, now it's casual. And you text me in the morning, you're available. Am I dreaming? Can't believe I forgot this feeling. Finally found the one in my life that I wanna be with. No more seeking. I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you are. You're one of a kind. No words to describe the way that you shine. An angel in disguise. I wanna make you mine. One time, that's you. If like that view, us two en route. First class straight to Honolulu. We just vibing, relaxing in the sun till we gazing at the stars that we're counting and counting. 내가 항상 옆에 있을 테니 걱정 따위 필요 없어. Ain't going nowhere 약속. It's no joke. 너 만나고 매일 기도해 our future. Only with you I see the bigger picture. 솔직히 우리보다 더 많은 사이 없어. You know it, girl. I'm sure I'll always choose you first. You're my baby, it's true. You're so damn worth. There's no one like you. Yeah, too rare to find, 'cause you are.